Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Roll Down, the TFT Esports podcast, where we talk about everything from the grassroots to the pro scene, from the couch to the crown. My name is CLE, and I'm joined once again by the EMEA mastermind, the knower of all things, Impetuous Panda.
Hello, I'm Impetuous Panda, and Regionals Week 2. I'm too excited for this.
It has been a great weekend one, and now we're back for our Week 2 episode. This is another edition of our partnership with the TFT Esports team, a very special episode to bring you guys some regional coverage. And so this is in the Regionals broadcast countdown for Week 2. So welcome, you are at Regionals. We are so excited to see who's going to go to the Tactician's crown. So today we're going to cover a bunch of things in this episode. The Week 1 recap, all the things that happened, the format for Week 2, the player buckets and player introduction for all the players you're going to see here compete, and then also a little bit of our predictions going forward for this competition. So Panda, you ready?
I'm absolutely ready. It's been 1 week brewing, just waiting to go from weekend to weekend, and finally, we are here.
Well, let's talk about weekend one real quick. We had this graphic last week of a lot of players, a lot of hopefuls, and now we only have 20 advancing from that to join those 12 from the TFT Pro Circuit this set. We lost a lot of good names, Panda, but a lot of people were excited about as well.
Yeah, it was a pretty gruesome weekend. I think most of the big surprises came on that very last day. I think most of the top names, especially the players trying to defend their spots that were playing from week 1, managed to make it to day 2 at the very least. But then it got really, really crazy. And let's just say next sets, Pro Circuit will be very, very different to this one.
It sure will be, and we're going to talk about that list here in a second. But I want to talk a little bit about some of the trends we saw with specifically the ranked ladder players doing well across the tournament and qualifying and working their way in to the TFT Pro Circuit next set. One thing that I had drawn from this is like, hey, consistency on ladder does actually mean something. It means you can play this game at a high level, and the grind does pay off.
I think it's always been one of the best metrics to really identify who some of the best players are across not just a patch, but the entire sets of TFT. You can do really well on a patch and make it through a cup and then find yourself in a different patch playing in regionals and not be as comfortable. But if you're doing well every single ladder snapshot to make it through ranked ladder, it means you have a very good understanding of the set no matter what reroll line or forecast line or mech line is strong on that patch.
Well, we can talk a little bit about that as well, because we did see a B patch. But before we move on, let's talk about some of the journeys that happened. I know these numbers are a little small on your guys' screen, but it helps tell a story of what exactly happened, because each of these points represents a game in which a story has been told. So I want to start real quick just at the top, giving flowers to our players that did really well to make it into that top 8 cut. Specifically focusing on Tartaman, dropping 50 points over 8 games. He absolutely crushed it.
Yeah, really insane performance coming from the plains as well. So I think he really understood the pressure he was under to perform at a good level. He's someone that's been to the top 16 attack round the last set as well. So he knows what it feels like to be at the very top. And now he had to climb from the very bottom to make it back. And he put in the work. An absolute, gorgeous 50 bomb in 8 games. Dalitsom as well, I think, really popped off from the ladder section. Also, a second Spanish player making it to regionals makes me happy. And HoroX as well. I think he's a name that really has been growing a lot and climbing a lot in his results the last 2 or 3 sets in EMEA. And it's good to see him in week 1 as well, or week 2 rather.
Yeah, Yobadashi is one of the players that won one of these Tacticians Cups in EMEA as well, making it at 47 points, filling it out with a bunch of other players that you guys may know and love. But let's talk a little bit about some of that day 2 journey of the big comebacks. We talked a little bit in the format section last time about how the format would allow for big comebacks to happen because there was aggressive cuts to the top to people to advance, but not from the bottom. So people like Motive specifically, I want to call out looking at rounds 11 and 12, going first to get to 59 points and qualify through is absolutely insane.
Yeah, the clutch factor, seeing more Turkish players making it to week 2 and potentially obviously into Pro Circuit as well is big news. You have a really big Turkish community in EMEA, obviously. Seeing maybe the king of the Turkish community, Ging, returning as well to competing at the Tier 1 level makes me incredibly happy. Also, what Jungler and Og, some of the players that I think people were saying were robbed last set for not getting invited to Tier 1, they earned their spot back, and I'm really happy to see these legendary names competing as well.
It feels really good to have this opportunity for the promotion relegation system, because for those that got promoted, it really does feel like they earned it. They fought for their spot in the regionals competition and now have fought through that week 1 to get to week 2. And so there's no doubt of whether or not they have earned it. Another person I want to call out that had just an incredibly clutch performance is the Italian stallion, Raiko Mastery himself. We called him out as a very volatile player that can go first or eighth depending on what the situation is. And in that last game to clutch it up, he went first when he needed to and was able to secure that 20th spot.
And he celebrated by doing a headstand on his chair, which I think is not recommended by any doctors across the world, but I think embracing chaos is part of Raiko's personality, so it fits in.
Yeah, Panda, though, I remember watching this as we were getting ready for our America's show and looking at the cut that happened, and specifically below that 20 points and these last 2 games, and the names that were lost, that were cut from TPC next set. It was like, obviously we love all these players, and so all of them we want to see do well, but it was like heart-wrenching, man. You want to highlight some of these?
Yeah, it was really, really difficult, especially for players who had a good start on day 1, were in a comfortable position coming into day 2, but then just could not make it work. I think the meta was not really favoring them. And they're legendary names. People like Salvi, for example, Sologasang as well, both players representing Mouse. We had Snooty Boo as well, who had triple second places to start things off, looked very, very hot in terms of the meta in his read, and then all of a sudden collapsed on day 2. And Enzo and Jedusor especially had a really bad sets compared to the level he's been performing at the last 4 or 5 sets in EMEA. Made it back through play-ins, made it back through day 1. You thought he was gonna do the complete climb like Tartman did, and in the end, just barely fell short by 2 points. So really, really tragic. It was a do or die weekend. It was difficult. Someone has to be cut, obviously, but I guarantee you these guys will most likely be dominating tier 2 next set. So if you're a tier 2 player like me, I am already shaking, and they will definitely be in contention and most probably climbing back up to tier 1 for set 17.
Yeah, and obviously we become fans of people through the TPC and the tier 1 and all these things. So it's sad to say bye to them, but obviously that's what these tournaments are for. They had the chances to come back. They all played 12 games and have enough of a sample size and an opportunity to come back to say, yep, this tournament wasn't my tournament, wasn't able to quite get it done, and now we have to say bye to them for next set. But we get to roll out a new roster for the TPC that we're super excited about. So let's take a look at that. This is the Americas and EMEA rosters, but we're going to focus on that right side. The EMEA roster, the 12 that we knew had already qualified, but also the 20 that are joining them.
And the 12, the very first on the list, the first 12, already locked in since a while ago. I think we mentioned a lot of these names already for the rest of the competitors. I think some of the cool ones are players like Vigo, players like Moritz, players like Decob, Hypno even, who are known names on ladder and challenger, have maybe done well in a cup or 2 in their careers, but haven't really spiked, haven't really been household names in any set, haven't had those huge peaks that even players like Clemu have had, where he's won a LAN event in EMEA a few sets ago as well. So it's cool to see them rising up to this challenge, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they adapt to playing in tier 1. It's a whole different beast. And if they can hang with the top pros, if they can survive the relegation next set, if they can, start making an elite name for themselves as well.
Yeah, and one of the most interesting parts about the tier 1 circuit is the requirement to stream, right? Is some of these players, they don't have a big platform. They've just quietly grinded in the background, and now they're gonna have to stream for every TPC tournament and be able to put themselves out there and maybe even make that name for themselves through the TPC and secure Tactician's crown slots easier, already guaranteeing being in regionals next set. This is a big deal. This is what week 1 was for. There's 2 things we've talked about that people were playing for through the regional finals. One was for the TFT Pro Circuit set, and the second thing was for Tactician's crown slots. And that's what this weekend is all about. Let's take a look, though. This is the competitive roadmap that we've looked at a few times, but now it's a little simple because we only have a few things left. We are now at week 2. We have 32 players left. All of these players have qualified for the TFT Pro Circuit in set 16, and now their eyes are set on the Tactician's crown. We'll be sending 6 more of these players to the Tactician's crown, and it's going to be an absolute celebration when they make it, because that has been everyone's goal.
And because the field is the same for this week 2 of regionals and next set's pro circuit, it's already going to be an interesting preview, obviously in a completely different set, but a preview into what set 16 pro circuit might look like, who some of the favorites might be, how these newcomers can hang, and if they feel the pressure, if they feel all of a sudden that the lobby tempo or just the level of play is very different. So I'm really curious to see how this first tournament shakes out.
Absolutely, me too. But let's see how the first tournament for this TPC next set will play out, because the format is different than last week, but maybe not as aggressive, maybe a little bit more forgiving. Week 1, day 1, 32 players enter. We've looked at them all. They'll play 6 games on this day 1. This will start on Friday. This is the show you're about to watch, and at the end of that day, 24 will advance to day 2, with the bottom 8 being eliminated. So 24 enter day 2. They'll play 2 games. Then we'll have a bottom 8 eliminated once again. So more aggressive cuts from the bottom, but the top players still having a lot to play for. 16 players will be left after 8 games. They'll play 2 more games, and then after that, we'll have our first 4 players advancing to the regional finals.
The day 3. And the biggest difference with week 2 to week 1 is the fact that there is not going to be a cut up from the top in these first 2 games. It's only going to be from the bottom. So players who enter day 2 behind on points, they have to play very aggressive. They only have 2 games of leeway instead of 4.
After those 2 games, 4 will be advanced, 4 will be eliminated, 8 players will be left, and that will be a final 2 games to show who will be in the final lobby for our regional finals here in EMEA. And this format is a little bit simpler because you have 8 players. We're going to play a bunch of games, and we're going to send 6 of them to the Tactician's Crown. 8 players enter, 6 games happen, no shuffling, same lobby the whole time. Get to see some fun lobby meta shake up, and then afterwards 6 will advance to the Tactician's Crown. Panda, this finals is, one, incredibly exciting if you can get ahead, but if you're fighting from behind and you're one of the 2 players that gets left out, it doesn't feel great.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. I think the micro meta, how it develops, and the complexion of the lobby itself, with what 8 players qualify and where their strengths are at in terms of, different comps, different game plans, it's going to be really interesting. Obviously, it's for some players, this is the real stake. This is the real ambition of their set. The elite of the elites who expect to be at regionals week 2, who expect to make it to day 3. This is their real goal, making it to TAC Crown. 3 players already have a ticket because they won the TPC event throughout this set, but a whole host of other tier 1, absolutely elite players who are, in some cases, used to making it to TAC Crown. This is the point they're fighting for. So It's going to be really exciting to see what players end up making it to final lobby.
Yeah, most of the tier 1 players who have been in it this set, this is their goal, right? Each of these TPC events sent 1 player to the Tactician's Crown, and so they're fighting for that throughout the set. Now they get to fight for more slots, more tickets to the Tactician's Crown at this regional finals. But let's take a quick look at the competition slots across the world. As we've mentioned, the TFT Pro Circuit winners, there's been 11 of them crowned that are going already to the Tactician's Crown, but now there is 6 more to hand out for both Americas and EMEA throughout this tournament. It's going to be absolutely electric, but these players that have already qualified to the Tactician's Crown through the TPC are still playing this weekend. Here they are. We see the players that have already qualified to the Tactician's Crown from EMEA specifically. It is Travis, Lakoko, and Bensak who already have made it through and are now playing, maybe just for some practice.
Yeah, pretty elite list from EMEA specifically. Bensak made it for his first TAC Crown last set, so making it back-to-back means he's just in really good form. His current form is definitely on his peak of his career. But Coco, I think no introductions or words needed. He has been, alongside Double, I think, the GOAT of EMEA. At least in the modern history of TFT is definitely, I would say, very comparable to Double. And Travis making his debut in the TAC Crown stage is going to be really exciting to see. He's won 3 LAN events, but never an online tournament until the TPC event, the first one. Battle Academia Cup. So excited he has his chance. He missed in set 9 by just a few positions. He was in final lobby, but as you mentioned, he was one of those players in 7th and 8th that didn't earn a spot. So the redemption is huge, and I think he definitely won't squander the opportunity.
Yeah, I think all of these players that have already qualified across the globe are looking to take advantage of their qualifying through the TPC and be able to make a statement there. They can enter this weekend knowing that they've already qualified and really just show up, play like themselves. Again, get some good practice in, especially at this format. Prove that they are one of the best in the world, and then continue that at the Tactician's Crown stage. But Panda, let's talk a little bit about the players that are playing this weekend. We're going to do some more player buckets this week to help us understand where people are at entering this weekend, what we expect from them, and who you as viewers should be rooting for as underdogs, as favorites. You guys can follow along with us here, and might as well continue talking about some of our players that are on that victory lap, because they're not playing for too much.
We haven't seen them perform on this patch. That's the big, or I guess it's a B patch now, so it might be a bit different anyway. But I'm curious to see if they have been keeping sharp with scrims and if they're on top form in terms of, putting in the reps across the last 2 patches, because we haven't had a tournament for these 3 players in a while now. So that's my only concern around these 3 players. I think they all deserve their spot at TechCon already, and I think they'll do big things. Maybe I think 1 or 2 might even make final lobby, just because how strong they've seen this set. But my biggest question mark is around their current form, if they've slacked off or if they're still, putting in the work these last few weeks.
And I do think that for these players, they're not playing for Tactician's Crown slots, but the regional finals title is absolutely something that they all want. And it's something that's worth playing for. And so I am sure that they will all give it their best, and they want to stay prepared as much as possible for the Tactician's Crown. So not falling behind makes a lot of sense. But again, not too much more to share behind these guys, because they're having fun. They get to play a little bit more free. That's definitely the place that they want to be. But these next group of players are the players that I look at and say, all right, they can play free because they're really good at TFT, but these are the players that really are fighting for those slots to the Tactician's Crown, and if they don't make it, they're going to be disappointed.
I think the story is always going to revolve around Double in this category, because he is just the perennial favorites. More so specifically this set, because he made it to 3 final lobbies. He didn't win a single cup, but he was also not distinguished or rewarded for this consistency due with the way the format shaked out for this first Pro Circuit. I'm not sure that'll change in the future. So I think there's even more pressure on him to perform. If he feels like he dominated the entire set and then somehow doesn't make it to final lobby, somehow doesn't have a good week 2, that would be absolutely tragic. So I think he knows he has to keep doing what he's been doing. If he's reached 3 final lobbies, he can reach 4, and he is Double after all. He's made it to, I think, 6 or 7 TAC runs at this point. And if I believe in someone to win a TAC run again for EMEA, I think Double is second TAC run could be a big part of that. And then the rest of the French constituency, I think Gobo, Volta, and Lides, all incredibly strong players. Gobo more kind of the rising talents, riding the wave that Jedusor was riding as well the last 3 or 4 sets. Lides is a veteran player, but he's someone who has really peaked the last 2 sets despite a very lengthy career. Mostly, I think, because of his prep with some of the strongest French players like Coco, like Jedusor, like Opal, and that whole prep group. And Volta, doesn't matter what kind of stats he has. I'm not even going to analyze his stats or what he plays or how he plays, because if you write this guy off in regionals, you are always proven wrong. He makes final lobby every time. He's made World 6 times. I mean, it's hard to not believe in this guy. And Kubik's in top 5 consistent players last 5 sets, alongside Travis, I think one of the powerhouses from Poland as well. He had a good set this set, despite some failures last set with the ABC qualification and how the whole Navi team worked out. But he's very confident this set, so I have faith in him reaching final lobby as well.
Each of these players are historical. Each of these players have made the Tactician's Crown before, so they know what it takes. They know what it takes to make it out. And then there's this other group of players, Panda, that we look at and we say, these guys are really good at TFT, and they're not quite the favorites, but on a good day, they absolutely can smurf and make a huge run. This is the biggest group of competitors that we have for EMEA, because EMEA as a region is very deep as far as it comes to good TFT players that no matter what tournament they're at, they have high expectations for. So who on this list are you looking at and saying, I would not be surprised if they won the whole thing?
I would go maybe with Experian. I think he's grown a lot the last 2 sets. Most of the players who are here, or a lot of the players that are here, are maybe in contender or not in favorites because they have a slight asterisk on their current performance, either because of a bad set this set or because it's their first set where they're popping off and we don't know if they'll be consistent for so long, like Revan, for example. But I think Experian, he's been to back-to-back tech rounds. He's really grown with that same prep group I mentioned before with Opal, Lides, Coco, Jedusor. He has really grown mentally. He's made a huge comeback to make it through from play-ins in week 1 all the way through. I vouch for him a lot now. Same with Tartman. I think both are a similar story. And then with Jungler and Og, I would really like to see them rise to the top of tier 1, not just making it to the pro circuit, but dominating it, because they've been in those positions before. When they first started growing as players and making a name for themselves in set 8, 9, 10, around then, they were so consistent. They were like every single cup, day 3, the top 10 on ladder the entire set. So when they're at their top form, their peak is, I think, comparable to any of the favorites that we saw on the last slide. So I definitely won't write them off. And then Zyko, he's a bit more volatile to some extent, but I think he's been really good this set as well.
I think these are players that have either proven to us that obviously they belong here in the tier 1 and are great players, or players from tier 1 that we say, hey, you guys are great players. You may have some ups and downs, but we can't count you out for sure. These are players that we would say bottom half of the competition this weekend would be disappointing, but a Tactician's Crown appearance would be like, all right, yeah, we expected that you could do this. Yeah.
And Clemu, I added him here because I think he's a beast on Katarina reroll. It's been one of his, not an OTP, but he's been very good on the comp, and I think it's going to be very strong this week too after the mech nerf. So I think Clemu will do some dirty things with Katarina, that's for sure.
Having that comfort composition will be huge for so many of our players, and I think that this next group of players specifically are ones we look at and we say, if they were players that figured it out, have a good patch read, have a good string of games, they could really, really make some noise in this tournament. And here are the volatile tier of players. We had the same category last week. We saw some of them even make it through as the volatile category. And now here they are again, ready to make another run.
And Raiko, I think he's always done poorly at regionals, despite his performance across the set, or despite his peaks in cups, etc. So that's why I add him to volatile. I think he has what it takes to really hit a high peak as well, as he has shown already in some tournaments. And for Daysig, I think it's a similar thing. He had a really poor set up until this week 1. He dominated week 1. Not a lot of that, but some of that was off of being a very good mech player. With mech B patch, I'm not sure what his patch read and what his game plan will be. Daysig has made it to Tech Round before. I think he's a player who has showcased across a very long career, one of the longest in EMEA, that he can be very good, but he's not always good. Sometimes a bit hit or miss, I would say, with his level of play. And then the rest of the players, I think they're missing some historical basis in terms of the performance. Players like Koinid, Volmandeth, Tomino have popped off recently in 1 or 2 sets to some extent, but I have to see what they can bring forward in a regionals event of this caliber with so much at stake. And Crescent, he's back after a long period, not really being in tier 1. He had a really good week 1, so I'm hoping the volatility here is on the positive side, and he can actually have a good week 2 as well. And Danielson, I won't curse him too much by putting him any higher than volatile, but he's a beast on ladder. He did really good in week 1. Finally had a good tournament showing. Although he always kind of is cursed in the like real high stakes tournament, which would be week 2 in this case. Hopefully he breaks that curse as well, and he can make it to final lobby at least to give the Spanish community some hopes and dreams of finally seeing a Spanish player at Tactician.
I mean, Dalisum showed up last week and did very, very well. Each of these players, if they make it to the Tactician's Crown, these are ones that we say like, wow, I'm a little bit surprised that they have secured these spots. But again, we know that at their highest highs, that they can be some of the best in the world. Going into this weekend too, there's still that group of players that is just people that we would say are underdogs. Well, congratulations to them, first of all, to making the TPC this set. It is going to be awesome to learn more about you guys as players. But again, we just don't know too much. You don't have that much tournament experience. We just don't know what to expect. And so if you are a fan of underdogs, here's your players. These are the players that you want to say, I want to root for this guy, and I want to be on this train early before they blow up and become the next big thing.
And a lot of this is not so much underdogs because of their level of play, but in many cases just because they haven't made it this far before, or they haven't tried as hard as this set before potentially. So we just don't have a read on how they perform under pressure, of how they perform, you know, in a tier 1 tournament like this one. If their goal was just to make it to tier 1, or if they have real aspirations of making it to TAC round, how that translates to this week too as well. The one asterisk I would add here is Pepoglad. I think he's been a bit of a beast the last 2 or 3 sets. He's been constantly rising and becoming better and better, in my opinion, as a player. I don't think he's quite good enough just yet, or hasn't done enough to be in the contender bucket, but I think he's very, very close. I think doing well in this regionals, even if he doesn't make Tacron, I think we'll now start putting him into, hey, this is the name we're seeing more and more often in tier 1 doing well. He deserves to be a contender as well.
Each of these players is writing their story right now, right? They've had some good tournament experiences. They've had obviously a good week 1, and that's put them on the map. I think of somebody like Yobadashi, who's had a lot of success this set, but now we're trying to see if, hey, can we continue this at this high of level? You're now playing with the big dogs. You are in tier 1. Let's see what you got. And so this weekend is a great way for them to put their name on the map. So I'm excited to follow along on these journeys to see where they do end up. But Panda, let's wrap up our player bucket section by showing them all together. The victory lap, the favorites, the contenders, the volatile players, and our underdogs. I'm so excited to see all of these players this weekend.
I'm super pumped to see level of play. I think everyone breathes some amount of relief of just being in Pro Circuit next set already. I think last week was a bit more stressful for some of these competitors for those reasons. Now some of that stress has been taken off. Now there is the more lofty and aspirational goal of, can I make final lobby with a field that's stacked? Can I have a chance to maybe go from playing in tier 2 for some of these underdogs, potentially playing in trials, to having a chance, however slim, to making a final lobby, to having a good run on day 3, and to getting one of those spots at Tac Round, and maybe even doing really well at Tac Round. Who knows? I think there's a chance at the very least, which I think is a magical thing about TFT, where if you're good enough, if you have what it takes on ladder to qualify to trials as the entry point, you can go as far as some of these players might this weekend. I think that's really special.
It sure is. That is the wonder of TFT esports, the whole couch to crown mentality, all of the opportunities that you can have to be just someone that no one knows to a competitor, maybe even competing at the Tactician's crown. It is a wonderful experience for us as commentators to be able to tell this story, and also as players to be able to have the opportunity. Let's go forward and make a little bit of our predictions for this weekend. These are players that we're saying our favorites specifically are those that we're saying these guys are gonna make the Tactician's crown, and I have little to no doubt about it. And then our dark horse is somebody would be like, okay, maybe if they absolutely pop off, I think these guys should be on your radar. So Panda, let's talk about yours. KC, Double, and Delisum.
I mean, Double is obvious. I think at this point, there should maybe be a spot for Tac Round just reserved for Double every set. Not having to do anything to prove it, because he is been so good for so long, and just to go to the EMEA. I think him not making it would be a disappointment for the region, and it would drastically reduce our chances of winning another title for EMEA, I would say, in a Tac Round. And for Delisum, I picked him as my dark horse. It worked. The caster blessing went through. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So Delisum, just do the same thing again. Pop off. If it has to be holding Tottenham's hand 1 and 2, then so be it. But I'm cheering for him yet again.
I took the same mentality with my favorite. I picked Volta last week. I have no doubt that he can once again punch his ticket back to the Tactician's crown. He's already got 6. Why not 7? This is someone who shows up regardless of what our expectations are. And also, one player that players probably don't know, but is scaling quite well, is Vigo, who is just playing in a lot of tournaments throughout the grassroots scene, Northern Legends, working his way up through cups, and now has made it to TPC. And why not just make it all the way to the Tactician's crown? It would be a fantastic story.
And on the week 1 broadcast interview, when everything ended, we interviewed Vigo, and he said his grandma watches all the tournaments that he plays in, and she's his biggest supporter. So I think just with that already makes him a dark horse in my books as well. W grandma.
Dude, grandma buff is definitely real. Anyway, let's finish up with our competitive roadmap, the You Are Here graphic. We are at regional finals week 2. This is the last step before the Tactician's crown, which is coming up on November 14th to November 16th. So if you are watching this now, you are at week 2 of the regional finals. It is going to be incredibly exciting to see who EMEA is sending as representatives to the Tactician's crown, and then make sure you tune back in on November 14th to the 16th for the Tactician's crown broadcast. But Panda, I know you're excited for this weekend. Anything you want to say before we send it into the broadcast?
I'm just pumped as always. This is the climax of the competitive season. We're going to get, in theory, the most competitive patch, the best players all, competing for the regional title, then obviously the world title, which I think is It's always just a lot of trash talk, a lot of pride, defending your region. Oh, we're better than Americas. We're better than EMEA. It's always the most exciting part of my job and of my part of the community as a caster. So I'm just really pumped, and I can't wait for this entire month.
The TFT postseason is absolutely electric. I love it so much. So much drama, so many fun stories are written throughout this. And so we're so excited to be able to share this story with you guys. If you enjoyed this podcast, this is the Roll Down. You can find us on YouTube or anywhere that you find your podcasts, and you'll be able to follow along throughout the set as we continue to cover all of the TFT esports action happening across the globe. But without further ado, it's time. The countdown is approaching 0. Let's get into it. The regional finals week 2 starts right now.
Welcome one and all to the 5th day of EMEA's regionals for KO Coliseum. We are almost at the apex of our climb with one more day to go. Today, 24 players will be winnowed down to just 8, competing tomorrow for the EMEA regional title and for places at the Tactician's crown. My name is Counter, joining me to welcome you to the penultimate proving ground. Firstly, a mainstay of the TFT competitive scene, the multi-talented Makes.
Hello everyone, welcome.
And for today only, representing the Austrian force, the first player to ever win 2 different cups in EMEA, he's Sasa.
Hi guys.
Yep, how are you guys both doing heading into what's going to be a hugely important day of play for all of our players?
So actually, my colleague told me to just say I am very excited.
So am I. Excited to see some of the finest Ash gameplay.
I'm glad we've got our quotient of excitement already locked down. Makes, before we get too far into the weeds here, would you mind bringing us back onto track for anyone who's coming to the stream maybe for the first time, doesn't know what the season looked like so far, just, what's been going on leading us to this moment?
Absolutely, because a lot has changed this set. It's the very first time we're actually having a premier circuit of a TFT at the very top, the pro circuit being the new, the new it girl, basically. And we still have the previous trials and cups that feed into the pro circuit, but the players that were part of the pro circuit got basically an instant ticket over to here. So that is where you would want to be as a pro player. And of course, we're now at the second week of finals. That means the Tactician's crown is around the corner, and it's all getting very exciting as the competitive TFT season comes to its boiling point.
So in this particular tournament in our regional finals, we are in the second day of our second week of regionals. Yesterday, we just had straight elimination of our bottom 8 players, but Sasa, coming into today, what does the format look like for this day specifically?
So today we will have 24 players, 8 got eliminated yesterday. We will be playing 6 games total, and we are cutting players after every 2 rounds. After 4 rounds, the first 4 players get the advance to the finals, and after 6 rounds, another 4.
That's right. And of course, there's one more thing we'll need to pay attention to, because if 2 of our 3 TPC Cup winners, Travis, Lakoko, and Bensak, make it to day 3, we're actually going to have a checkmate on our hands. So we're quite excited if that becomes a possibility. Right now, it's looking very likely.
Yes, and as we'll talk about in a second, the conditions for that to happen have become surprisingly possible. But let's take a little travel back in time then and see where we stand coming into day 2. The day 1, of course, Sasa, as you mentioned, we did have the eliminations come in, but Makes, of course, it's tearful to say goodbye to so many already.
That's right. The bottom 8 players you're seeing on this screen have already been eliminated, and some big names in there too. Of course, it's always a little bit bittersweet as not everybody can move on to the final round and then on to the Tactician's crown. But Zaza, as we look upon our first page, who really impressed you out of yesterday?
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Tomino. It's a player we have not been seeing a lot of in the past, especially in the regionals competition, and he's popping off now.
Absolutely. We heard from him yesterday, of course. Like all of our players, humble to a fault. And it's worth noting, of course, with the cutoffs you mentioned before, Sasa, that our players, particularly towards the bottom of the table, will be very much looking to try and stay ahead of the wave every couple of games, to stay in the competition and maybe ride that line all the way through. But we need to get to some of our players in the specific. So we'll start off here with a little mini feature on the Inkborn Fables EMEA Regional Champion Kubikson to get us started.
Ever since his explosive entrance into TFT, winning the Polish Championship at just 16 years old, Kubikson has grown from a promising young talent into one of the region's greatest stars. Across the last 3 years, he has risen from the national level to an international contender, with multiple top 16 finishes at Tactician's Crown. From set 11 onward, he has been objectively elite, being top 5 in the region's AVP win rate and top 4 rate. His first season in the pro circuit has only reinforced that dominance as he propelled himself to 2 final lobby appearances and a 4th place finish overall in the pro points leaderboard. Kubikson passes every stat check and every eye test, dazzling viewers with how effortlessly he caps out boards and plays for the win. Set 15 feels like a moment of consolidation. 3 years of relentless work have built a career only rivaled by Double 61 at this age. Despite shortcomings in sets past, Kubikson has bounced back, poised to write the next chapter in his story.
And Kubikson in 15th place overall coming into day 2. So mates, as we get closer and closer to our first game starting today, what's the overall field looking like, in terms of all of the players we've got remaining?
Well, much to no one's surprise, there is still a big field of players from France here in our day number 213 is the number. And as you can see by the other numbers, not much big gaps between them. Only Poland and Turkey are still here with more than one representative, with both Kubi and Travis, who we just heard from, as well as Ging and Motive for Turkey. But we still have some, soul defenders, some heroes for regional pride, Zaza.
Yeah. Every other country has one player remaining. For my Dach players, Coinit from Austria and Kibet Jungler from Germany. So, yeah, I'm going to be rooting for those.
All right, guys. Well, we've got a couple of players again. As always, it's not remotely enough time to gather everybody in. We have got a few players we want to bring again to front of mind heading into day 2. Mix, who have you got up front and center?
I mean, who else could it be than Travis Cat Meow Meow, the man, the myth, the legend? Nobody can say his name right from everything I'm hearing across our globe. But he is a player that has impressed again and again. Yesterday was really just mostly chilling as he went through the day, but incredible performances right out of the gate. 2 first places and a 2nd place, and is still sitting very comfortably at the top end there. He is a player that is very opinionated. Okay, we'll give him that. Sometimes, he should chill maybe a little bit, but he always backs it up. And that is something you have to put respect on, and I certainly do.
But for my side of things, I want to bring Zico up front and center. I think this is a fact about him which kind of gets overlooked a little bit, is he was almost the player to bring a 2nd EMEA global title home. Right after Double 61 did it for himself, he was 2nd in the Fates Championship. Of course, he played at the Rune Championship as well. He's been up at the top for a while. But he, of more recent times, he hasn't been in as many regionals, and he hasn't been able to be part of the Crown circuit more recently. So I'm hoping we get to see one of these, really original players who doesn't get maybe as much attention get the spotlight firmly and fully. And Sasa, who have you got?
I have Dysik. Igor, aka Igor Popov. I know big players like that. Anyways, he has been playing since set 1, has been doing well since set 1. He has been in a Tactician's Crown and into the Arcane in the finals. So he's looking currently to on a redemption arc for his performance in the TPC. So I hope he can redeem himself.
All right. So those are our big 3, which we wanted to make sure that you were fully aware of. But there is another player we want to bring in just before we move on to talking about our meta, which of course will be from Spain, Revan. We really, I think, turned a lot of heads, being one of the invited players to the TFT Pro circuit, but absolutely blowing through every expectation anyone could have had with him. So let's hear a little bit about him before we move on.
Hello, my name is Antonio. I'm from Spain. I'm 29 years old, really close to 30 years old, and I'm trying to be the best player I can in TFT. The way I discovered TFT is back a lot of years when Riot announced they were going to release an auto chess game, and I thought, okay, let's try it, and if I like it, actually have one video in my channel like 4 or 5 years ago that I said, if I like this game, I'm going to be the best Spanish player of this game. And since I liked it, I played it for the first 3-4 sets a lot, and I actually got to be one of the best of my country. My journey in the TPC, it's been actually magic because it's been so fun. Also, my whole community, it's been cheering for me since the beginning. I was like the huge underdog, even though everyone was saying that I was gonna get destroyed and that I actually didn't even deserve the spot. All my community was like, okay, Rowan, you can do it, go for it, we will cheer for you. So having the honor to actually not disappointing them, it's been so nice and we had so much fun, and it's good that we will be having much fun in the next set as well because I'm still a tier 1 player. I would like to give a shout out for all my community that's been cheering for me and helping me get better on the game since the beginning, and also to my study group that actually it's 100% on them that I'm better on this game than I was like 5 or 4 months before, because when I came back to TFT, I had been 2 years without playing. All the Spanish Discord and Spanish pro players that helped me to grow, definitely I wouldn't be the player I am, so I'm so grateful for them, and I hope they can get better as well now and come to tier 1 with me and Dalsom.
So Revan's been relying on the study groups, so we had better study up on the meta before we get too much further. Makes, what was the biggest takeaway from you from day 1 of the competition?
So listen, I was very happy to see the B patch, to see Mech had died, but then a new challenger has crept up, and we saw it in APEC, and now it's been showing up in EMEA and Americas too. But Zaza, the stats are all a little bit different. I personally would want to see less of Crystal Gambit, but at least tell me why EMEA is not doing as well on it as we've been seeing from Americas.
So what I think happened is they saw APEC perform well on it, and then there's like, oh, I'm gonna play this all day, and they don't really know the spots for it, and it had a bit of a bad performance on day 1. And then Americas looked at EMEA, oh, we shouldn't play it in these spots, and then it looked good in EMEA, so I think it will look good today.
All right, we're relying on you, Sasa, to get a read cross regions. But if we're looking for things which are going to be more off the beaten track, something which we did get to see a little bit from Double 61 yesterday, but also from the Americas more widely, Sasa, was the Malzahar double trouble board as kind of variation of what we've been seeing so far.
Yeah, I didn't even know this comp existed before before yesterday, and it's been beating like legendary boards and stuff like Crystal Gambit Ash boards that were very high capped. So yeah, that comp is very good.
Well, I think it's a part of a bigger story, right? Because what we're seeing is spots that are unique, where you have something like those hero augments, like we're seeing from the Knuckle Dusters here, or augments like the Double Trouble that really enable reroll lines to be even stronger than. They beat out these fast 8, fast 9 boards that we have been seeing, and I think that is something that everybody should take note of as we are looking at our games today. Once players have a spot, if they find something like over 9,000 for a Katarina early on, all those kind of things that give you these unique opportunities, we are going to be seeing players pursue these because they've become so strong in this meta.
One other competition I wanted to bring up, Sasa, with you before we go too much further is another one which is a little bit like the Malzahar heavyweight, one which we haven't been seeing a ton of. The Volibear Edgelord approach to the game seems to be picking up a lot of steam towards the end of day especially.
Yeah, I think why it's performing so well is because it's a bit of a 4-cost meta. You're gonna hit these champions easier, and you can punish Ash players because you're very strong in stage 4. They cannot farm loot on you. So I think that's why it's performing well. And yeah.
All right, so we're almost ready to get our first game underway. Of course, a reminder, as I mentioned before, we have got our players carrying over their points from day 1 to day 2. So they'll be in very different tournament positions from each other as our cuts come in, of course, towards our bottom performing players. So still a chance, but it's going to be a very rough ride. Just before we jump into things, would you mind, for, again, the few people who've avoided the media blitz in this one, telling the folks about the Paris Open?
Absolutely nothing more than that. As somebody who's been both at the Vegas and the Macau Open, I am telling you, now that we have it on home soil, you cannot miss this event, okay? The Paris Open is going to be so much fun. It's bigger than ever. There's going to be tons of different participation opportunities for spectators and competitors alike, and I really, really urge you to check it out. It's coming up incredibly soon, so at the beginning of December, you should be in Paris, 12th to 14th. Check that out.
All right, and one other thing as well, Sasa, of course, we've got our co-streamers coming today. Would you mind telling the good folks about them as well?
Yeah, as always, we have a lot of co-streamers for almost every language. So if you want to watch a stream in your language, go check them out.
Absolutely. And one other item of business before we get into that first game, of course, we do want to recognize the history of the EMEA competitive scene. Mate, of course, we've got our 24 players playing today, one of whom will be going into tomorrow and claiming the regional title for KO Coliseum. Would you mind telling us a little story about all the others who've come so far?
I would love nothing more than that. Check out our champions pantheon here, starting in set 6 with the history of what used to be Rising Legends Double 61, stamping the first EMEA champion title, and after him, so many more. 5 of these players are still in the tournament today and have the chance to be one of the first players in the world to get a second regional title in their belt. Double 61, Kubikson, Gobuster, Wet Jungler, and Volta are still in it to be that guy, and I am honestly looking forward to it. They're all at varying spots on our leaderboard as of right now, but the chances are definitely there.
All right, well, of course, make sure you let us know in the chat who you are here to root for specifically. But yeah, it's an amazing stuff to be able to see the chance to get the first, of the modern era, to get the first double champion coming in. We start looking at the champions previous regional champions we got coming in. How confident do you feel that we might get that double champion today?
I mean, we have a lot of players in the competition still, so I think it's very likely. Double and What Jungler have a lot of points and they are great players. I think one of them might do it.
There's definitely no regional bias in this statement, anyone.
Well, we'll be jumping into our first lobby in just a second. Again, for anyone who did come in late, eliminations after the first 2 games and the 4th and 6th as well. Promotions after the 4th and 6th. So I want to kind of toss this to you, especially with the kind of format we've got in mind here, and some of these players and some of these positions. For these players especially, how do you think they're going to be approaching, given that we've got a big points disparity across the board?
Yeah, for Hypno and Vigose, they need a good placement here, or they are pretty much eliminated. And to me, Travis, they can chill a bit. They're probably happy with a 5th or something.
No, there's no chilling. There's only winning, Zaza. That's where you're going wrong. But our players, they know this. They're locked in. You can see them getting ready right now. I do want to give one more shout out because, of course, on our Twitch stream, we do have the overlay running, and that is one of the coolest things. Period DT, as you can see different boards from our players all throughout, even if we're not currently spectating them. So make sure that you are seeing that overlay, that you're using it. It's so cool, and I would really urge you to check that out. But I think there's something good here to be said, Zaza, because there is no DACH player in this lobby, so we cannot be at fault for caster cursing them.
Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna be blamed by my friends then.
But no, I do want to follow on Mace what you were saying there. Definitely do check out the overlay once we get into game itself. It completely changes the experience of watching TFT to be able to see everything for yourselves. But so as you said, your players in very different positions. Of course, every point in this lobby is going to matter. We've got players like Hypno who are trying to stay alive in the tournament. For Tomino, I'm kind of more on Max's side here. Tomino can't, and Travis can't fall back here because they're still wanting to get out in the top 8, and so points they accumulate in just this first round of day 2 could be the points that get them across the line. So there's going to be people fighting for survival, people to fight for the chance to get in and become regional champion.
That's right. And let me just take some blame before anybody else gets hit here. We got to protect our pro casters coming in from the player end. Golemic, triple prismatic. What else can we curse? Beach ball encounter. Scuttle puddle. Crab rave. Okay, I just got to get it out there, making sure that I said all of those things. Nobody else gets blamed for it. I'm basically doing what is known amongst the professionals as a reverse caster jinx, okay? So just letting you know, don't come for anyone. We got it out of the way. We did what we needed to. It's all sorted.
I'm glad that the magic has been cast, the spell upon the field of fire. Sasa, of course, again, we are in Game 7, which is just another reminder again that these points are carried over from the previous day. We've, of course, had some players coming in from week 1 as well, and the TFT Pro Circuit, the Tacticians Cup as well. It's a huge journey to even get to this point, but these players' futures lie firmly in their own hands.
Yeah, they do.
That's right, they do. So they need to make something of it. That's what we're hoping to see here today. Our game is starting any second now, so a last second hydration as we throw it over to our casters. Here are Impetuous Panda and Alan ZQ. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Makes, Sasa, and Counterfeit. Day 2, week 2, Alan, regionals, 24 players left remaining in this tournament, and so much at stake. Starting with this first game, we'll see how the meta has maybe evolved overnight after watching some of the Americas players and maybe settling a bit more on what this new B patch looks like.
Absolutely. I'm so hyped up. Oh, I have to keep my energy low because this was some pinnacle gameplay yesterday. And we've seen some Ash. We've seen some Volibear. Did the players do some homework over the night and they gonna tune down a bit on that matter, go towards that Jinx more, like she wasn't contested at all, and lean towards more maybe those soul fighters? We've seen pretty successful lines presented even by like Coco winning out with the Samira.
Maybe even the 3-cost reroll could be more interesting on this specific game because we have Regal Rumble as the encounter, so bigger carousel and a chance obviously for just more of the unit you're looking for on the carousel, as long as the item, or as well as the item as well. One thing to consider, Alan, I think, is that Star Guardians overall just has been a comfort comp for EMEA players this entire set. I think some of the best players on the Star Guardian line in the world have been from EMEA. Looking at someone like Coined, looking at someone like Double, obviously, Tomino, Experian, and the opposite for Ashe, right? This variation of Ashe, I think, was not really meta or played until yesterday, potentially. And like Sasa mentioned, I think it was not really a comfort comp for players. They didn't know exactly what spots to execute from.
Yeah, having a default comp being like a Star Guardian paid off players way better than having default line Ashe, given how contested it is and how volatile the stabilization can be. And like, as much as Ashe can be a better win out, it doesn't stabilize as well as Jinx. And even after numerous cash outs on the stage 4, stage 5, it was getting losses to some reroll comps, to other forecasts. So perhaps there is some room for the optimization, especially in terms of like dropping units that are not particularly too good late game, but players are holding on to them, like 5 Crystal. Perhaps it's an angle to drop it, to go down to 3, play more quality units.
Yeah, we'll see if there are going to be changes to the way this comp is played throughout the day, and if players find more success, because like Sasa mentioned, it did do well in APAC and definitely did well in Americas as well last night. But gold augments coming through for most of our players. Hypno did pick up Portable Forge, had the option for RFC to play into our beloved Gangplank reroll, but instead opted into the very boring and generic Mana Zane.
Absolutely, but now we are looking at the Travis picked up. Hold up, there was a Kale that got sold with the Golden Edge and swapped to the Nar right away, even though there was already Udyr. Interesting choice here.
I just think Golden is a little bit too slow. I think you get more econ by preserving more life with Kahuna Huna than you would with Golden Edge, if that makes sense.
I mean, you have to take into consideration the hard bargain. Like, how much do you value the HP preservation versus getting better econ? And we've seen Kale being pretty successful, especially from Daisy yesterday.
It's Travis we're talking about, though. If you look at his first debut performance in the set in the Battle Academy Cup, he was the player that innovated with playing AD Fast 9 with Varus back then. I think if he has a spot to play Fast 9 over Kill Reroll, just because of his performances and his experiences this set, I think he's going to take it.
Absolutely, but keep in mind, the meta back then, like Varus was the win-out comp. Now, we've seen yesterday, high cap TF boards, high cap Varus boards were not able to secure. However, 1-5 cost that was particularly successful yesterday was Seraphine on the different type of boards, not only on the Star Guardian, but also going off just like Fast 9 together with like a Bastion Vertical. This particularly double bomb Seraphine, the mage power up, was very successful, being able to one-shot those carries on the backline.
Looking at Vigo here, I'm curious to see what his spot is going to be for. I think he might be looking at playing Xayah reroll with the Shen hold and the Xin Zhao, as well as the Rage Blade or the bow item here at the very least available. We'll see what he commits to. He has no Xayahs right now, obviously, but with too much value, I imagine he's angling some kind of reroll, and from these unit holds and the items he has, I think that would be the position to play for.
Absolutely, and we've seen Kubikson pick up the facility, and what's better than one Malzahar on stage 2? Absolutely, two are quite a menace, and he's not the only one player playing around Malzahar, really. We've seen also Mana Zane been picked up from one of the players. My stats got lost somewhere. But we'll see if there will be a contest on that.
Is it time?
You think? Vomendev, I think, had some Kaisa games behind his belt.
I will say last week, in week 1 of regionals, we did see Klimu play a Kaisa game and he top 4'd. It was very high roll. He had a very, very good spot for it from 2-1. He had Ramesses. He hit everything 3-star. It was maybe the best possible condition outside of like artifact or crazy stuff, and it worked out. We haven't seen Kaisa in the meta for a long time though, but Vomendev is a player who, even last set when he really broke out as a player, he played a lot of different rerolls and was very comfortable in lines that I think other players did not find that same success with. Yeah,
amazing point. And then on the back of the argument, like where else you gonna go? Some players opt to go for Fast 9 if they see they are in contention or they are not hitting the units, or it simply won't be enough and they don't get the early stack Kaisa. So we'll see if he is gonna be locked on that. Given the items, it looks like Treasure Hunt definitely good source of the duplicators.
Here's to see what happens with all of these AP lines near the top of the HP totals, with Malzahar in particular, as you mentioned. This might be more of a Malzahar reroll, especially with Noxus Trap already found, kind of the perfect setup already. And cloning makes a lot of sense, right? You're spreading the dot faster, especially with this front line.
It's not gonna be in that slot forever. It's just for the stage 2. There is still no big punish for being in that particular place. But when we go deeper into the game, I believe we'll see different units in there. Maybe Seraphine late game, but until then, just some other heavyweight. Now we're looking at the Volta, 3-item kata. And
yeah, pretty good spot. The only, I was going to mention the fact that the power-up is no longer going to be one of the scaling power-ups that we usually tend to see in Stage 2 with Max Arcana or the over 9,000. He hasn't used a remover either, so he seems to be happy playing for Crimson Veil. We saw yesterday in the very first game of the tournament, Opal play Katarina reroll, and he utilized, I think, 5 different power-ups across the game, adapting to what each different stage was asking of him in terms of what he was missing with atomization or his general, the flow of his board coming to stage 4 and 5. So here's to see if Volta takes a page out of his book and does something similar. We've seen, I think, Hemo be one of the more interesting non-scaling power-ups for Katarina. Slightly less so now without the mech matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see how the players perform with the Hemo, but I think there is just not big enough targets where it's gonna get the value. Given that you want to one-shot the backline, you don't want to give them time to cast numerous times throughout the dot it applies. And Zyko with the Shoujin Slam, maybe it's just Star Guardian?
Yeah, I think it's Star Guardians for sure. I mean, pretty non-committal for now with at least the backline items, with Shoujin being obviously acceptable on both AD and AP carries, but the Even Shroud is a big tell, obviously. I think this is one of the lines that we saw this entire set, right? The slamming, the tempo, the trying to stay a little bit ahead of tempo, at least in stage 3, if you find some upgrades, and just play into Jinx. And I think it's so strong because you can stabilize in a big way in stage 4, but also have the chance to cap out high, right? If you find a Braum, if you find in some legendaries to add in, and make it to 9 in stage 5.
Yeah, the issue is right now the AD is so much more prominent than the AP. Like if you look at the race, if you look at the Sorks, Karma, they are not as good as AD default lines. Like Ashe, Jinx, Varus, you want to angle those more than anything, and slamming towards the AP, which are pretty much suboptimal lines on the current patch. But we are on a way better one than the week before when we've seen 27% mech play rate.
I think we did see some Karma Sorks yesterday. I think it was 3 games total. I guess from very, very good spots. I think players aren't defaulting to Karma Sorks by any margin. So there are very good stats for the comp with very small sample size. I'm curious to see if we slowly see more and more of a swing towards being open to playing Karma Sorks. I think it was so out of the meta last week that players just don't have the reps in this current patch and maybe don't feel the same confidence playing for it.
Yeah, like the issue is you need to hit Gwen, you need to have a set items for the tank. Swain is contested. You're not gonna be hitting a 3-star. You need Karma items that are pretty much ideal, and then you need also the Gwen items. So like you not only need an econ, you need also the itemization, and then you need combat. Just a bit too many tools to make it work right now. But some encounters like Scuttle might enable the strat given it's uncontested, and could even opt for some 3-star forecasts.
And Malzahar seems to be the way to go. Kubin and Hypno both at 100 HP, still entering stage 3. 5 win streaks off Malzahar main carry, with just a lot of frontline buying time for the dot to do its thing. We're seeing the matchup here with Travis, who's also on a win streak. Like we mentioned, I think with Kahuna Huna, he's aiming to play a high value board. Play a board that doesn't cost much, play a board that can kill units, can win a lot of fights, preserve HP that way while also getting the healing from Hard Bargain and the gold as well. And it's like a flash of the past. I remember these exact spots that Travis was aiming for in a lot of his games in the very start of the set.
The darkness within instantly rolled. I hoped maybe we'll see it for once, but no, goes for the salvage. Pretty good given that he's went for the Eon Slam. That will open up him to different lines he can still opt for. He doesn't have to be locked in on the Malzahar. Maybe we'll see some Yuumi gameplay instead.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the contest. Kubi, not scared to contest players. We saw in the very last game yesterday on broadcast where Kubi and Crescent both contested Katarina reroll. Kubi ended up being the loser there, only got 2 points coming into today at 27. So I'm curious to see who holds their ground if both players decide to stay on Malzahar and try and find ways to maybe play him only as a 2-star unit and find a secondary carry like you're mentioning.
Yeah, Kubi picking up the slamming indicates that he will go for the tempo as well. He will not be stick on the reroll, especially after seeing the mana Zane from the Woman Dev. There is not Woman Dev. Hypno. There is no particular reason to try to contest when you are in such a good spot. Just win streak the other tempo it off. So clearly, when you get the Maza from the box, you are forced to play around it, as we see working greatly for both the players.
And as predicted, Vigo is trying to play for Xayah, it seems like, as his reroll option. He has rerolled a little bit now on 3-2, obviously, for the spike. He had already a lot of frontline, but no copies of Xayah back in stage 2. I think it's an underrated line. We saw it a bit, obviously, in week 1, but I think it's a line that is just very stable if you're playing it from the right spots with a lot of bow items. There's lots of augments that really enable it even more with things like Heavy as the Crown. We saw Dasik playing in week 1 as well. I'm surprised we didn't see more of it yesterday on broadcast. What do you think, Alan?
I think so too, but I think it's correct to go from the good spot. Playing it off the bad spot from the losing streak and then missing out on the roll down pretty much sets you at the downfall. We see However, other 2-cost rerolls, which might improve the situation of the Xayah, because there is a Kai'Sa reroll, there is the Katarina reroll from the Volta, and then as a third person to reroll 2 costs, it might be just justifiable.
I have to imagine yesterday there was a lot of Ashe players that if they would have committed to playing Xayah reroll instead, might have had more success in some of their games, considering the stats we saw in the 4-way contest in some lobbies. It does seem pretty clear that Travis will be one of the players at the very least angling Ashe off of his itemization and his current spot.
So the question is the Ashe gonna be able to be stable on stage 4, even if he hits, to beat out those 2-cost rerolls? Because Katarina can be pretty taxing, so he will not be cashing out there if he loses the Gamba. Kai'Sa, I'm not sure on the matchup there against the Ashe, but like, it's pretty tanky board with all the Juggernauts, and then Xayah with the Bastions. Ashe could struggle with the damage against all of those.
Travis just got a huge mental boost. He obviously cannot pick a unit on the carousel, but the fact that there is no Ashe, he's like, yeah, I'm a beast. It was all worth it.
Absolutely. Given that he also is already locked in for the background and doesn't have to stress qualifying, he can just play for like the best TFT he can, is also pretty relieving.
Moving now down to 61, so I think this is a player that really has to start spiking now. Similar to Crystal Gambit, Kai'Sa is a snowballing comp where if you don't stabilize, you don't get stacks. If you don't get stacks, you are never going to stabilize. And it's just a never-ending circle of pain and misery. So he really has to find a way to start to continue this win streak these next 2 rounds in particular. And that might make this comp work.
Absolutely. And then we have Treasure Hunt, which is pretty amazing, given all the scaling. After the stage 4, it pretty much ramps up pretty well in terms of the rewards. And getting this early scaling on the Kai'Sa with already 3 items, having Udurtu with 2 items, can pay off pretty well. And he opts for not the vertical Juggers as we see. He's angling more towards balanced type of the board, and we'll see if Udyr locks in here and manages to finish that Malzahar, which is pretty pivotal, and decides to pass instead of just auto-attack once more, and will lose the lost win streak.
Giga Chad Malzahar getting pummeled by 2 bearmen on either side and still survives.
I mean,
Void is too powerful.
To be fair, Bear just stumbled upon his own leg there, like he just refused to win. He essentially FF'd while before finishing the base.
I think the Udyrs knocked each other out in the process of attacking Malzahar. But look at the spot now from Vigo. We are still fairly behind on Xayah. It's a reflection of the board and the spot we saw in stage 2, where he had a lot of the Shens and a lot of the Xin Zhaos, but no Xayah, and still decided to commit to this line. Has found the Xayah 2 at the very least now. He was on Xayah 1 after his 3-2 roll down. Like you mentioned, I think this might be a problem, right? He has all the extra free rolls that might help him get there eventually, but he has to stay ahead of tempo coming to stage 4.
So this is very interesting because he opts not to pick up the extra Yasuo, so he will not be playing towards that. Opts not to go for the 4 Edgelord with the Mentor. Instead is playing the Deny game on the Ashe already. Having been close on the Xin Zhao already free.
I think it's understandable. A lot of his I would say like direct matchups that he has to win are the same CG players that are trying to spike on 4-1 and snowball with their rewards right from 5 Crystal Gambit. So I think it's a good thing to hold these Ashes and maybe predict that might be one of the comps he has to try and beat on 4-1, 4-2, or 4-3.
Curious if we'll see some more like denial game, if the players will be holding each other Xayah, each other Kai'Sa, just to slow other down, or they'll be just like handshake. You don't keep mine, I don't keep yours.
Looking at Domino's spot here, I mean, he is playing for Bastions right now. Do you think this will just be?
Ooh, hold up! This is
a lot of items.
We've seen a prismatic orb pop out for the players, and it being since the few patches ago, it being changed to players get similar rewards. For everyone, it being components. It changes quite a bit.
Yeah, it's really bad for Vigo, I would say, right? He's not going to have that many strong ways to make use of these items, and it's really good for Fast 9 players that are going to have a lot of legendaries on their board that want items and can be equipped with them.
Yeah, look at the Tomino spot. He was missing out the front lane, and just picking up 4 bells completely solves the problem.
it's 4 belts for everyone. That's going to be the reward from the orb. So if you were missing frontline, which we've seen, I think yesterday, players that had, naked Kabuko 3s coming into stage 4 and, their game plan looked doomed, that could be the saving grace.
Hold up. It's Garen time. We're scaling, boys. Shojin Garen. We've seen already the tech from the Coco yesterday, the revealed. Shojin Brow was so potent, just throwing those spins all around, pretty much carrying with the blue buff, permacasting.
Yeah, before you bait anyone, the Garen will be sold when the Braum is found and the item will be transferred easily. So just trying to save removers here from Domino's side by making that clean and getting some value still from that Shojin Slam. Gold augment coming at 4-2 now. We'll see what our players decide for, if they're missing combat power, if they need that little bit more to get their comp.
Ooh, Coil! I'm sorry to interrupt.
Pretty big, especially with it makes a lot of sense with the orb in particular and Travis's spot, right? Look how many items he has with this cash out being the DFG as well.
Yeah, and being able to even secure extra jinxes just to grief other players is pretty big. Even though there is only like another 2 players going fast 8, I think only Zyko wanted to go towards the jinx. And Travis understanding that the Ashe is not the optimal carry right now, opts for the jinx, rightfully so, I would say. Reforges the artifact twice and misses on anything good, goes for the Seeker, which could be pretty good on the Seraphine. I don't know if it scales on the second bomb. So if the first bomb tags everything and kills a bunch of units, does the second cast scale of the before? Does it snapshot on the first cast, or does it update with the item stats?
With mage, you mean?
Yeah.
I'm not
I think
entirely sure.
nothing snapshots in TFT, so I would assume she will get on the second cast the benefit of the stacks.
Yeah, I think it's just like live stats, right? Like,
yeah,
if you get the stats,
it checks every time. Like when the projectile flies, if you get the extra stacks, it still counts.
Yeah. This is going to be obviously more of a Poppy Jinx duo carry setup, so I don't think Trevian will be getting a power up in this. But yeah, it would be interesting to know. I think that could be a very interesting small tech. I think Travis still had more remover, so we could probably see him maybe gambling for a better artifact level. He already has 3 item Jinx and Poppy. I think you don't really want to risk it from that spot, I would say.
Yeah, I think Tomino also is going towards Jinx, so Travis holding extra Jinx have like double value against both Zyko and Tomino.
And Tomino is one of those players I mentioned earlier that has played a lot of Star Guardians, a lot of success when he almost won one of the TPCs against Marcel P in the 2nd edition, the Americas and EMEA crossover event. It was playing a lot of Jinx and a lot of Star Guardians. So I think it's just comfort comp, to be honest. So we'll see if he commits to that in the end.
Mm-hmm. He found the Ashe 2 instead, as we talked early on, just like you pick between one or the other one, and the Ashe utilizing more of the items like Kraken, Rageblade, and Jinx likes more of the bomba items, like more upfront power than the scaling.
Big carousel here, a lot of options thanks to Regal Rumble, missing 5 costs, missing maybe a 4 cost upgrade to stabilize you in stage 4. So we'll see what our competitors can find here. There is a Xayah here, which maybe, I'm not sure, has Vigo hit his Xayah 3 yet? He has, so he's good to go. We're seeing him so healthy now as well at 75 HP.
Yeah, Zyko was hoping for Jinx to just finish up that 2-star, but nowhere to be found. Bunch of 5 costs, that does not matter too much.
It has to feel bad for Zyko angling Star Guardians from the very beginning, and then Travis just takes a sharp right turn into his comp, finds a Jinx 2 before him, and Zyko's down to 0 gold, donkey rolling for the upgrade that he needs. Looking at Vomendeath's board now, the experiment is Kai'Sa, potentially still meta. Supreme Cell +1 definitely helps in terms of trying to get a little bit of extra value on level 6 when you're stuck rolling for Kai'Sa. You don't have the gold to push 7 yet, and you can't really push 8 as easily to fit in a Kali.
Yeah, it goes on the back of like triple good argument, but we see that he cannot stabilize being on the lowest HP. Usually not the case when you're one of the reroll players in the lobby. And Volta not being able to hit Katarina is so much healthier than the Vomendeath still. You can like pretty much tell that it determines the strength of the comp.
Portable Forge into Wit's End for Volta, not a bad artifact over Katarina necessarily, but having already slammed Hodge is definitely not ideal. I think a little bit too much Omnivamp in this case for Volta right now. And Katarina too, more importantly.
Away from Crimson Veil, but like if it's still Crimson Veil, this Katarina will be not doing any damage. No scaling, needs to pick up probably Amulet.
Yeah, Dark
Amulet. Or Hemorrhage.
I think it depends on the matchups. For the same reason that I think Hemorrhage was very good against the mech matchups, if there are a lot of Giga tanks in the lobby, and if you have a Giga Recon yourself to buy a lot of time, I think Hemorrhage is still good, even without mech being a big part of the meta. Whereas if there are more paper-thin front lines and more bursty comps and faster fights, I think Dark Gambling in that sense, or a different power-up overall, can be a better option.
The problem with the Hemorrhages, I believe it's after mitigation, so against units like Bastion, in theory it should be good because it's true damage, but if it's after the mitigation, it's not looking too hot. Where
the angle here from Lee Sin is really good onto the Xayah, gonna be able to cross
Eon already broke.
Yeah, it's so big, so Maldahar Dog can actually maybe bypass frontline, kill Xayah
God,
early.
Another pass from the back lane. And
that could be, yeah, not gonna affect in the end, but really good positioning here from Kubikson and really good understanding of how to try and access that Xayah as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so you can see the positioning here, pretty clean, just main tank on the front, being Aatrox for now, and Lee just being able to step forward when the units close around the Aatrox, and being able to get that angle. Very, very clean.
We are still seeing the Malzahar with a cloning facility. We'll see if Kubi decides that at some point now in stage 5, there's going to be a little bit too many dangers, like you mentioned earlier in the game, for this Malzahar on the third row.
I think he's looking for the Seraphine at this point to be a replacement with the same items as the Malzahar is holding. The problem is not having any more backlane items, so I believe we'll just see a Lee as like a secondary carry here. Picking up Yone, pretending like he's never gonna play it. Yeah, that's exactly what I would assume the unit will go for. Probably just reducing the odds of getting another Yone.
The big roll down still, Braum pair, Leona pair.
You see the youngster APM, pretty clean.
Missing maybe a big frontline upgrade ideally.
Okay, we get the position.
Clean enough, could have been a lot worse with how much he had to do. Item slams power up should be almost ready for the start of the fights. And I assume Mage will be the option that Kubi will want to go for on the Seraphine, as we've been seeing the entire week. There it is.
There we go, first pick. Doesn't have to even look far for it. And I believe it has to be on the melee unit. Like, I don't think he can justify itemizing now the putting another power up in the Zyra. It will be probably Reforged Cloak, try to pick up another item for the Zyra at this point, and opt for the second item from the carousel. For Reforged.
We're seeing the transitions tax of KO Coliseum with so much that you have to do. If you do a big transition turn, even if you're a beast, usually you're paying at least one life of tax in that process. Now we're seeing a much more stable front line with Leona 2 upgrade, the full items being slammed. And do you think his board will be good enough to keep Kubi in the top 4?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, depends on the Reforger, because I wanted to see the Reforger on some frontline items because he's missing out on consistent damage. Something being as your only carry will not work out. And we just seen him remove the Gargoyle to Reforge it altogether with Cloak to pick up an offensive item for the Zyra, or even Seraphine. She can utilize the AD items, so there could be some swapperoonie on the items. GS going perhaps to the front.
Zyko has finally found his key upgrade this late into the game on 5-2, stuck on level 8, rolling to 0 every turn, so really not an ideal game or spot from Zyko. Still going to be 2 lives, looks to be strong now with his current setup and this Poppy upgrade, and is winning this key fight here as well. Unfortunately, the experiment for Vomandeth did not go as planned. The Kaisa did go 8th. If anyone was watching from the rest of our competitors, they're probably going to be dissuaded very quickly from even attempting to play Kaisa the rest of this tournament.
I'm sure analysts will break down for us what went wrong after the game there. However, on the Kubikson spot, like, he cannot stabilize because, again, missing out on that single target damage. Against the Star Guardian matchup, there is Rel Shield, there is Poppy Heal on the Jinx, so you cannot really one-shot her unless ideal items go on the Seraphine.
Last chance for Kubi. Maybe should have transitioned on the PvE round to not have lost that 1 life on 5-1. We'll see what he can do against this Katarina. Like you mentioned, the same problem might come up here. He's not going to have single target to burst on the Katarina, especially through all this Omnivamp, right? As long as she doesn't get immediately insta-bursted by the Seraphine, I think the Katarina will win this matchup. For now, Leona buying a lot of time. Katarina is stuck, and if we see one more cast, that could do it, but the Yuumi scaling in the back as well. Yeah, there's no chance.
Like, this is missing too much damage. Like, I wish we'd seen like Zyra items maybe instead, or a bit more Reforger. You have to realize this is not enough damage. Like, if it's Brown 1, I think I would just go in a Reforge and go for like Zyra itemization instead and plant in the back.
Any big upgrades here on the carousel? There is a Lee Sin, but there's not really anyone angling the Juggernaut variation.
If Kubix only lived until that carousel and managed to pick up the Archangel, would be so massive for him.
It's a big pickup for Volta, actually. You can slot it onto the Yuumi and have that really good scaling backline to clean up any fights Katarina cannot win by herself, especially with the Rakan that he has, right? With great itemization and 3-star.
Yeah, we see the Prismatic Orb messes up someone's game plan, given they were already opting for some front lane either arguments or items, and just getting more of them and not having units to put them on is definitely an issue. And Tomino being one of the victims of the Prismatic Orb here.
Really, we see some item swaps here. Yeah,
Yep.
onto the Cassante, items off of Udyr. Lee Sin protected. We'll see who he matches up. Could be 1 life, right, at 15 HP. Is facing off against the heavyweights board, but importantly, because we saw Kubi holding many Malzahars in stage 4 and 5, Hypno has not been able to hit Malzahar 3 with this Manazane, with the artifact that he has on him. So it's really just the Darius show and Malzahar acting more as a secondary carry.
Ashe is an excellent unit for this matchup, having a really premium single target with triple scaling damage item. But she has to walk up against Malzahar, but Lee gets the final kick to the face.
Is it a kick? It's not a punch?
He takes his leg to the air, so like I would say he kicked his teeth off.
We need VAR. We need to see a
slow mo replay
from close up. Katarina, with the unstoppable setup that we've seen, obviously popularized, I think in Cup 2 really became more and more popular off of the Brosef sharing the tech on social media. And now we're seeing a lot of players, not quite the positioning that we saw from Brosef in particular. It's more of just the more normal, the standard positioning.
I'm just not a fan of this Crimson Veil. There's 3 removers, you have double healing.
Yeah.
Do you really need that much sustain on the Katarina?
I think he's not really considering the Katarina to be, maybe he's thinking more of Yuumi as a main carry almost at this point in terms of cleaning up the fights, but definitely not helping that set.
Rakan soloed the Ashe!
He did, but there's also a lot of units left alive, and Katarina is maybe gonna lack damage.
Wait, there is all the sustain, hold up! She's
Zyra's damaging a lot as well, yeah, it's just not enough. It's just really not enough.
All the Omnivamp you can get, it doesn't matter if you don't do damage. Like, the Omnivamp works, if you deal damage, you suck some of it back. But if you don't do damage, it's still not gonna be doing anything.
Are you surprised not to see the Archangel on the Yuumi?
Yeah, I think I would rather even see it on the Katarina. If you have that Crimson Veil, like just cutting on the artifact instead and just going for the together with Hodge and the Eon would be altogether better if you already are so hung up on that Crimson Veil.
Big success for our reroll players in this lobby. Coming into stage 6, we're still seeing Hypno at 50 HP with Darius 3 and the Jace 3 and the Kabuka 3. Just a lot of upgrades after the Malzahar. And Vigo as well, right? The Xayah player kind of forced his way into the comp without any Xayahs on stage 2, but from too much value, so a fairly good augment spot. And has really locked in, right? 2 loss streak now. I think he's going to start facing the stronger boards that will all cap him coming into stage 6, but should bleed out to a 3rd, maybe a 4th.
I mean, we see the Tesla Koi players thriving on the backbone of the prismatic orb drop, and then Travis having the multiple cash outs with the extra component coming off his second argument is just so much powerful. Also, Vigo being in the similar spot.
We'll see if there are going to be resets on this right side from the Darius. It looks very difficult, right? He's stuck on the Poppy, who's tanking a lot of different ults here, and the Volibear is scratching away at this Darius. So really good positioning from Zyko, who absolutely needed this to stay alive. Should be a win despite the Malzahar dot and the tankiness of this Kabuko.
It looked closer than it should for the Hypno. Maybe it's because of the power of the second save. Maybe it's
and we see the item switch here.
Oh.
Volta does end up putting the Archangel on the Yuumi and barely won that fight, so that could have been an Archangel diff.
Yeah, but still Crimson Veil on that Katarina. Also, did he reforge Eon? I think so, right? So that's why he's going... Oh, that could backfire against all the Jinx players. The second sheet's the Rocket, like, I don't think you can Omnivamp through that.
Let's see the positioning from Volta. Has to make sure this Yumi's kept alive as an insurance policy for the later part of a fight if Katarina goes down. We'll be facing against Hypno. Hypno on to the weak side with this Darius, so really good positioning for Hypno. Katarina fairly far away from the Malzahar as well. We'll see how this matchup shakes out, considering that Hypno is one of the stronger players in the lobby, HP-wise.
On the other side, we see Travis still staying all night, fighting the Vigos, the level 9 board, being Xayah, TF2, and we see that TF plus Xayah actually manages to outcut the Travis board, and Travis, in the end, will go down here.
Volta also taken down, though. Who's going to take a bigger hit on this round? Volta ends up 6th, Travis ends up 5th, and Zyko ends up 4th. So a bloody round of TFT here on 6-2. Really smart from Vigo, as you're mentioning. The TF added to the board as a way to find that next level for this reroll comp that should fall off in stage 5, stage 6, has now found new life.
Yeah, players that have realized they need to go of the either some 2-3 cost reroll and then they cap out with the 5 cost, or they go of the 4 cost unit and they cap out with 5, having much more success so far throughout yesterday, today, and not just playing a fast 9 into 1 5 cost that cannot carry. Like, you need to have multiple carries that can actually do sustained damage.
Check the angle here from the Lee Sin. Is going to be targeting the Leona, so we'll be proccing onto the TF. TF does have Gunblade, though, so we'll be able to heal through a lot of this chip damage from Lee Sin. Pretty much just front to back, I would say, in this case.
But
the red carpet for Lee Sin. He walks directly onto the TF. Xayah, Edge of Night is now procced, and she will be taken down as well. A big HP tax on Vigo, dropping down to potential 3rd place.
Yeah, the sheer amount of the cash outs with the board strength, you see now how to cap out the Crystal Gambit to have a proper success. Thankfully to the Tomina. Also, that wind up the Dancers argument helps a lot for the scaling when you have so many carries itemized.
Are you trying to say wind up monkeys for the backup?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, Alan, we've been catching together for too long, but I'm not sure how you call your poor backup dancers wind-up monkey. This is something's illegal about this one.
I mean, okay, it's just stuck in my brain forever. Like, there is nothing I can do about it.
I want to touch on Hypno's board really quick because we haven't mentioned it yet. He does have Atomic on Kabuko. I think overall, one of the biggest problems and misunderstandings about this heavyweight line is that the moment Future Dazzle was removed, there's not many good power-ups for Darius. It's really just classy to make him even more of just a rock in the front line. But I think the Atomic with the double Warmog that was dropped from the Prismatic Orb is a great adaptation from Hypno, and probably a big part of why he's been so healthy in this late game, right? You have the extra damage that bursts onto the scene when the Kabuko goes down, and then the Darius can get resets, and the Malzahar can get killed as well.
And the deeper you go into the game, the more units that are on the board, the more value you get of the Atomic. So not a great choice early on, but definitely picks up later. And we see on the left side, was it Vigo going down, I believe?
Yes, I assume so.
Darius.
We'll check now with the...
Yeah, I think Darius took him down there. And then we have Tomino and Hypno left over. Our Malzahar reroll with the heavyweight, and on the other side, the Crystal Gambit cash out player on the win streak.
I think strong play from Vigo, regardless. I think he played a line that I think is a little bit underplayed from the kind of a forceful spot, but found a really good way to continue capping his board with TF. So a strong 3rd place for one of the few players left alive in this day 2 that I would consider kind of an underdog or a newcomer to a regionals setup. So really, really happy to see him succeed in this first game of the day. I think it's important for the momentum you have as a player. But someone that's also succeeding, Alan, is Tomino, who we interviewed yesterday at the end of the day. So the interview blessing coming through for the Slovakian player.
Absolutely. And finally, we see some Crystal Gambit working out, because even through cash outs, the players fail to make it work. And we see Lee being the main tool to make this board shine. On the back of the Xayah carry, on the back of the Ashe carry, having the triple carry, being able to just do enough of the damage and not fall apart.
And this is why the win rate is so strong for this setup. It's not necessarily because Ashe is the best unit in the game. It's not because, Crystal Gambit is just so strong. on paper. It's more because the snowballing effect, right? The longer the game goes on, the stronger and stronger Tomino will get. So once you pass that hump where you are not so strong, you don't have those extra resources in stage 4. If you start getting onto a win streak like Tomino has, then it's almost inevitable that you're going to win the game with all the extra gold and items that you have over your opponents.
Absolutely. And to highlight the Vigo who went third here, his spot looked the worst out of the 3 rerollers on the stage 3, and he came far on top of them.
I think he made a lot of good calls with itemization on the Xayah, with Edge of Night helping a lot of those matchups against Lee Sin, against Malzahar, against just a lot of the backline threats, I would say. And also having that TF edition, as we mentioned. But Tomino's board just looks too scary. Strategist +1, Lee Sin fully equipped, Braum close to being fully equipped, level 10, Seraphine 2 on bench, just watching the show from the stands, cheering on the rest of the team. Is there anything you can do here, Alan?
Just lean back and enjoy the show.
You're a master of that one.
Decimate the opponent. We see a positioning from Kobuko just solo tanking Ash, but there's just so much damage coming. Even though it's 2-item Ash with the Eon, it's plenty enough to take down the Kobuko. And then there is just like multiple carries, Braum with the Eon being able to multiple cast, and then and we still have multiple carries with this Lee and Zyra on the back, and securing the Tomino first place with the 5 Crystal Gambit.
A strong showing from Hypno as well with his second place, despite maybe a little bit rocky middle game where he was scared about hitting them also hard 3, about maybe being contested by Kubikson, where he was also holding some of those units. So still a strong showing. Hypno and Vigo, both first timers in regionals, having a really good start to this day 2, and they were on the lower end of point total, so I think they really needed this to help them out. But we will be hearing from our analysts who will continue breaking down this first game and the meta that we've seen already after the start of this day 2.
All right, thank you guys so much. As I was talking about before, of course, we get into a little bit of a unusual setup here, but Max, just before we get anything further, I believe you did have a statement you wanted to deliver on the lobby overall.
Yeah, just bear with me for a second. Boo! Boo! All gold augments! Boo! Once again! I can't believe it keeps happening. All of our broadcast lobbies are just getting straight gold augments again and again. I want something else counterfeit. I've been waiting for it.
Well, it's perhaps not today, but Sasa, I want to bring this in with Tomino, of course, winning out the lobby. We knew that coming into this one, Ash was, the best composition really overall. In this lobby, though, not contested by anybody. He pretty much just got to run the game which he wanted to run.
Yeah, I think this he didn't play it for a big lose streak, so you have to get lucky on the roll-on, but if it's not contested, you're always going to get lucky, and he just takes his free game here.
He does. Honestly, I'm quite excited that Ash finally was able to top a lobby. I think Panda made a great point of how this comp just continuously scales. But I do want to add on to that I think the comp is so good because you also fit all of these amazing legendaries into the game. And while we're at it, can we make Ari legendary again? I'm just asking.
He's already legendary. I don't know what you're saying. But I do want to point out something interesting tournament-wise that happened in this lobby. Of course, Hypno and Kubikson, they were contesting Malzahar early on. But, Max, I want to put the idea out here that, especially given that, we know that players on higher points, as Hypno was, they can afford to take the 50-50s and potentially lose out on rerolling against another player. Whereas a player like Travis on lower points, if that goes badly for him, his tournament might be over immediately. So it feels like you've got this opportunity, if you've got enough points, to potentially bully other players off lines.
Yeah, so Kubi there on the points a little bit lower. I was surprised because yesterday in that very last game of the day, we also saw Kubi contest another player on a reroll line. It was Katarina reroll there. Apparently, it was not enough that he went bottom 4 then. He needed to have another taste. And while his game plan was to go fast 9, he just kind of got bullied between a rock and a hard place between all of the players that had hit their rerolls as well as the players that were playing for fast 8. And that is a similar story to what we've been seeing yesterday as well.
Well, we are being told that our lobbies are pretty much done for round 1 of day 2, so our leaderboard is good to go. Sasa, of course, we're looking for our players up towards the top end here, trying to stay alive. The next game's elimination, everyone from Raiko Mastery down is already out. The Clamu is currently bottom of the pack.
Yeah, I see Dasek here. He got a third, so he's still in the running, which I like to see. And yeah, unfortunately for some big names here, like Klimu, I think is a good player. Not enough, probably out of the tournament.
Yeah, we also saw Gobo there. On the other hand, players like Decop, like Coinit, who we are seeing here, able to get that first place to rise on that leaderboard. Of course, they do get one more game before elimination does kick in, so they need to keep that going. And everybody that's currently on the cusp of the bottom 8 will need to avoid lower placements to be able to stay in the tournament.
Shout out, of course, to Tamino for getting that first place. You can see it at the top of the table later on once it comes round to Game 10. At the end of Game 10, that's when we're seeing our first promotions in. But, of course, all the points taking place, these games will push our players into that position. Just getting out a couple of games early is, of course, huge for our players because you never know what's going to be happening. You know, in games 5 or 6, they could be the games where suddenly everything falls apart.
Yeah, absolutely. Zaza, you know, apparently my caster cursing was not good enough. I'm going to need you to join me here. Can you maybe say something about we won't have a triple gold lobby? If you say it really convincingly, I believe you can make it true.
Why do we even want prismatic organs in the first place?
See, I just want a little variety.
Enable
Less
Ash. Do
entertainment
we want to see
value.
more Ash?
All right, we're going to get this under control. Fortunately, we've got some bruisers in town, LZQ and Impetuous Panda, to bring this back under control.
Thank you, everyone on the desk. We're back for game number 2, and we'll see how this game differs. Maybe with augments being prismatic, as Makes has mentioned, or maybe with just different comps being played. One thing that is staying constant, apparently, Alan, is my possibility of caster cursing a Spanish player the same way you caster cursed both Polish players last lobby.
Excuse you? I did not such thing. The Travis had a fair 5th place of the last streak. We called it success. But what happened here? I blinked and we're already in the second game? Huh?
We're moving fast. There's a lot of action and a lot at stake in this game as well, considering that we're going to have a cut. The bottom 8 players, as Des was mentioning, will not be advancing for the rest of this day and will not have a chance to fight for some of those tack round spots if they move on to day 3 tomorrow, to that final lobby. So much at stake, and it's a really stacked lobby if we're looking at it. You have the OG names with players like Double and Ging and Og. You have the kind of modern era names with Wet Jungler and Gobo. And then you have maybe the newcomers who are starting to pop off in a big way in this set, Coinid, and I think Revan in particular, as someone who was invited to the pro circuits, but has silenced all of the haters in, I think, a more emphatic way that anyone could have ever imagined with his performances across this set.
Shows that when you put up enough work, the results will show. And going onto the back of the Coinit, like the man who was always one of point to getting to the bigger stage, finally making it, and not from like the back, from the far back, because he was going off the second spot of the
back of the bus.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see him perform finally.
We are jokingly both Coinid hate watchers. And I think we suffered a lot in the past, but it's very good to see Coinid finally getting some rewards for all the work he's put in. As you mentioned, I think a lot of viewers will not know, but Coinid missed regionals by 1 qualifier point in 2 different sets, where he had really started spiking and evolving in a positive way as a player. Then finally made it last set, finished top 16, pretty good showing for your first regionals, and now just popped off across 2 of the cups, making final lobby. And performing really well on the Star Gardens in particular, a comp that I think we've seen come back in a big way in the meta.
Yeah. While we go back to the game, we've seen Ging pick up aura farming and another Varus. It looks like 3 aura farmings we've seen in a row were Varus. Very suspicious. Down for some tinfoil hat theory.
I'm sure you are. I would not be surprised. But if there is a player that has actual aura in our scene, I think Ging definitely qualifies, considering his lengthy history and just how much of a mysterious figure he was at the beginning, with how dominant he was on ladder and just all the records he held for a long time with the inception of TFT Esports many years back. But the new version of Ging is showing up for this week too. We'll see what he has in store for us in this game.
Is Malphite a beast with solo leveling.
He's definitely a rock. I'm not sure if he'll transform into a beast for this fight, but
listen, you can evolve. You can evolve.
Does he one-shot the Gangplank? Here's the question. He does. Lucian.
I mean,
oh my god, these punches.
Okay, but he does need to find something better. You see Gobo filling up the bench, looking for something better, like, because Mad Fight is not very optimal. And
What do you mean? He just won the fight. You have to give him at least one more chance, you know? Until he loses, the Mad Fight stays in.
It helps that he had a slam, to be fair. Given that it's an econ opener, a lobby where it's one item converted into one component converted into 6 gold instead, so players might opt for the more of the econ start, will not be slamming, will be greeting items until the cracks. That will benefit a lot solo leveling.
Okay, White Jungler, full tempo game plan, slams, Soul Fighter. Just one of the strongest openers in the set with how much just base stats you get from Soul Fighter early on. It's been the kind of the perennial win streak comp that we've been seeing a lot of. I think comparable to only really to the Rel Garen Prodigy opener with full upgrades.
I think we've just seen a reveal of the Flash on the Ox camera. He literally disappeared and reappeared with the Flash of Light speed. So I think
this is why I can't roll down on one turn. These players have superpowers. Now it all makes sense.
Yeah.
Have no chance qualifying to regionals.
Oh, and plenty of players going for the more of the open fort type of strat. I'm not sure. We see on the Ging 2 Kales on the board, but I think it's from the Shadow Clone. Yeah, both of them have eroded, so probably. Reven goes for the Caretaker. Not quite anything interesting going on. Just early Smolder for the scaling.
I wonder if he considers, like we saw from Vigo, just playing into Xayah reroll. It's a comp that I know the Spanish players are pretty high on with their prep in week 1 and week 2. Obviously no Xayahs right now, no bows more importantly, I think. Reven is a player that really likes having clear direction, and he executes well off of playing just very high tempo, playing strongest board early, and just having a clean path to follow, I would say, in terms of his execution. Yesterday, we saw one of his games with forward thinking, where he had a path and it was taken from him with someone having worth the wait Malphites. And that was a disastrous game where he had to kind of adapt and pivot last second. So we'll see what kind of execution he's going to have in this game too.
I mean, given that TFT shifted into the game where it rewards the players who commit onto one, and they just play off the planner more so than try to play flex TFT because how much stuff there is to do, especially with the power-ups this set. It might be paying off for him, given that like he doesn't have to play flex TFT until put up to the wall.
Ging third pick had the chance to pick up another KO, but goes for the JG Slam. Looks like he's considering playing Kill Reroll into Varus from Aura Farming, which is a really interesting, I'm not going to say innovation, it's not like he's rediscovering anything, but a really interesting consideration in terms of how to play for the Varus Aura Farming.
Really? I think you default to reroll Kale if you have early copies.
I haven't seen it much though, compared to playing like Jinx Flex, for example. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm saying it's just...
You want to be strong. You want to preserve HP until you hit the... and the way to do it is just roll down for the upgrades on the stage 3, get strong, get front lane, push 6, hopefully hitting Kale within like 30 gold left, level 5 at 3-2. And then stabilize off that, and then get another support of the carry coming off the Varus, and capping out with the 4 Wraith, as we usually see.
And it makes a lot of sense because Kale spikes strongly enough in stage 3 to save you some of those losses, 2 or 3 losses that you would be getting otherwise. And then the moment Kale starts falling off while you're trying to go 9, Varus steps in and carries some of that weight in terms of the DPS to allow you to make it to 9 comfortably. So could be a very interesting idea.
Not the case anymore. Kale went to the dumpster. Now Janna is our friend.
GG.
GG. We'll go for the...
Theoretically, at least it could be a game plan that players think about.
Yeah, we've seen that happening. And we've seen like Daisy play reroll Kale into the Varus cap board, where it didn't come with the aura farming, just general like go 9 of the Kale that he hit. And like a great tool to help you to get to 9 is definitely a Varus on 8 when you are like at your weakest on the stage 4 with the Kale.
I think I was baited by Shadow Clone. It looked like he had 6 kills before, but it was just probably 3.
Yeah. Because it had the rod, second rod as well. So Daisy didn't slam Nashor, even though he does have the salvage beam, interestingly enough. So this means he opts for the lost streak, but just enough to kill some units to preserve the HP. Because normally you would just do full slams and then you can reassemble the items.
Double here with the alley-oop from Og. Not really playing any kind of a board, so a clean 5 win streak for Double 61 as we enter stage 3. Actually, just KC Double now. No more 61. Is that new to this tournament? Have you noticed, Alan?
I think it was always 61. Now I was trying to think on a good joke why it's not 61, but I couldn't come up with anything smart.
Maybe it'll come back for, I think it's maybe like a superstition potentially. He's trying to, it's a new era of double.
Oh, you think he's just checking the tag? A new tag to check, like if the numbers are throwing him off?
If people are changing their little legends and all these things for different tournaments, I'm not surprised.
Oh, I know. I have the Teamfight theory. Listen, he changed his seed because he changed his name.
Okay,
so
that's not enough. We're going to talk about the orb drops that have come in.
Listen, you know how there was like Ash seed for the certain accounts? There was
no,
like
I certainly do not know. Only you and some people in your community knew about this. There is no seeds in TFT. Don't trick our viewers. We'll see if Ging has the Janna seed coming into stage 3.
I mean, he will be slamming just Varus items, like we'll be keeping that glove probably for IE for the Varus, and that rod cloak will be going towards the front lane. Even Shroud, Crown Guard, probably just going for some sort of set front lane with that itemization.
Really strong setup here.
Yeah.
Or double. I mean, the Smolder, the Poppy early on, the Cannon holding items. A lot of traits activated on a pretty unique board, I would say. I think there's very few times in this set that someone has had these 6 units on their board in stage 3.
One of the rare players, I would say, double, he buys all the upgrades. Even if they don't fit board, free cost 2-star is free cost 2-star on stage 3. He will buy it and he will play it, which is usually not the case for the players. They will opt more for recon. If something doesn't fit your planner, you don't buy it. Double is the exact opposite of that.
Yep. I think it really helps because sometimes there's a unit that you would not hold doesn't fit your board in that moment, but your next shop suddenly acts as a bridge and this unit makes sense now. A lot of players miss out on that value, whereas double, he always seems to have, when he's playing for win streak, a very strong board for a reason, right? He's opening himself up to all these different possibilities.
Yeah, with him, seeing him insta pick belt overflow, no second thought, just getting that is maybe. I'm not sure if he's gonna slam Sunfire because of the Smolder. I'm not sure how committed he's on that, but definitely getting double warm for the front will secure the stage 3. Like belt overflow when you already have the backline item slammed is so potent, and then Daisy committed pretty much to the reroll on the back of that prismatic ticket.
Does have an open pan, so we're going to be thinking about playing for 7BA with the emblem. We'll see who that goes on later on. I assume just the rise, and you're able to hit the full spike of your comp 1 level earlier, which is really big for Katarina after you 3-start her.
Getting that early Yumi will definitely help. Given he has for now 3 items for Katarina, it might be pick up another bow just to get the second Nashor and not opt for the Eon for a while, but might just
maybe Guardbreaker. I guess without the Hodge, it's not as interesting.
I kind of like double Nashor, she functions in a similar way to the. Oh, not with the over 9000, never mind, because you get the mana scaling, so auto attacks are not as potent as on Akali. So basically, Akali can just vanish and get more repeated casts, where Akali, like if you miss some scaling, or if you get like Max Arcana, attack speed becomes really potent, or like Dark Amulet. Versus like over 9000, which can get like 4 or 5 mana per second, and that gets you diminishing return if you opt for attack speed from the Nashors.
Invested from Revan, trying to save some of his gold, get some free rolls rest of his stage 3, is facing a very weak player, so not punished for it at all. Staying on 6 here, not going 7, and we'll see what Revan ends up committing to with this extra econ he's picked up on stage 3 too.
So are you saying if they are small, they are weak?
In reference to what? Sorry, you lost me.
No, like weak board. Like obviously Og is not weak. The units are just small.
But he's also doubling down. This is more the reference I was making, not the unit.
I know. Like, okay, buddy, not getting the jokes. Fine. I'll let you off the hook. It's early. It's only 4 p.m. You just woke up. The highlight of the caster.
There is an Ashe pickup for Og, which is going to be really, really big. Rewarded for losing that fight against Revan with his very small units. And going to have potential for 5 CG early on. And one of the biggest things we've been talking about is the snowballing effect of this 5 Crystal Gambit. So if we're a contestant in particular, I think finding already an early copy of Ashe is huge.
We see 3 players pick up the Radiant version of the items, where it will benefit a lot Ging because he was looking for that free item Varus, and getting GS, already a mana generation, and getting some sort of IE on the Varus will make him quite powerful on stage 4. However, I think he still needs to find a Jinx itemization, because Varus on his own can struggle. And
Samira pair there for Og. Would you consider a little...
Do you really want to play
from 38 HP?
Exactly my point.
And then Mr. Samira upgraded anyway on 4-1 and then go 8. I've played that game too many times this set. Okay,
to be fair, if you get a good item cash out, if you get Volibear, if you get Brown 2 and Samira, we've seen it work. Coco made a perfect showcase yesterday how to win with Samira. It wasn't about Samira. It was about the Brown just spinning like a beast.
And you would get much more value from Tiny but Deadly, I think, with that setup than with just Crystal Gambit, where you have mostly just one hyper carry, which is Ashe.
Yes, I think the default will be not like vertical front lane, no vertical Crystal Gambit, just like go like 2 Juggers, 2 Bastion, playing that Lee, playing that Brown, just playing those 5 costs that can benefit of the argument scaling. However, he needs to get items. Like, if his cash out will not be items to support that, he probably has to stay at the Crystal Gambit because he will not be able to support so many carries. And he has to fight them still.
So there are currently 3 players with an Ashe on their board, just setting up for what we might be seeing in stage 4. Dasik has hit his Katarina 3 thanks to the Prismatic Ticket pickup, one of the obviously the strongest plays to go for. He did slam the Executioner emblem on Yuumi instead of going for BA. Is this what you expected? Maybe just a tempo option?
Given he already had Yuumi, you turn the... okay, think about it. If you make a BA, where do you put it? You are not turning any unit into the...
it's not transformative.
Yeah, and then if you make Executioner emblem, you can just skip another Executioner, skip Rise, and play Yuumi and make her turn the Pan into the DPS item, and you get the immediate slam. So in theory, it should be better because you'll start itemizing another carry instead of just having an empty emblem.
You would be missing from the Mentor effect from Rise, which I think is slightly relevant on Katarina, but
yeah.
But yeah, I agree with you. I think it makes a lot more sense. You're not just straight botting the Rise, you're instead elevating the Yuumi into the Executioner pedestal that she deserves. Stun locked.
Yeah, I'm thinking of what Revan will... If Revan ever opts for 9, but I don't think so. He has to play just level 8 roll down. He cannot afford to go 4, 5, 9 roll for the Jinx board. As much as I would like to see a Seraphine Jinx duo carry fast 9, if you try to do that, there might be 0 Jinxes left in the pool. Or not enough to actually just upgrade them when you go 9.
Big roll for Og.
Level 9, level 8!
On level 8, 10 loss streak that he has to now turn around. 16 HP, should be 2 lives still in stage 4.
Oh my god, look at those items. Hold up. He has Eon, Blue Buff, BT Slam for the Brown already. And then he can make a Kraken for the Ashe. Those items are so illegal. My god. And Brown too, oh my god.
You could have added maybe the power up onto Braum itself, but itemizes the Ashe for now. Still has a duplicator as well.
No, I hate it. Braum 2 and not making Eon BT here? No,
I think he's maybe banking on more consistent performance from the Ashe in the backline, where the Braum can get...
Okay, I'm just such a not fan of this play. Like, you get ideal items, and then you have, like, you want to multiply the effect from tiny but deadly. You're not multiplying the effect by making Gargoyle at stage 4 on set, one item. And Deathblade on Ash 1.
It would look especially bad if he cannot find the Ash pair. He has a duplicator. He's waiting for one more Ash in his shop. He doesn't have much gold to work with, and it's a very contested unit right now in this lobby. We're seeing here from Coinit as well. Has the Ash 2 already online. Is in a similar position where he is having to stabilize here on a 3-loss streak.
Yeah, went for the 7, hitting that Zyra. We haven't seen much 7. Players, even with the +1, often opted to play 5. Besides having Zyra. So we'll see if that angle might end up working better for Coinit, but not having Ash on initial rolldown might result into not hitting Ash until some of the players die, because how contested it is. And when you see an opportunity to hold her, if you are one of the other players, you will definitely do so. I just hate this so much.
The mirror matchup here between the Ashes. It is going to be the Radiant Kraken, though, on Coinit's Ash, so seemingly that's going to be the difference maker here for both of these boards. And Og is now in a very, very scary position, down to 1 life. Carousel's still 1 round away. Maybe he has a chance to find an Ash there, but it might be too little too late if he gets taken down on the next round.
Meanwhile, game get completely railed by the Daisy, but understandably so. Aura farming about to go online. Double Jhin on board. Last rolls just to pick up the extra snipers.
If you squint, the gem was a Varus. Don't worry.
Okay,
the opponents could never see it.
Look how little item components is this lobby. This is insane. Like those players picked up some items from the arguments, and they are still not being able to itemize tank. That's crazy.
Doom Barrage pickup here. Varus fully itemized. You don't really have the right components to slam onto the Cassandra, who is just the stone plate, as you're mentioning. Gonna slam Hysteric, I think makes a lot of sense here. Essentially acting as a Warmogs. And key fight here for Ging as well. We'll see what this Varus can do now that it's been added to the board with aura farming.
The cash outs will be so good here for the players getting the artifacts. Oh my god, but the Varus is so clean. So you see the problem of not hitting the upgrades because so contested, but there is Yone 2 on the bench with Pandora. Really good pickup from the Gobbo. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Og has been taken down, was not able to stabilize. This is kind of what we kind of been getting used to with this Ash line when players are playing it from spots like this where it's very contested. Ging is going to have this pickup Lee Sin, maybe not for his own board, at the very least is deny from other players who are angling or hoping to angle for this Lee Sin add-on to their board.
Like if we look at the grand picture here, we have one reroll player being Daisy, and left of the lobby is pretty much playing either for the Ash or the Jinx, including the Ging, who was aura farming. Desperately want Jinx as a secondary carry. Having already Glove open, having the Last Whisper, we'll see if he went for the Steadfast or he went for the IE, trying to high roll that Jinx within few rolls.
There's a Yuumi 2, the full trait spike on 7 with the Executioner Emblem not having to find the Rise. So Dasik, this is kind of what Katarina wants to do, right? You spike in stage 3, you re-spike once you hit your Katarina 3 in stage 4. You win a lot of the fights in stage 4 against players who, like Og and Ging, who were not quite online just yet. And with that HP lead, you're able to usually bleed out to a top 3 or top 4, but because of the scaling power of over 9,000, potentially Dasik can also become a win-out player in this lobby.
The thing is, if you look at how the Ash and the Jinx works, if they both lock on the Katarina, she dies. There is no Eon to reset the aggro.
Katarina immediately kills a Samira, kills a Volibear as well, so putting in a lot of work. That was Wet Jungler's board, and this is someone who really saved a lot of HP with the Radiant Kraken, I think it is, on the Volibear throughout most of the stage 4, end of stage 3, but is now starting to face some of the stronger boards like Day6 and being taken down a notch.
He tried to position it into the Katarina intentionally, thinking that she can, no Eon, if the Volibear locks on her, he can take her down with the Radiant item and Eon, but it wasn't even close. The Voli just went to sleep after a big dinner.
Revan on a 4-win streak. This is also, like I mentioned with Tomino and Stargarden, this is Revan's comfort comp and comfort playstyle. Playing for something that is asking of you, hey, I need to stabilize on stage 4. I need to roll down heavily. I need to win streak all over stage 4. This fits Revan's playstyle perfectly. And he was playing a lot of Stargarden throughout most of the patches this set and finding a lot of success on it. And he did beat Og as well. He's a player that took down Og in the first place. So has definitely found the right board for the stage 4 at least.
Is this the pair destined to take down Katarina? Oh, I don't think so. Never mind. Bro, this
I think Basic is, too strong in this spot. Especially with, it's underdogged, right? The last augment?
I believe so, yeah.
Picked very rarely.
Yeah, but second win for Revan, which is arguably the strongest silver argument you can get on the 4-2. Meanwhile, Gobo going fast 9.
And the Yone is
He did
still...
not learn the lesson of the other players. He's still a believer that you can play on the back of the 5 costs.
Whoa, this is not Gobo's fault. That Yone has probably rolled into something useless and then back into Yone across these last 3 rounds, and he is just trying to find a playable 5 cost to add to his board to please end this 5 loss streak that he's currently on.
What do you mean? Yone too has melee items? Why not play Yone on the board, Panda? What's wrong?
I speak, I am in big trouble, so we will focus on what players will be doing in stage 5 to try and lock their spot in the top 4, to try and continue getting their points locked and loaded for this day 2. Double, as we predicted, did play into the Stargarden line as well, similarly to Revan. I think overall, a pretty big contest on a unit like Volibear from both Soulfighter and Starguardian. White Jungler, like I mentioned, Radiant Kraken looked really good on Volley until there was just too much tankiness for this Volley to take down quickly and get those resets, and now White Jungler's on a 4-loss streak.
Yeah. So if you're a player and you struggle to recognize what's the strongest focus to angle, Double is the player to check, because he always tries to default the strongest line. And yeah, you can clearly see that it is a Jinx. And we have, I believe, 3 players playing Jinx this lobby, including Revan, Double, and there was one more that Ging for sure, and I think there was even one more on top of that. And then like having 3 Ashe players, and then Daisy being on the back of the Katarina.
Gobo's gonna go down to 1 life, it seems like. Jinx doing too much, the Poppy holding on for so long, and Gobo now needs to have this role favored him. He needs to have the right upgrades come through. He does find the Lee Sin 2, that could be absolutely massive, has a little bit of gold to work with to try and find the TF2 as his secondary carry. I assume gonna have to roll.
There's no shred of any sort. I wish we had seen some corrosive, Noxious Trap. Like I know we have red buff, but you need something. Oh no, there is even shot. No, there is even shot on the back. Waiting, never mind. The good items on Tyra.
For Soulfighter, interesting setup here from Gobo with his 6 Juggernaut 4 Soulfighter setup. We'll see if he can win against the Katarina. Katarina might have a chance to sneak onto the TF, and that could spell disaster for Gobo's chances of fighting for a top 4 spot in this game. For now, Katarina very far away, and Braum is doing a lot of work in the front. At least 1 more life given to Gobo here.
I mean, you are saying Braum is doing a lot of work. I was watching this Lee Sin, tanking Katarina, throwing punch, kicks left and right, full draining to full HP every cast after dropping to half. I'm telling you, this wasn't on Braum.
It's a 2-man job. You accept that one?
Fine.
Well, TF is tickling in the back line.
Ging ended up on 4 Ray, 4 Sniper. Usually not the way you end up on the version. Usually opt for a bit more front lane, but when you have to rely on that Varus, you want to just scale it as far as you can. So Ging decided to just put as many snipers as he can and hope the Cassandra front with Poppy can be enough.
Good positioning, moves the backline a bit more to the right. Katarina should have no real chance of hopping onto that Jinx Varus clump on the bottom left corner anytime soon, unless Caitlyn acts as a bridge, but for now she is pretty far away. There is a lot of damage coming out though from the Yuumi with the Executioner +1, and Katarina, if she casts one more time, that could be it. She gets the Jinx, Varus is down to his last life, and Ging will be taken down, unfortunately, despite what looks like a strong setup in stage 4, Helen.
Not having Jinx as a secondary Q carry is the problem. We've seen that Jinx is pretty much currently in the power of the 5 cost. So players who opt to play for the 4 cost usually have a more success, which wasn't the case for the Raven, but that might be due to the just having prismatic icon argument, where other players straight up went for the power. Like, look at all the players that are remaining. Only Daisy went for the icon argument, but being able to get an early Katarina, securing that extra HP, and then hitting the Yuumi on top of that allowed him to spike through that.
Pretty crazy gap in HP here as well as we move through the rest of this stage. 3 players above 40 HP, and then White Jungler and Gobo just fighting between each other to see who ends up in that 4th place position, who ends up 5th.
Oh, there is some sneaky here. Attempt waiting for the run start, for the more chaos, to just conceal the intent. So I will
there's more audio signals, that's your time to buy it, so no one gets any info.
Yeah, pretty strong setup. We've seen the item count got ramped up after the Raptors, when the players struggled on the itemization after the Wolves. The components made up pretty much dropped full on the Raptors, and having the items on the Yuumi at the end helps a lot, but not quite enough to beat the jungler Sami Rapport.
Yeah, both players who were on 1 life fight for at least 1 more round. The definitive part, of course, will be when they face each other, if they are going to be in each other's matchmaking pool, and then one will be taken down no matter what. And we'll see if any of the other top 3 players lose enough HP to make that happen a little bit too late, where they can both play for the top 4.
Curious, once the Coinit hits the lead 2, he might reach the critical mass of just being unbeatable. He has a very good itemization. Picked up the Zyra with the duelist emblem, usually being ideal on the TF, but he cannot just quite fit it in, so ends up being on the Zyra as just an attack speed item, and the synergy for dash.
We'll see what the Braum can do here, trying to break through the front line for Jinx to get some more damage, maybe kill TF early, but not the case for now. The Poppy's holding on for a long time for double here, but yeah, Braum just yeeted that Jinx away. A big loss for double. Gobo stays alive, but White Jungler unfortunately has been taken out in 5th place.
Hitting that lead 2 of the Pandora on the pivotal turn against Daisy. Save the Gobo.
I wonder what they're pinging. Looks like Daisy was not sneaky enough.
We see already Gobo after the pings, putting the Jinx on the on the Pandora bench, just to get a chance to roll for that Yuumi.
6 Yuumi's only being held quite far away from the next carousel round. Day 6 is going to be on 2 lives, and I think he's free-falling a little bit, being outskilled by the rest of the players in this lobby. So it's going to be a really tight margin for him to have any chance of finding this Yuumi 3. They'll find the Leona 2 more importantly.
Usually the prismatic ticket was the way for the players to hit 4-cost 3-star when they stabilized on the stage 4, and we see that being another attempt by the Daisy, because he knows he cannot really cap besides that. So that's like, he already got his placement, already top 4, as you said, just free falling. So he tried to pick up the final win con, failed, so he just went for the strongest board possible, perhaps try to get 3rd at most from just by the HPs, getting every small upgrade that he can, even race upgrade, which is usually what players avoid to do.
And I want to go back to mention how interesting the underdog pickup is. No other reroll players in the lobby. Daisy knew pushing levels very quickly, so he would always be a level below the rest of the players in this lobby to get some value out of an augment that is picked, I think, very rarely in TFT. But Daisy is one of those players who has an open mind enough to identify and adapt to very niche cases where a certain augment could be good, like in this pace. And we're seeing double going out in 4th, Daisy winning that fight. So maybe a turnaround, maybe the Katarina has skilled enough with over 9,000.
Okay, hear me out. Drop Forceful Fighter, sell that Gwen, play second Braum.
Wait, no, you hear me out. There's 6 Brahms.
I know.
He's going for Braum 3. It's time.
I know. Put that Gwen on the bench, no?
And roll it. I like it.
Yeah. Just hit Braum like a beast. That he is. Oh, look at the Braum positioning. Will we have an instant lead? Oh? Oh, too careful. No, wait. No,
Katarina saved herself, but Braum has been bursted down by the Yuumi. The Yuumi stays alive more as well, and Katarina is trying to get to TF. She's a little bit too far away. Set holding on for so long. It's just too much to handle. Gobo and Coinage board.
It looked like Daisy was ahead on that, but the TF cast pretty much ripped through the Daisy's board.
Soul Fighter TF, you heard it here first. The new tech.
I mean, I've seen Kale Soul Fighter win out. Why not TF?
Oh, we gave up on the Yuumi because there's too much defense being played, and now we're trying to pivot into a naked Rise 3 from Daisy on
There's
one life.
Extra front lane.
I think it's too little too late. The Braum is now being rolled by Gobo. He's pivoting into TF. There's multiple rat tactics being deployed here.
Is it even open?
I think Braum's were being held, which is why Gobo's trying to rethink his strategy. I think Gobo's strong enough regardless, though. We'll see what this Lee Sin can do, though, and the Coinid setup with Crystal Gambit, who he is getting more and more resources, right? So Coinid could be the boogeyman, the Grim Reaper in this lobby. Oh my god, the Lee Sin.
Gobo last time, but like the Lee found the back alley to the back lane, being able to just...
It's not even close.
I mean, it would be close if that Lee doesn't go to the back for the TF kill. It was, I think, just positioning, because last time similar board from Coinid got defeated by the Gobo.
I think it's why we were seeing the desperation from Gobo and Daisy trying to find a 3-star win condition. They looked at Coinid's board and they said, we're not beating this normally. We need to bring in the A-team, the Avengers, the Braum 3 to try and sneak out a win here. But not enough. Coinid, a strong showing. We'll hear what the analyst has to say about this game too, which I think was much more forecast oriented than what we saw in game 1.
All right, thank you guys so much. As we said, coming out of that game, of course, the big picture is, of course, the results of the game overall, which we'll be getting into a little bit later on. But just before we do, I kind of want to bring in some of the big picture stuff here. Last game, we entered a strange place where perhaps there wasn't, a Star Guardian or a Ashe in every corner, but it's seeming more and more makes like we're now in a forecast meta and nobody told us.
Well, I think nobody told us is a strong word. We've been seeing a lot of defaulting into either Ashe or Jinx all throughout yesterday again. And if you're just looking at this post lobby screen, that's exactly what you're seeing. 3 players on Jinx, 3 players on Ashe, and that has just been the name of the game for, I feel like, this entire tournament weekend. In this case, though, I feel like a lot of it was already determined by our overall lobby pacing. Stuff like the Radiant items and artifacts coming through from the Prismatics, and the players like Dasik who found an out, once again on that conditional line, being able to just scoot on by, not be caught in the crossfire of Griefing, just goes to show that players are really on the lookout for these.
Well, so Sasa, talk to us a little bit about, because of course we did see a lot of Jinx being played again, as we said at the opening of the show, a lot of it getting played and seeing a lot of success. Was there anything which we can draw from that particular lobby looking forward to the lobbies to come?
Yeah, I think this lobby should be an example of how the tournament will be played out. Really focused heavy. We see Crystal Gambits in first and 8. You see the comp is very risky. And then like 3 Star Guardian players, I think. Like King was obviously the Varus, the aura farming Varus, but played some Jinx as well. And yeah, I think this lobby is a good example of what's to come.
I do want to bring up as well, you mentioned, the idea in the green room about finding some early direction there. While it didn't work out well for Ging overall, the aura farming did feel like a bold choice, and at least it put him a little bit outside of the general sort of brawl for the same composition.
I think aura farming is always, to an extent, a little bit of a gamble. Yeah, you get a legendary, but we all know not all legendaries are made equal, right? There is some that you're hoping more for than others, and usually when we see Varus, players aren't the most excited about it. I do agree with Zaza, though. I think if he had been able to get maybe that Jinx out as a second carry, I think his storyline would have maybe been different here. So always worth a try. Unfortunately, it didn't work out this time around, but I think there's a bigger point here that Zaza was actually speaking to, which is Coinid being able to get 2 first places in a row. What a beast.
Yeah, what a beast. My man from Dach. Also my friend. I know top players like that. Not a big deal to me.
You're so cool, Zaza.
Could you introduce him?
Oh, but we
let's
see
take a look.
the players eliminated here. Yeah, maybe talk to us here. Counterfeit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as we said, this was the first elimination zone. The bottom 8 players, so everybody from this page is now gone from the competition, including Vermodeth, Experian, Hypno players we talked about before. Ging, of course, we were hoping for a real big resurgence on his part on the Turkish side. But of course, as we go to page 1, we're looking for our players who potentially will be getting promoted at the end of game 10, as well as the ones who are potentially getting eliminated as well.
Yeah, just look at the overall points on the right-hand side. See how many players are sitting on 37 points right now. 36 was the cutoff. And all of these players just on the back of a single point, making it in and out of elimination for now. But they need to keep fighting. It's not over from here. More eliminations are yet to come. And of course, for the upper echelon of players, we are looking towards that instant promotion for the top 4 players after game 10. So they're fighting their own battles up there, trying to get the instant golden ticket.
And Sasa, I know you were pushing, of course, Tamino from before. He's currently leading the pack up there with 50 points. I mean, that's a hell of a thing to be able to do. But we said, across the entirety of both these weeks, this has been an incredibly stacked tournament with some extremely impressive players. So to be leading a pack like that is no small feat.
Yeah, I always thought he's a good player from ladder. Like watching him play and seeing him, he's high in ladder, and he proves that he also can play in the TPC among the top players.
He certainly does. I'm really excited. Of course, we are going to be watching these next 2 games before all of that happens. So we're going to be getting first row seats together with you, chat. And honestly, I feel like we got a couple of treats today already. Stuff like the Kaisa, even though that didn't work out, or the Zaya reroll, definitely comms we haven't seen too much of yesterday. So I'm always really excited to see maybe there's a good cook. That Brown 3 in the last game that we saw the potential of is certainly something I'll be on the lookout for as well. That would be great to see.
I mean, players, they've got to leave themselves open at this point. Again, it's worth reiterating. No elimination comes off a result of this next game, but players very much position themselves, to potentially get pushed out or not. I mean, Sasa, as Max was mentioned before, we've got multiple players who are all in the elimination zone at the moment. The 37 points they're coming with to this next lobby. There's more players there than can be eliminated as of a couple of rounds to come. If you were in that kind of position there where you know that you've got to get as many points as possible, do you throw yourself into the Crystal Gambit kind of contest, or would you be trying something else personally?
I think what players should do here, first of all, there's only 4 players getting eliminated, not 8. So you don't need that many points actually, as before. So if you go with a safe approach here, you can like playing the Jinx is safe, I think, instead of Ashe. You can just sneak in with like a 2/4 maybe.
Okay, so keeping it on the safer side, there's a player in that bracket that actually always says that playing first or 8 in a bad position is fake, which is Dasik. He says you should just always play the best you can, and if the spot is there, it's there, and if it's not, it's not. So we're going to be seeing if he can make it out of that bracket and avoid that elimination after 2 games, though. So the first game is going to give us a little bit of a better idea of how that's going to look, and we'll start that momentarily. We also already got our names for this lobby, so we will be watching Dasik among some of the other stars here in EMEA.
Yes, we'll have to say goodbye to Tamino for a little bit, but at least we'll be getting to see what Opal and Wet Jungler, who are 2 of our 3 leading players right now, have got to show for themselves. Again, every point matters here. If the top players continue to do well, they'll be doing it at the expense of the players like D-Cup and Dasik, who are down on the 37 and currently in the elimination zone.
I'm actually intrigued by Bensuk's setup. For a second, I thought that was a window in the back there, but it's actually a mirror. I was like, huh? How did he spawn on the other side of the wall?
He's like, don't worry, I've got my secret plans in my other room. I like it though. Looking at Bensack, you can see, of course, also, this is a wonderful thing about this whole thing, and especially looking forward to the Tactician's Crown, where the players will be able to be there front and center with each other. You can see Bensack especially, really hyping himself coming up into this game. He's a player who's not quite at the upper bounds right now. I believe he's in 6th overall. So if he has a good game and he seems pumped for one, then this could be big for him as well.
Yeah, it could be. And I think Bensack one of the rising players the last few sets, and I think he's only getting better. He's for sure one of the best players right now. Wouldn't be a surprise if he just makes it into the top 4 here. And we can also see, we are in game.
That's right.
Champion.
That's exactly it. I'm quite excited what we're getting here with the wealth of 2-cost champion and 1-cost champion reroll. There might be one or the other option for players to go for, and you can kind of see them spectate across the lobby just as a group hopping through, making sure that they know what everybody else is on. And I would say the most interesting one is probably Double, who has picked up that Kale.
Yes, I mean, not having anyone else. We have got D-Cup who's got the 2-star Zac already, so it's not absolutely ideal, but it's also, if we're looking for our players to have some direction early on, to maybe push other players away from contesting them, this is a great way to make it happen.
Yeah, I think Double has 4 kills already, we just saw. And this comp was very good in the stats, but we don't see it a lot, because it's very conditional. So I'm excited to see if he gets some augment that enables that. Looking at Opale here though, with the early Darius, that's some direction as well. Can he make, he might make 10 here. He will.
Yep.
Nice.
Also tempted a little bit with a double Kale in the shop, but of course knows what Double has on his board. So saying, okay, I'm not going to pick that up. But hey, Nar and Darius is a great early start as well, like you're shouting out. I do want to say that more players are picking up that Kale just for now. So they're going to make it a little bit harder for Double to hit that immediately. But always an option with that 2-star start is Crew, of course. So maybe somebody's tempted into that direction too.
Yeah, keeping a little eye out. I don't think anybody started with the 2-star crew member, but you're right, that would have been absolutely fantastic if it could have happened. Oh, there we go, escape velocity. Maybe a pal. No, wow, instantly re-rolls it. Apparently he's not in the same mindset as us, makes. He'll have something else on the table.
Listen, I love it when players do this because it just tells me that they know exactly that they shouldn't be tempted by stuff like that. And so they just instantly roll it away to make sure, like, this is not something I should be thinking about as he rolls it. It does have a selection of artifacts here and is not going to be... Oh, actually, that is Travis that we're looking at. Opal picked up something else. And we're going to be seeing what he goes for. The Death Defiance is going to be picked up.
Yeah, I think he waited until the last second, so he was not happy about what he saw, I think. Death Defiance, quite the unusual pick. Can be quite good in the Juggernaut's Fast 9, which he might play here with the Golden Edge and the Na opener.
Oh yeah, and if we see on the other side, I mean, if we're talking about our main front lines, cooking pot for Decub and for Zyko, we can see, of course, we know that Juggernauts and Bastions both absolutely everywhere, both accessible by getting access to the early PAM.
I'm really curious what Dasik got from his artifact. I'm trying to see if I can get a sneak peek of it. But those are, of course, always the ones we want to see as early as possible. Ooh. And we're actually, going to be seeing a duel.
A blighting duel. I mean, it's been a while since I think we've seen this particular one coming through, but it's certainly, I think I remember it being, in previous competitions, absolutely everywhere players fishing for this.
Oh, it is still very good. And we can see Dasik's frontline here. Malphite 2, Cannon 2. This Milestar will get to the mana really quick, the 0 magic resist on the enemies.
Yeah, definitely a great pickup to make. I'm sure he's very happy about that. In the meantime, a little bit of an update on the player that had the potential to go for the Kale. Double 61 has sold the Kales that we saw early on. Instead is now playing around a Smolder in the backline. So that is going to be the carry for him for now. Nice little pickup there as well with lots and lots of potential still coming up as we take a look at Decop, who is currently maybe thinking about going for that Kale now that Double has abandoned it.
I know, there's a trade-off that's been opened up for Kales across this lobby, but I mean, right now, of course, Decup's got this. We've mentioned, of course, the possibility of going for Bastion and for going for Juggernaut. Another way for the Cookie Pot to go is, of course, the heavyweight emblem to allow for even more beef early on for Decup. Honestly, I'm thinking like we've got some pretty solid boards developing here, Sasa.
Yeah, I think Decop might contest Dasik here, which I don't like. I don't think Decop spot is too good here, and like Dasik with the artifact will just outplace him most of the time.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's never a good idea to look at somebody else who has the same setup as you, but better, and then be like, well, actually, let me just contest you. You need to be quite desperate to do that. But some of these players have nothing to lose, quite literally, to try and find a better placement. So those might be the ones to look out for here as we are in the carousel and get a glance across the lobby for now.
Checking a quick check through to see if anyone's got any shenanigans. Wet Jungler has got the cloning facility active and looks like he might be thinking about going into Veteran Janna as an option, which not one we've seen a ton of, but we have been seeing when it does emerge, it does a decent enough job.
Yeah, I think that comp really needs a lot of tempo to do well, because it doesn't cap that high, and it's kind of hard to outcap Ashe and the fast 9 boards, obviously. But what I want to mention is Lowy, I think this is the second golden edge we see, so players have a big priority on that augment, getting that extra gold. Which makes sense in this meta, right? You want to go fast 9, you want to play Ashe, you need a lot of gold for that.
Interestingly enough, we're not seeing too many players posture for the Crystal Gambit as of right now, something that I think we saw a lot more in other lobbies prior. Not being able to find those units, of course, will be a factor in that. But you can see on the side of Double, for example, he would have the option to try and play more in that direction. And instead, players are trying to find those wins, like Double, who's on that 3-win streak, trying to protect it here, and will do just so.
I don't mind this at all, because certainly what we saw from Double in the previous lobby was he was just playing his strongest board available. I mean, his tournament position, 41 points, he's towards the upper end of the pack. I wonder if we might just see him trying to play these kind of aggressive games for the time being until he gets to that one game or another where he can really go off huge and then start playing more risky.
Just a quick update. The way it is as caster is you say something and then immediately you get proven wrong. Bensek is actually on Crystal Gambit. As of right now, just found the trait to unlock it here. So is going to be the player that's currently looking for that. Makes sense, right? With the augment choice of the scoreboard, Scrapper is going to try and get some losses in early.
Double trying to defend his 5 streak here. Let's see who he faces. He faces a full loss streak. I mean, yes, we're very happy
Shake
about that.
business. That's what that is.
Well, especially on the other side, when you know you've got players like Bensack in the lobby who've not just got the Crystal Gambit, but also Scoreboard Scrapper, which we've seen Double on himself before. I mean, Bensack has really laid out his path in the lobby. He's going to be maintaining that loss streak no matter the cost.
Travis also able to protect that win streak at the top. There is going to be 2 players on a 5 streak, and we do get a little bit of a glimpse of Travis's comp once more. Every single time I see Gnar itemized, I'm like, do we have Kahuna Huna? But it's still on that golden edge. And I think the last time we saw our mentor player with Jungler, he was on Mage Janna. So he will need to find that veteran if that is the comp he's going for. I'm not entirely convinced that it is for the reasons that you lined out, Zaza. But if it's doing well enough for now, you could always reuse those AP items he has slammed to try and find something like a Yuumi Katarina later on, or even play around the Seraphine, which is something I feel like we've been seeing very little of in the tournament thus far.
Yeah, Seraphine, very strong if you get there, and I think that's probably the line he's angling right now. But he will need some more econ for that. I think without more econ, we would probably see the mentors here. The veteran jungler.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're suddenly finding a decent amount of the mighty mech units, of course, dropping massively in priority from tournament to tournament. That makes we've got Travis and a double. Still, as you said, with their 2-5 win streaks, should be going up face to face with each other. And you mentioned the Golden Edge Gnar from before that we've seen it from Travis's side of things. The longer he can keep winning, the more he can keep farming.
So just a quick note on that, because we saw Travis push levels. He went to 6 just to make sure that he can prioritize a win against double here if he should show up in his match pool. Is saved, is not the case. So double is going to get another win on the back of Wet Jungler here. We're going to go into augments right after that. Still both players able to protect their win streaks here, and double kind of wins on that trade, right? Because he didn't have to sacrifice 50 gold to try and make it happen. But gentlemen, we're in yet another gold prismatic lobby, and we're going to be seeing if there's any transformative augments coming up here. Definitely some good options already.
Yeah, double already has one item augment, so I think he will go for the combat augment here. You don't want too many items. Oh, that's an interesting decision. The Bastion gives him direction here though for the Yasun reroll, so he will probably play that.
Look across the rest of the field. Because you actually see a pretty decent mix with D-Cup going for the trifecta, so really locking himself in. He was on the Malzahar ball from before, so presumably if he stayed on that he's really committing in, saying, I'm not shifting on this, even if I'm being contested. Basic, she mentioned before, makes with a really good spot for it. I think there's something about Malzahar that just draws people in. They feel compelled to contest.
Well, I can tell you what it is, and it's really good stats. Comp's good. So that is definitely a big part on why players are looking for it. I still don't love the decision to contest here, but we're going to be seeing if maybe he just tries to navigate that Malzahar for now to push levels later on. We're getting another update on their win streakers as double shows up on the other side. Both are going to be able to keep that alive. Well, actually, Travis, after picking up Tiny here, is going to find a loss, but it doesn't really mind because he's going to heal that back up. And Bensek still on that 7 loss streak with the crystals, also picked up the artifact there, and I'm curious on what he got. Oh, it's Radiant Kraken. Okay.
Ash it is.
Nice. That is hand-picked, some would say.
I mean, maybe it's something else. No, it's not going to be something else ever, forever. I do want to take a moment just to recognize Bensek down here with Zico, both of them maintaining their pretty substantial loss streaks. Opal as well, to a lesser extent. We'll see the loss streaks actually go up against each other here, and perhaps this Bastion board has got strong enough to break the streak.
Yeah, the second Bastion emblem we see here.
Kind of curious what Jungler is posturing for, if he maybe finds a route, but with how much gold he spent, I think we solidified that. I think the goal here is going to be that veteran Jenna, so we'll get a look at it and see how it does in this lobby. Most importantly, no Ashe on this carousel, so Bensek is not going to get an instant ticket into a win streak. We'll need to wait a little bit longer.
Double 61 maintains position up at the top of the table, undefeated so far, with a very similar board to what we saw from him before. He definitely seems to have a great grasp of his early game. I mean, Sassum, in terms of overall tournament strategy, if we're seeing double playing roughly the same game as last time, where we saw him coming in 4th place, what do you kind of think about this as an approach to the game, playing this aggro this early?
I mean, it adds a lot of consistency to your game, and Double is a very consistent player, right? If you do it well, obviously. But yeah, I'm kind of curious what he plays with this Bastion emblem, because we already saw the Bastion emblem on. Does someone remember?
Psycho.
We definitely saw
Psycho,
it. Yeah,
exactly,
Psycho, yeah.
So he's probably going fast 9 here, or maybe contesting on the... Nah, he has 5 Yasus. Never mind. He is Yasu for sure, contesting Zyko there. And Zyko doesn't have the HP to fast 9 with the Bastion emblem, so I'm kind of curious what Zyko will play.
Zico did pick up the Samira from the carousel that we saw there, so she is going to be the premier unit for now, and that might just be an idea to pivot into the Soul Fighters, which Soul Fighters coming into today had really good stats, but I'm always a little bit cautious around the Soul Fighter stats because often you will see players just have a really, really good early game and then naturally pick up those units later on, be able to pivot off or into it, I'd say. Whereas we're going to take a look at Bensek, still no Ashe for now. That's the one he wants.
Have a quick look through our boards on the scoreboard. And yes, no Ashes coming through so far across the field anywhere, but we are starting to move more into the area where soon our players, as we see here from Bensek, will be just trying to get in a little bit of HP trade for more resources. It feels like this board is pretty much ready to go from Bensek if we can just find the right units.
Yeah, that's a Kesanta too already in 3-6. That is a early Kesanta.
That's right. Great unit to find that early for sure before we go into our PvE round. I just want to shout out once more, Double still hasn't lost. He's on 9 wins. And of course, with Bensek and Double having streaks that are this long, that's a lot of extra gold and resources that are going to be available to some of these players, which makes it harder for the players that haven't been able to build out econ, like with Jungler, who had invested so much money early on to try and enable his comp just a little bit, has found that econ back for now, but we're seeing some rolls come in. Ashe is on the board for Bensek.
I think we're seeing a couple of different Ashes coming across the field. Of course, massively important for enabling access to the Crystal Gambit 5 and get those rewards coming in. This has been discussed already across the day. Just getting the raw quantity of these Crystal Gambit on kill rewards is so important to make sure this board can keep on going.
Yeah, Bensek in a great spot here. Let's see if he finds the Ashe 2 on his road on. Oh, that's a Zyra.
Well, somebody check him PC. This is not normally. We have Cassante 2. We found the Ashe naturally. We found a Set 2. We found a Zyra. Mortdog's favorite, question mark?
I mean, any question marks about it? It's looking fantastic. But Opal, it's also looks. I mean, I don't know if Opal was looking to make the same sort of transition as well, but hasn't managed to find the Ashe. Has managed to instead find the Jinx, which, as we've been talking about, has been the alternate option for some of our players.
Yeah, I didn't have the time to swap off the power up here on the Rel, which is a bit unlucky. I think the Poppy's a lot stronger. Ooh,
that's bomba. Just KO Coliseum for you. Transitions take a lot of times for our players. It's just the nature of the game this set, I would think. I'm really curious if Wet Jungler has found Veteran by now. He was on Mage prior too, but before we check that out, we need to see what our final augment choice is going to be, and it's going to be gold augments to round this one out.
I want to check back in as well with, Jacob and Dasik we mentioned from before, the two players contesting each other on the Malzahar lines. They've actually managed to climb up the table a little bit, and as we see Dasik managing to hit the Malzahar, it's decided to go for a slightly different direction, not fully contesting the heavyweight style, but instead going for protectors.
I think he's pivoting into Sox here. He hit the early Gwen. Karma's actually quite a decent Blighting Jewel user. I think the best one after Malzahar. So, yeah, he's not transitioning currently because the Sorg bot is weaker, but as we can see on the bench, he's holding all the Sorgs.
It's really interesting looking across our lobby screens because we of course have two players that were angling for this Yasuo Bastion and Zyko and Double. They're still looking for those Yasuos, and I think that might have just been partially because of two players going for the Malzahar, so them knowing a lot of those 3 costs are going to be taken out of the pool, enabling them to maybe find their rerolls just a little bit easier. And I'm curious who is actually going to take these 3-cost reroll to the very end and who's going to back out of it.
Yeah, I'm with you, Cecil, that it does seem like it's possible that Dasik has got this in mind to take the road less traveled and find a clear path. I mean, given the kind of position that they're both in for Decup and Dasik, we've got to remember that these are two players who are on the lowest points in the whole lobby. They're currently in the elimination zone. They need big wins, and it's really unfortunate that they've been contesting each other.
You see the Bastion Wooly here, coming in from Zaiku. A bit of a cook. You don't see this every day.
Well, I think he was kind of forced into it, right? He slammed that Bastion emblem, then he saw Double, who was on that massive win streak, kind of could test him a little bit on the comp, bully him off of it. So finding a backup in the Volibear carry together with that Samira is not too shabby. We've been seeing the Volibears really put in a lot of work all throughout the tournament day. And once again, Bully is going to get all of those resets in the backline as enabled by the Samira, who drops everyone low before. And it's working for now.
Yeah, it's a huge round for Zico with the malicious monetization kicking in there, and of course, really allowing him to reset his economy. But I do want to take a second as we come onto Carousel. We do see Twisted Fate on here, of course, for our late game boards. But we'll touch back to the Volibear in a second. We do have another Volibear on the Carousel as well. But it's become a bigger and bigger part of things going forwards.
Armor for Dasik here. That would be huge. He also needs a tier, I think.
Gets it
the karma.
with that tier. Nice pickup for Dasik. You can see at the bottom that he's currently still having all of his items on the Malzahar, but he already had at least one karma on his board. To try and make that switch happen is going to be very nice. And we are also seeing Opal sitting on a pair of Jinx and Verusis. What's the plural there?
I don't know if they've been submitted for scientific study for us to know for certain. But Zyko, let's. I'm gonna start. I want to get your thoughts on these, on the Edgelord Volibear board. It's an unusual Edgelord Volibear board for sure that we've seen Zyko going for. But as we've seen in the previous rounds, it is effective.
Yeah, I mean, triple item upgrade 4 costs is always going to be effective in this stage. And I don't think this comp is that bad if you get it online. It's not like he had a choice to play something else. Gets a test here against the Jinx and Poppy too, though. And I think it looks good. Wait,
no! Volibear was like, I'm gonna fake left attack, and then I'll get distracted and die. Very unfortunate. Well, he at least printed a lot of gold on the back of that, but yeah, I think that fight could have gone either way. It was really, really close between the two of them.
Yeah, but I do think
Bentang?
I do think Opala was very strong, so that Woolly comp looks kind of good.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to kind of bring up a little bit about, as we see Bentang, I think, about to, or at least getting close to getting the upgrade on the Ashe, that we see the Volibear go off, it goes off absolutely huge, but very much an assassin without really target access. Has to chew for a lot of units to get there, as Decob has stuck the landing here on the 3 cost. I think the trifecta was an effective way makes to say, I am not backing off of this line, so you better, or we're probably both going bot 4.
Well, the good thing is somebody did back off, and it's actually the guy on the other side. So Dasik has found the Karma too, has found the Shadow Clone as well. Very premier snack on that unit, and like Saza mentioned, is a really, really good Blighting Jewel holder. Also has a lot of frontline items, which is what Karma needs the most to try and buy her the time to get those casts out. So I think I'm feeling pretty good about where Dasik is sitting. Also has that Gwen too. Only thing we're really needing is some more frontline units per chance.
Yeah, this is one crazy lobby. I saw Zyro 2, I see a Gwen 2 here. I see everyone has the legendary they need, the Volibear has a Braum. Oh my god. But Decop is sec. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I do admire, for what you're saying, makes the Dasik did decide to be the one to back off, and as potentially going to end up coming out ahead of the whole thing, as Decop, is strong, but he's been so delayed in where he should be at this point in the game. He's still re-rolling. He's close to hitting. I think he's going to have to spend out to try and finally bring this board online.
We're going to be seeing what he hits, but somebody that has hit is Travis, because on the previous round, we saw a lot of those units flying on the right-hand side. Has been playing on Tiny Titans, has been bleeding out, farming gold, went to 9, rolled down, found Twisted Fate 2, found Zyra 2, found Brown 2, found Lee Sin 2, as well as Set 2, just right before that previous round. And right now, is it good enough for Travis to turn around, as he has Basic on the other side?
I mean, this board is looking really good. And if we think back to where this all started for Travis, this is one of the Golden Edge players into the tiniest Titan. You know, it's also, of course, we were talking about this in previous days, being able to put together two forms of economy can be so incredibly powerful for hitting these fast line boards.
Yeah, I think Travis saw his spot very well, because he was like streaking his early game, and he still took the HP augment, right, despite streaking in the early game, to instantly have the game plan of I'm fast 9 here. And it worked out. His board is crazy.
It is crazy. What's also crazy is 2 players eliminated on the back of that round, and it is going to be Opal, who was on that Jinx line, was not going to be good enough here as he takes an 8th place, and Zyko, who we were talking about having a really nice comp assembled that was a little bit of a cook, as well, the cooking pan assembles too, but also taking a 7th place here, unfortunately, was not going to be good enough. D-Cup has hit both the Ramos and the Malzahar, so that is another threat in this lobby. And the same is true for Wet Jungler, who's on the other side, has found the Jenna, is still missing some upgrades, though, still a Rise 1.
Has got a lot of crit, and almost good enough. I mean, I'm really impressed with what we're seeing from Dasik, though. He's doing incredibly well. Got to hold on. It was a very, very close round. Let's see how much further this can go. As we look on the right-hand side, we can see the HP starting to drop off across the lobby. Bensak, our current lowest player right now, who is one of our Crystal Gambit players, has got a great board, has got a huge future ahead of him, as long as he can hold on long enough to get these cash outs.
Yeah, I think Bensik's slowly hitting critical mass here. But I wonder what he cashed out. I think it's items, components, gold maybe.
I assume so. He's got most of the stuff from the back line. We already knew his Ash items were fantastic, but he's up against Dasik in this round, and I wonder makes if Benzak's gotten strong enough right now.
But we have seen other players beat Dasik's board before, so I don't think it's the strongest board in the lobby right now is going to be good enough here as he gets another win. I do think it was gold he cashed out just on the state of his items. He doesn't seem to have much more items than anybody else we've been seeing, so that would be my premier guess as we're going to be going into the carousel here. We do have another set of emblems available. No Katarina players in this game, but D-Cup says, yep, I'll take that Twisted Fate, no biggie.
Basically looking for Gwen items here. Gets a great Gwen item with the red buff.
That's great, yeah, just covering one of the bases there. Do you want to take a second to recognize for Zico, who's got knocked out in 7th place? You know, Opal had a lot of points coming into this one. You know, could just kind of shrug off that loss. For Zico, that was devastating to get sent out. D-Cup in a very similar position as well, on 37 points overall. If he can't make it into, you know, a stronger position, if players like Bensak do hold on, then D-Cup's in major trouble coming as of next round.
Yeah, I think with points being so close, it's actually doable if you get like a first next to still make it. D-Cup hitting the Darius 3-star here, finally. I think should have hit that a long time ago.
Is it good enough, though? On the other side, this double has found that Yasuo 3 that we were talking about. It has a Seraphine 2 in the backline together with that Yuumi. He just found that Yuumi, so we'll see what they can do together. One ult is enough to take Darius down to half health. Can he get those execution resets in? And it looks very much like, yes, he can.
I mean, if this had been any other board which didn't have 3-star 3 costs in it, I have to think that Seraphine would have been good enough to cut through, but The bar has been set very high here with some very tanky units indeed. As Bensack continues to hold on, him and Decov scrapping. Dasik also just above on 10 HP as well in a similar position. 37 is the lowest points you could be at the moment. Every single placement is going to matter hugely in this game.
Yeah, what I want to mention is the heavy the Seraphine has a very bad matchup into these very tanky units, Ramos and Darius here. So I think that matchup is kind of cooked. Going up against Dasik here.
Yeah, Dasik on the left-hand side, double on the right-hand side. So both of these players are fighting for survival. Can Decub beat out Dasik? Can Bensack beat out Double? It's a handshake business all across the boards on the right-hand side. That Ashe has found the Seraphine and taken a win. Story on the left-hand side is looking a little bit different, though. Elimination has arrived for... Who is it? Dasik is out.
It was Dasik, yeah. So that's one
I
of
just saw the
cutscene.
cutscene.
Points.
I think Dasik is really angry here. That he gets contested on his blighting Jewel Malta.
I think he would be fair to be a little bit mad about that. That I would be too. I think that makes sense.
I think it's justifiable in this case. I mean, Travis, though, of course, is ahead of the pack. With Wet Jungler, those are the two players with not just a lot of HP, but Travis, 73 gold in the bank and a ludicrously strong board as well. He is very well set up for the rest of the game.
Well, I need to put your attention to something that's even more important than the obscene amounts of money that he has, because he has arranged the full round of Poros from Braum, and every single time they stand behind him, they actually build a heart. Just in case you've never seen this before in KO Coliseum, it's a nice little Easter egg. If you get all of those resets on the Braum, he spawns all of the Poros, and they sit in a heart behind him. Travis, stand still. I'm begging you. There we go. It's a nice little heart. You see that? Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I've never noticed this.
No.
That's why they pay you the big bucks. But he does go up. Actually, this is Bensack going up against Travis on the other side. Can Bensack stop the bleeding? Can he find another win? Claw his way into the top four. The Ashe is nearly down already. The board has been decimated. Cassante trying to buy time is not going to be good enough, and it will be an elimination here. Only question is, does Decub go out as well? Could it be the minus HP that factor in? And that's exactly what's happening as they take 4th and 5th place.
Wow. I mean, that's still not really going to, I suspect, be enough. I mean, Bensack, again, has a little bit more points in the tank to be able to shrug that one off and move forward. For Decub, just saying, Sata really needed the first place. Down to our final three then. We've got Double, who, of course, played super aggressive early on, rewarded with getting to a top 3. He's on 41 points overall. Travis, with a Juggernaut Lee Sin board. And of course, Wet Jungler bringing us the veteran Janna board, makes you called right back at the beginning of the game. He's run out of gas, but he's managed to maintain a very good amount of HP.
And honestly, I think that is more than respectable. People are usually not putting too much credit on the veteran Janna because it doesn't cap as highly as some of the other boards. So really well done by Wet Jungler, preserving a lot of HP and being able to cap out that board in the end, getting to those higher levels as he tries and finds this win in the end, takes out Double into the washing machine. And that is going to be another cutscene being taken out by Travis. Only Wet Jungler and Travis remain in this lobby.
Yeah, I think what makes this Kubuku so good. Oh, sorry.
No, please. Let's because actually in the game, I was going to talk about Double. Let's talk about stuff that's actually going to be happening.
Yeah, I think why Wet Jungler did so well here is the belt overflow with the atomic. It's just a crazy explosion, and the entire board disappears. Yeah, that's a very good combination.
It absolutely is, and we love seeing it. But between those two, we can still have a couple more fights, a couple more measuring of strengths, and the scales could not be more different. On one side, we're on level 8, 0 gold, essentially. On the other side, we're on level 10 with 40 gold still to spend. So definitely a little bit of an uneven playing field between the two of them. Can Wet Jungler really do anything here to turn the story around?
I think at this point he's going to be content enough saying, you know what, Travis has got a ludicrous board. I've got a 2-cost reroll board. It's never going to measure up face to face. But I do want to bring in, as we come to Carousel, and find a few more legendaries and items to bring in. You know, the contrasting stories between Travis and Wet Jungler. Of course, for those unfamiliar, Wet Jungler managed to get to second place, almost a set champion. For Travis, by comparison, after winning a cup this season, he's got a guaranteed spot on the crown. His first ever spot on the crown to maybe steal the spotlight in the same way Wet Jungler did.
Yep, absolutely right. I'm just looking to see if there's maybe like positioning that you could still change here to try and claw a win. He does have one more life in the tank for sure. He's not going to get eliminated on the back of this round here. So if there's anything he can do, this is the time and the moment, as Travis is just accumulating wealth, units, resources, anything you name it, really. Let's see how this fight goes.
Kubuko, great position here in the middle of the board. Well, I just realized he swapped to Unstoppable on the Kubuko, trying something out, maybe that wins. But unfortunately doesn't.
Listen, at this point you have to try stuff. It's fair enough.
I mean,
Well, Max, I think you brought up a really good point before with the... I mean, with Wet Jungler's board, it really feels like it has got the built-in hard cap, just because, as you pointed out before, we're completely reliant on Janna for damage in this composition. And at this point in the game, it doesn't feel like she's remotely up to that task of cutting through this many, top quality units.
I mean, the story is pretty much you versus the guy she told you not to worry about, right? On the left-hand side, there is infinite levels of gold, of money, of legendaries, and Wet Jungler just doesn't have anything to work with here. Of course, he's going to try his best to maybe position a little bit different. You can see he was holding copies of the Udyr to try and make an Udyr 3 happen, but at that point, I'm not even sure if that would be good enough to save him here. Travis is on a 9-win streak, just rolled down his entire gold to try and make a 3-star legendary happen. That is the state of things that we are on, and you can just see his backline come for the Janna right here, right now. Nothing's going to stop him there. Wet Jungler will take a well-deserved second place. Well done with that veteran Janna. Travis taking yet another first place.
And it's worth noting as well, Sasa, that of course, Travis has already got a confirmed spot on the crown. He's just playing for glory and a chance to become regional champion here. But yet, you can forgive any other player being in this position saying, you've really not got a huge amount to play for. When you've got your spot already in, you can take your foot off the accelerator, but Travis absolutely has not done that at all.
Hey, it might be a bit of a buff to you if you don't have any pressure on yourself, right? You already make it, and you can just just play confidently, and that's what he does.
Well, let's hear from our analysts about this game. It was definitely an interesting one. So here are Alan ZQ and Apache's Panda.
The Battle of the Contests, Alan, is what it looked like, at least to me. And interesting contests as well with the cooking pot and kind of you're kind of locked into a comp from 2-1 onwards. Halfway through, you have to change your recipe. Didn't quite pan out for Zyko with double. Finding the Bastion +1 on 3-2, more of as a tempo option, but just found so many Yasuos for free. Had to play for Yasuo 3, which was the correct play to make. And Zyko was stuck between going fast 9, between re-rolling, stuck in that middle ground with Volibear with the Bastion emblem instead, and it wasn't quite up to par. And the same thing happened with Dasik and Decub, right? Dasik had the better spot in theory for Malzahar reroll with a Blighting Jewel, and then Decub was locked in with Cooking Pot, was going to play for this Rammus heavyweight, was going to play for Malzahar 3 himself, and Dasik was forced to pivot, not quite able to stabilize on, I think, the correct pivot of going into Karma Sorks with the Blighting Jewel on Karma.
Yeah, we have to touch on the Travis, and finally, a properly played Fast 9. You look at the itemization on the carries. You don't focus on itemizing like Set, Udyr, or for tank. You go for the itemizing carries. Because the problem we've seen so far was there was like too low damage output from either TF or maybe some Seraphine and then some frontline, not being able to output enough damage. But once you focus on like having that Lee, having the TF Brown as your carries, this is when this shines. And maybe the players from now on will pick up from the page from the Travis book and will play it properly.
And this is Travis where he feels most comfortable, right? I saw the meta where Fast 9 was going to be one of the stronger game plans to have coming into this weekend, and I knew Travis would do well. We saw it from him in Battle Academia Cup when he won the first TPC Cup of the sets, and it's a very similar situation now coming into this week too. So Travis looking very, very good in terms of his form for TAC Crown later down the line, later in the month. But White Jungler also had a great game with Janna reroll, I think from a very high tempo spot. Understandably ends up losing and going second, but we saw the spots that you can play Janna from similar to Katarina, where you take over the lobby in stage 3 and stage 4, and then you eventually bleed out in stage 5 and 6.
Yeah, I want to touch on the Sorks for just a moment, because we've seen a Blighted Jewel. Normally, you'd expect a Malzahar reroll, but because it was contested, Daisy opted to go for the Sorks instead. And because of the Karma can hit Shadow Clone and Malzahar can't, so it's like a second best choice, as Sasa mentioned during the game. It was looking okay, hitting Gwen 2, Karma 2, and still going 6 must be so disappointing for Daisy.
And you can also hit Soul Chipper, so there's two good options, even if you miss not that many removers for the Karma. So I think Daisy did the best he could in his position, not quite able to make it work after being forced to move off of Malzahar reroll. Narrative-wise, also a pretty interesting end to the lobby here. Wet Jungler is ex-teammates with both Double and with Travis, so a very familiar top 3 for Wet Jungler in this ending, and Travis and him, of course, being ex-teammates from Na'Vi, and Travis take it in the end. So pretty funny end to the lobby here. I think overall, all 3 of the players in the top 3 played really, really well, and a little bit sad for the players that were forced to pivot off of their comps and work contested, because I think it's just not really up to them. They have to make the best of the situation.
Yeah, like going back to the Double yet, in his position on 3-2, he made a pivotal decision of picking up the Bastion emblem based on like his current bench space, having the Yasuo. He opted for the tempo pick instead of going for like the power pick of the argument. He had a much more powerful, such as buried arguments, but he opted to just keep that pressure, keep the streak, and that like resulted into him going for the top 3. And he, not a player that opting for the winouts often, but just a like steady result.
Yeah, getting more and more points, staying clear of the elimination station we'll be seeing after this upcoming game. Standings, I believe, are ready to go. We'll see who is now sitting on those top positions. Tomino at 56 points already. That is really an insane place to be for Tomino with 3 games left to play. I think almost locked in for final lobby at this point, Alan.
I mean, of course, some things can go wrong. Like we've seen.
Come on, 56 points.
I'm just saying, like we've seen a miracle runs from the bottom of the bracket making to top 8 after getting back-to-back wins from the double in some of the cups, and then we've seen some of the stumbles from the top players, just tanking 1-2 apes, and then the mental drags you down and can be disastrous.
And that top 4 really are the spots that players are aiming for after this next game. A lot of French flags still in this page, of course. A lot of French players still alive and kicking, trying to make final lobby, trying to fight for those TAC round spots tomorrow in what could be a checkmate game tomorrow. I don't know, Alan, if you know the format or the clause. If 2 of the TPC players qualify into the final lobby, we will not have the standard regionals finale where positions matter. Instead, everyone has already qualified to TAC round, so we'll have checkmate instead, and players will have a chance to get some extra reps on checkmate on this set in terms of how to play for wins, how to change their game plans, how to contest players and be a rat. So I think it's a great choice and decision by Riot to make this the format. If the edge case happens where we see Travis and Ben second Coco, 2 of those 3 make it to final lobby, or all 3, who knows?
I mean, I love the checkmate discussion because from the player POV, absolutely the worst thing you can have. You want consistency, you want to win based on points, how you did overall. But from the watching POV, oh boy, this is the best thing. And that's what matters for the esports. Just, fans having fun and just sitting on the edge and not having a determined winner based on just like doing the best. Like the idea that anyone can win at any point is just so fun to follow.
I think in this case, I think players do like it to some extent, just for the reps, just for the extra practice you have. I think there's not many cases in the set where you have the chance to play extremely high stakes checkmate format, 6 games or however many games there could be in that day tomorrow. So that's really going to be a fun test. And it's great to see the TPC winners all in good contention to make final lobby. I think it showcases that their wins were not these one patch breakout fluke wins that we've seen in the past in some of the cups in EMEA, where that player that ends up both in a regional and is a complete loss or just not on the right page for the meta. All three TPC players are super locked in coming into this tournament this weekend, and I love to see that from EMEA. I think it's good to have some tight-end players potentially representing us on the international stage in a few weeks' time. But this is a lobby coming in for Game 4. Tomino, Nikoko, and Tartman. Casters, please take it away.
All right, guys, thank you so much. As we were saying before, this is the crucial moment. We have heaven and hell on one side and the other, promotion and relegation as a result of this game specifically. The top players exit the tournament and go on to the tomorrow, whether it's going to be checkmate or otherwise. The bottom 4 players are eliminated. Here with Megs and Sasa once again to see the different paths that will be taken.
Absolutely right, and it couldn't be more fitting than a loot subscription game after all the chaos we got today. Why not say more of that? And that's exactly what we're getting here, Zaza.
Yeah, I think in this region, especially the spatulas at the chaos, we saw artifacts being removed in this set. That was like the second chaos, really. But now I think it's just the emblems.
I mean, we certainly saw from before that some of these boards can really be enhanced or enabled by having those emblems in the mix here as well. Of course, in this lobby, we have got Tomino, currently the tournament leader. We'll hopefully get a little chance to, again, glimpse of what exactly he's been up to, because he's certainly, his day 1 was very, very good indeed. His day 2 has been very good as well, with a first place into 2 third places, meaning he's been extremely consistent.
Yeah, definitely a very impressive player. We've been seeing, like you mentioned, there was a lot of tumult in the TFT scene after Reven was introduced to the TPC, but he has definitely proven to everybody that he deserves to be here and he's going to show up for it, which has been phenomenal. As we are going to be getting our first set of augments, it'll be silver ones. Just a quick note that we did have a little bit of a desync between cams and boards there, so you are looking at Kubi Sport now, who has picked up over 9,000 as well as a Kale.
I mean, the Latent Forge is really good on carrier, but you might have a problem with economy then.
Yes, you need a ton of money to get out there. So with Silver Augment start, we're seeing some interesting choices come in here. We've got branching out from Volta, very appropriate indeed. If you remember the French EWC days. And let's see what he's got for himself. A duelist spat. I mean, so we're talking about earlier in this lobby, we're going to be seeing a lot of spatulas coming through. But duelist wasn't one we were expecting to see any players actively pursuing.
Well, I mean, Ash surely is a consideration for a lot of our players, so it might just be that you try to make something in that direction. Of course, still missing a lot of the Crystal Gambit, if that's the direction you want to take this one into, but I wouldn't be too surprised if that is the thought process here behind picking up that Duelist emblem.
Yeah, I mean, Volta's probably gonna play Crystal Gambit here. I think you just don't get tricked into 6 duelists. that comp is very bad.
I want to believe, but
what if?
I knew immediately you would try and throw in the possibility of absolute madness. But
we've got players
like Topman. He's got to make other choices as well. He's gone for the interesting Soul Fighter. So we've certainly know that Soul Fighter hasn't been the most popular, but in combination with the Edgelords, has been getting some decent play.
Yeah, with the emblem, it really comes online, like going from like a B tier comp maybe into like A, or low S maybe, I would say. Probably not the only player playing this with the spatula drop.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. What I am a little bit surprised by is Lakoko slamming that Crystal Gambit emblem, despite not having the trait enabled just yet. However, we are rocking a Kahuna Huna Nar. It's a Nar 1 sitting on a copy on the bench there. Could be a nice little unit to carry him through early and mid if he gets it online, so that's something to look out for sure.
I wonder if that would been Pocket recombobulated together, because it's certainly a decent looking board. Yeah, we don't have any left in the tank, but honestly, I don't mind it at all. We've got 4 Juggernaut from very early on, and the Juggernaut Emblem, of course, does serve a little bit of purpose as a backline choice as well, giving you some extra attack speed while you remain above half HP, and certainly the Hextech Gunblade will make that a little easier to accomplish.
Yes, it will. I want to mention how close the points currently are on the leaderboard. We have Revan currently in the last place at 39 points, and then the other players in Elimination have 40 points. So anyone that does well here will probably advance.
That's usually how it goes most of the games. You know, if you do well, you advance. But you're right, of course.
Yeah, not with
something
I know what you were saying, Sasa. I got it.
I'm just being a little mean. It's all right. I joke. Like Coco is still not able to get that Nara upgraded. On the other side is a Darius. That is a 1 whole unit, and that's going to be a win streak that will be built out there for sure as we get a first look at our entire lobby across the playing field here with the emblems that have been chosen across the boards from our additional augments like branching out and so forth.
I wonder if some of our players were holding out on slamming in their early elements just on the off chance this would be a spatula carousel, or will at least be a spatula on the carousel to keep them from having to make the commitments in. But at least, yeah, now we see that we've got a few of our choices in. The Crystal Gamut, of course, Make's mentioned the Juggernaut from Gobister, the Accidental Duelist from Volta. We've got some idea of which lines will be contested if our players choose to make those emblems.
Taking a look at Coinit here, a player you're very familiar with, Zaza. What do you think the thought process here is? Tell me anything that's not Ash.
I mean, we already saw 2 Ash games of Coinit today, and I think this is going to be the 3rd.
Aww. I mean, if it works, but yeah, it is kind of boring, you have to admit to that.
Well, boring,
yeah.
It's getting a lot of these players across the line where it needs to be. But I do agree, in a world where we had a little bit less of an oppressively strong Crystal Gamut, perhaps we would see something else. Kibixen, though, of course, we saw him before, was doing very well, has started to drop back a little bit, just on 40 points overall. I mean, he's certainly one of the players down towards the bottom.
Yeah, he's currently sitting on place 13. So getting a 4th here probably secures him advancing.
Well, I think we can kind of bring that in as a general idea for our players, because for our players coming around 40 points or so, they're looking to get around 45 by the time it's all done. So Revan, Kibixen, Volta, even to an extent, we'd really be looking at 4 of those kind of top 4 kind of finishes. They don't need to absolutely raise the roof. They just need to get across the line a little further.
But if you have the chance to raise the roof, I think you should do it. So that is what we're going to be seeing. A player that knows that more than anyone is Volta. He always plays to the strongest outs. He's always open for a little bit of high roll. And in the past, we've seen just how beautiful that can work out for him. Currently reigning EMEA champion, has another chance here at being a 2-time champion tomorrow if he makes it there, but right now he's looking really promising.
It's certainly quite poetic to see our reigning EMEA champion Volta punching Gobo, who is of course the Magic and Mayhem regional champion, in the face to break his streak and really set the tone going forwards, because you see Volta hitting a very nice Swain upgrade off the tail end of the round, with Volta very much in commanding position. Even if the Duelist Emblem wasn't what he would have hoped for early on, I think you're absolutely right, Makes. Certainly once we get up to the later times, he's going to really enjoy having the extra dose of power for that Ash.
The only issue I'm starting to see is, I know it's hard, but like count with me real quick. We have Coinit on Ash. We have Lakoko on Ash. We have Volta on Ash. And that's like 2 too many, maybe 1 too many if we're being generous. So A little bit of griefing will be had here, which we will need to look out for who is actually able to get, well, first, that Ashe on the board, and secondly, that Ashe 2 on the board, which is the bigger picture, right?
Yeah, Econ Augment's gonna be very important for these players who are contested to hit those units and deny the others. Revan, though, I wonder what he will play in this game with the Caretaker's GP. Looks very flexible still. Oh, Juggernaut.
Okay. I mean, I don't hate that at all. So yeah, we've got some extra. I guess we've got some extra kind of disposable units. On the other side from Coco, having the Pandora's items as a silver choice, very powerful. We'll see what our second augment's going to end up being, though. And as Sasa said, if we can see some more gold injected, that certainly wouldn't hurt, particularly for our players up towards the top of the table at the moment.
Say that every single time I see a Caretaker's GP, I have a little bit of a traumatic incident of a specific patch in the set that just wouldn't leave us all alone with the GPs as we do look at our golden augments. I'm glad that's no longer as we look across the board. Now, quick check, is that flexible or trait tracker?
I think that's going to be...
They're the same, but okay, yeah, Magic Dice is the next one. They're all in there.
Yeah, well, Magic Roll. I remember because Trait Tracker's got the bit in the middle. It's otherwise identical.
TFT, make an augment without dice. Challenge impossible.
Volta just got a pen, and he already has a Crystal Gambit spat with a water on bench. So he's probably gonna do a second Crystal spat, getting the 7 Crystal online very early.
Well, mates, if you needed a way to really, put down your ownership on the Crystal Gambit line, it's getting up to 7 early on and starting to roll in all of the resources, all those rewards before anyone else really gets fully online.
Absolutely right. You're seeing it on the opposite side here. And that's what I meant with Volta just being able to somehow find those high roll positions exactly where he's sitting right now. And we will need to watch out for that one. Quick mention, Tamino did get the Ascension of the random augment proc. So that is something that we'll look out for here. And wait, hold on. Our overlay lied to me. That's Coinit. So that's Coinit that we're looking at. He also has Magic Roll, but Tamino, who you're seeing in the bottom right, he has Ascension.
He's ascended so hard, he's gone onto other people's boards to try and oppress them. But of course, we know that these, even if it's only a temporary solution here, the Xayah Bastion has been very, very good at providing enough strength in the early going. We've still got to slam in the Spatula, but Colin's doing pretty well so far. 45 points, does need a decent win.
Coin got 4 chains from the Magic Roll here, and he didn't have any frontline items prior to that, so he's probably very happy about that.
Can't match up the stretchy arms gangplank though.
I swear to God, I'm going to kick you off this cast. I don't hold the power to, but I'll make it happen some way, Peter.
You're gonna stretch
no
arms
stretchy
out
arms. Nope. We're not making fetch happen. Stop it. Quick important mention. Ashe is not on this carousel. That's the most important story here. We do have a Yuumi and a Samira, which our units players usually like looking at, but Lakoko instead actually goes for the Akali. Have we found Kahuna Huna for him yet? On the yeah, we have. So that Gnar is a mean old Gnar.
It's very mean, and with forward thinking as well. We've seen, the Gnar, Golden Edge or otherwise, it's been doing a great job across the entirety of this weekend of just being an incredible item holder and a way to the very late game indeed. Let's check back in with Gobister. We saw from last before. No, there we go. We're calling him. I'm kind of curious to see how far Connie is going to try and extend, if he's going to double down again, because right now he's on the lowest HP in the lobby. His board is not tremendously strong, so I feel like he might end up just losing the next 3 rounds either way.
Not gonna double down here. Ooh, gets the Fawn. Another spat.
Yeah, that's always the good thing with loot subscription, right? If you don't really find a good emblem to slam early, if you don't care about that early power, often you kind of get a little bit rewarded for it, for getting a fawn later on. So some players playing to that angle for sure, as we are taking another look at Volta is now on an 8 win streak, goes up against the Kauno Nanar from Lakoko, and it is going to be enough. We're going to be turning this into a 9 win streak. Can he go all the way? Can he go to 10?
I think it's worth reiterating, makes as to follow to what you were saying before about Volta, as he's looking exceptional right now, just how ludicrously dominant Volta has been on the international stage. 6 crowns, three of which he's top 8'd, 10 regionals, 7 of which he's top 8'd. I think if of players coming in, he's a distinct favorite to be the player who goes and pushes forward to become 2-time regional champion.
Absolutely. And I mean, he's a player that's really joyous to watch as well, right? Le Sanglier, as the French call him. He's the boar man because he's just so chill. He's unbothered by anything. Every single time we ask him about prac groups, he just says he doesn't prac with anybody. He pracs alone. He doesn't care. He's absolutely hilarious as a character, and he is an insane player that has made even more insane developments throughout the competitive history of TFT. At the beginning, people were always giving him a little bit of flack for being a little bit slower on the rerolls and transitions, but he has put in so much work. He's gotten incredibly fast at it, and he's a player that brings a lot of creative ability to the board as well. It's so fun to watch Volta.
Yeah, it is, and I don't think he's slow. I think he's precise.
Good
like
point.
he doesn't waste a lot of time.
For a long time, I always said he's not slow, he's deliberate, but by now he's also fast and deliberate. Like, he's gotten a lot faster on his APM. I'm not kidding.
Oh no kidding whatsoever. I do want to touch back on if you ever get a chance to, for any of you folks watching, to catch any of Volta's interviews, he's a wonderful interview subject as well. But Coco, of course, we haven't talked about for a little bit here, is has got the forward thinking from before. The now we're talking about as a stopgap. Is starting to feel a little bit of the pressure down at 40 HP, has maintained a 10-round loss streak.
Yeah, very important. The win streak on Volta, we were just talking about it, has been snapped just now, but a lot happening across our boards right now. We're going to be hopping over to Tottenham, a player we actually haven't spoken too much about. You called out the Soul Fighter early on. Counterfeit is now online. 8 Soul Fighter looking for that set 2, looking for the Samira 2, is going to get neither. And with 12 gold in the tank, not much to give here as he goes up against Coinit.
We'll see how this one does long term, because we've had the explosive growth in place just to push us forward a little bit. So I wanted to get your read on where you kind of feel like Soul Fighter is at the moment, because certainly from my own experience, it doesn't feel like it kind of measures up favorably against some of these fast 9 boards once they've got fully online.
Soul Fighter is very oppressive in stage 4 when you get the Soul Fighter Volibear online. It's very hard to beat, but it doesn't cap as high, and you usually, if you don't complete the quest, you bleed out.
Going to be taking a look at Lakoko here as the roll down commences. One of the 2 players in the lobby with 2 Crystal Gambit emblems on their board. He's looking for the Ash more than anything. Can he make it happen on the back of these prismatics as he's digging incredibly deep? Finds Cassante too, but that is not the outcome he was hoping for.
I mean, we've got 1.
Okay, hey, all right, no.
He was keeping us in suspense. He's a master showman.
Whatever. How does it feel to be Mordog's favorite? I can't.
I mean, if you look at Coco's numbers across the seasons before, though, he has been an incredibly dominant player. He's on 51 points right now. I think it really feels like Coco is a player who's still got more to prove, despite having put out some ludicrously dominant seasonal performances before.
I don't want to jinx it, but welcome Lakoko to the finals.
Okay, Zaza, let's chill on the caster curses. Yeah, we'll see. It's definitely a very, very good option for him here. We do not say that. We don't.
This time is different.
I just want to point out there's a lot of crazy boards in this lobby, but Lakoko is definitely looking to be in a commanding position here. We'll see how it goes. But for now, we're going to be hopping over to the top of the leaderboard. GoBuster, also a former EMEA champion with a chance to maybe claim a second title here this weekend, is currently sitting on those juggernauts. We were talking about that emblem earlier on, and has been winning 7 times in a row as he goes up against the Soul Fighters. Still no Samira 2 has been found.
I'm really wondering if there's enough damage on the Soul Fighter board to be able to punch through these juggernauts. We need these spread front lines. You got so many individual tanks, but maybe it's going to be good enough even without the upgraded Samira. The Volley Bear, Sasa, you're calling out from before, is doing some good work there to punch through.
Yeah, well, we have to take into consideration that GoBuster is going 9, so he's very likely to lose.
That's okay, though. He's just
Fighter
ramping. Yeah, Gwen has been picked up by Lakoko, says, nope, you are not getting that. That allows us to take a look across the lobby. I'm mostly checking out Volta's board because, of course, he's the other player that's on the Crystal Gambit line, has found a Lee Sin as second carry here, but missing a lot of the potential upgrades still. Ashe 1, Lee Sin 1. Needs to make something happen here. There's even a Karma 1.
We've suddenly got some good units in here. Having the Crystal Gambit 7 on the Lee Sin as well for that damage amp and a little bit of extra health. It feels, yeah, as you said, we're very close. There's the upgrade. Makes, I don't know what it is you're doing, but you seem to be able to dig into the Ashe Cover. And anytime we speak, she just appears.
I didn't mean to. I'm very serious here. I'm not trying to make these ashes appear. They just do on their own, and that's both of our Crystal Gambit 7 players now able to have that power. And I'm not even sure between the two of them who would win. I'm inclined to say it's the Coco.
Yeah, I would say so as well. The Coco definitely has the better spot here over Voltaris, because he was also loose streaking, getting a crystal cash out in.
It's worth noting to see Tamino on the other side of that equation. Our observer, Deratara, let us know that Tamino, who of course is our current tournament leader, the only one to be playing a reroll line in this lobby, currently rocking around with the Smolder and the Akali that I think you caught up before. Everybody else really just going for these ludicrously strong late game boards.
So Tamino just hit that Smolder. He was 1 copy off, has just found it, is of course still short on items for that Smolder, as you can see, and needs to make that Darius 3 happen. But we've seen the power of a Darius 3, especially with a Radiant Hotch. That is one strong unit that I'd be pretty terrified for if I was an Ashe player in this lobby.
Yeah, we can see Tomino already rolled really low here, because he just wants to preserve HP in this lobby. You're not playing for first.
No, it's worth bringing into the conversation a little bit. For Tamino, Coco, and Tartman, currently the cut-off to get into the top 4 as of the end of this game and get instantly promoted is 48 coming into the round. So, Tamino seems to be almost certain if you can get the top 4. But Coco and Tartman, the points will matter to make sure they don't need to play 2 more rounds after this.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, depends on the other lobbies as well that are happening simultaneously. So we can never be 100% sure, but with the points that Tamino has racked up for now, I would also say it's very, very likely that he is going to be one of the players that are going to be able to make it as we look across the board to Reven. And this is a player that has picked up that Gangplank Caretakers early on, was playing on the line of Juggernauts. And I'm just trying to see what our board strength is looking like right now. Still missing some upgrades on the Volibear, on the Braum. Still far away from getting those upgrades into it. But here comes the roll down. Level 9 has been hit.
See both the fast 9 players here. Who can hit first? Gonna make it a lot harder for the other one.
Gobo has found it. Yeah, so he's sitting on 4 copies of the Braum, sitting on Lee Sin 2, and for Revan, this is going to make things a lot harder. Now has found the upgrade in the front line, but still lacking damage.
Heart really sinks, doesn't it, when you see the person contesting has hit the 2-star that you most desperately need. I mean, Braum's certainly going to do his best to cut through, but yeah, we've got the 3-star Darius on the side, the 3-star Smolder. Finally actually managed to find an Infinity Edge. Means the Smolder board of Taminos is finally doing some good damage out the back line, which means Revan gets a really big hit over on the other side. It looks like Gobo will take the hit as well.
And Revan stabilized here. I think his front line is very weak right now. Looking at 5 1-stars in the front line.
I think everything is really weak right now is the issue. We're also not on the TF2. He now has the potential to get the Volley 2 to at least add a little bit of extra damage, but really we're lacking both, right? Upgrades on that Lee Sin would be crucial. A set 2 would help so much. Needs to upgrade the Twisted Fate, and he just doesn't have any gold to work with. You are a little bit dizzy here trying to figure out what to sell and what to roll, and hoping that you don't roll into one of the Crystal Gambit players, but Volta appears on the other side, and I think this might be all she wrote. That board is tough.
Fulton's got everything he needs at this point. You can see he's just tearing for the board. But Revan on 39 points at the moment is towards the elimination station as of this round. He has put up a heroic showing in the TFT Pro Circuit across this season as an unexpected surprise and delight, but Volta shows no mercy. Revan taken out.
Oh, it's Coinet. Coinet probably fighting for his turn, like praying for his turn life right now. I think he has 47 points.
Coinet is out.
That might be
That
rough.
was the
Yeah.
elimination on the left-hand side. 7th place for him as well. We'll need to wait and see how our leaderboard is going to shake out eventually. But of course, all of the placements here still matter, particularly the players like Likoko, like Tartaman, who are currently sitting on the higher points in this lobby. If they end up placing low, that moves to cutoff.
And for Kubikson, it's all about survival on the other side. He's only got 40 points. And we assume the cutoff is going to be somewhere in the region of 45 or so. So he's trying to get as far across the line as he can. The Soul Fighter board has been working its magic for a little while. We got Tiny Badeli for a little bit more punch behind, but unfortunately the Soul Fighter is not quite enough grunt to be able to cut through these rerolls. Just not enough damage.
Yeah, Kubikson unfortunately out here.
Man, is he still in? He's in. Okay, so 2 HP. Usually I say 1 HP in a dream, but here we have 2 HP in a dream for Tartman. Gets first pick of the carousel. Can he turn that into something useful? The Soul Fighter board, not something we've been seeing too much of all throughout the tournament. And a 5th place is not too bad if you're already sitting on 47, but of course every single placement you get here could move you into that bracket that would get an instant upgrade into the final lobby. So that's what Tartman is fighting for.
I mean, Tartman is the player who's the most volatile of the 3 high-scoring players remaining in. Volta, of course, just below on 42, and Gobo, they've got no question they need to be pushing forwards. But as we see on the right-hand side, Coco is really the one ruling the roost right now. The Crystal Gambit board of his, on a 7-round win streak, has been hoovering up rewards again and again, and this board is laden with every kind of treasure you could imagine.
How many upgrades do you want? Look, Coco, yes. And that is exactly what's going to be dominating that lobby on the left-hand side. Unfortunately, once again, Volta rolls around the henchman of the lobby to an extent. Can he take down the Soul Fighter board that Tartman has put together? And I think it might just be the case here. Zamira not even getting that last ult out, and that is it. Tartman eliminated on the right-hand side. The Coco is going to make short process with Gobo's board as well.
Yeah, it feels like Coco and Volta is out here playing Chonk's Treasure, if anyone remembers that mode. And the other players are just playing normal TFT. Yeah.
You're 100%
Me when I get
right.
access to premium TFT.
Oh, is that what I've been missing out on this whole time?
Apparently.
Oh boy. When you get to the secret end of the battle pass, this is what's waiting for you. I mean, Volta, though, 42 points. I really want to pay a lot of attention to him going forwards, because while he has been doing well in this lobby, he is now completely out of money. I mean, it kind of, Coco and Tamino to a lesser extent have still got what's place to work with, but Volta has to be getting the cash out rewards now, or he's just going to run out of gas entirely.
Yeah, you can also see the difference in econ between those two boards. Volta did lose the previous round, so he's in a lot more dire position than Lakoko is, and now he's going to be put with the back against the wall as we move into PvE. So he is really hoping that something rolls around here for him, like that Lee Sin, which would be a big upgrade, or that Braum too.
Checking in with Gobusar up on the top. The Juggernaut board is looking good. I mean, the backline is curiously item free, but the front line is absurd. We've forgot the Lee Sin up to capacity. We've got Spellcaster Braum, who notably has got the snacks time in place. So a little bit of a back to front composition, but an effective one nonetheless.
It's a very strong comp from Gobusar, but can it beat Ash? Still looking for TF2 here. That would be a big spike.
TF has just been sold by Coco, so maybe that finds its way to Gobo. Does have 2 anvils to pop here to try and itemize a little bit more, but truly, I don't think there's anything in this lobby that could compete with what we're seeing from Lakoko's board. Volta trying for sure, does get the Braum too, so that is at least an upgrade that he's happy for. Goes up against Gobo with that beefy front line. Ash is on the right-hand side. She could be under fire pretty soon if the wrap comes her way, and that's exactly what happens. Everything collapses onto the Ash. She is down, and Volta will get eliminated on the back of this. I doubt that this Cassandra can 1v8.
No, we're just seeing everyone being flung left and right. That's not the finish for Volta that he would have maybe been hoping for. I think it's just unfortunate to be in a lobby where you were set up for potential a high finish, but Coco just pulled off the same strategy, but a step better. And that means Volta will have to wait a little while longer. Though should, I believe, be safe from elimination this round because of the top 4.
He's just chilling, man. Level 10, donkey rolling for the last couple of upgrades, just chilling, Tamino on the left-hand side, Jace 3, Darius 3, Akali 2, Smolder 3, a beefy board, but in this lobby, I don't think there's a chance.
Yeah, can he kill more than 2 units is the question. He can.
I think against this board, you have a chance. Darius is going to tie a lot of the units in the back row there, which will help that Smolder to maybe hit the Ascension, will come in, but late are the executions good enough on the Darius, and it looks like that is the case. Hangs in there by a threat, but I don't think he can beat Lakoko, is what I was pointing at, not even with the Poppy 2 upgrade that just came in.
No, but I mean, for Tamino, the journey has been the point here. On 56 points, coming into a 3rd place here is surely going to put him over the edge and into day 3 immediately. So it's really just a question now of how much ground Gobusar especially can make up. He's on much lower points than either Coco or Tamino, 45. So if he can just scrape an extra placement, he'll be very happy.
Wait, who's facing who? Both are going up against Coco now.
We're going to see in a second. It looks like that is exactly the case. Gobo has the ghost copy. Tamino has the real deal, and Tamino is the one that's for sure going to be eliminated off of a lost Gobo. If he cuts it close enough, I think there's still a chance, but I'm not convinced this board can even do enough against the Crystal Gambits, despite the carousel coming up, and we might not even find out. Both sides are getting handed massive loss, and Gobo Hangs in by a thread, makes it to the carousel. Tomino out in third, like you're saying, still a great placement here. And we'll see if Gobo can fight something here that is going to change this storyline.
Well, I mean, finding another Juggernaut emblem under any other circumstances would probably be a cause for celebration, but I think this has just been a victory lap for Coco for quite some time. Again, you see the roll down.
Oh,
Gonna try and find something a little bit special. Go on, go, Mister, make it happen.
the problem is most of his legendaries are contested by Coco, so he has to find it.
He tried. I appreciate it, Gobo. Thank you for giving us the potential to see a big out. He had to do what he had to do. He knew there was no changing this storyline, and he is going to take a well-deserved second place here. Still is going to put him in a good position for the overall tournament advancement. And for Lakoko, that first place might just be the final ticket to the final lobby. We see the sly of a smile on his camera there. Of course, our players usually not ones to show much emotions, but I'm sure it means the world to him.
Oh boy. Well, we really want to be finding out, of course, as soon as we possibly can, what the results of that want to be. Remember that it's top 4 promoted immediately to day 3, bottom 4 eliminated. So let's see what Anzi Hugh and Impetuous Panda have got for us.
What a stacked top 4, Alan, in this lobby. I mean, the titanic players from the French scene, Gobo, Volta, and Lakoko, and Tomino, I think the best performer in the tournament so far, angling for this top 4. I think a lot of it came down to the silver augments. I mean, the power of Pocket Recombobulator, we saw it here from Tomino, we saw it here as well from Gobo, and the tempo gives you early on. The power of branching out, the Volta special early in 2-1 as well, but Lakoko is the one that really makes it work with this CG line. Run me down, Alan, why exactly it worked so well and why you took over the game in such a way.
I mean, first of all, guaranteeing double Crystal Gambit emblem on top of the loot sub, just providing those spawns that they needed. Then he gets an icon that he needs to hit the board, and then picks up the final just component with the golden Nico, which he really didn't need. End up hitting on his last roll Ash 2 the final board. And the reason why it worked so great is just getting the Cassante 2, Jarvan 2 with the Ash 2. So he got all the front lane, all the back lane that he needed, which pretty much stabilized him throughout the stage 4. Like, I want to mention the one thing that didn't happen that should have. We've observed some of the other players rolling on 4-1. I'm looking at the Tarte here. He has seen 2 Ashes on the roll down. And if you scout around the lobby, there's at least 3 players that will be rolling on 4-2 for Ash. And he could have sacrificed like 1-2 gold econ to hold both Ash and cripple 3 other players' spots. And he even fought one of them on 4-2, which could have ended up more positively for him, but there was already Ash 2 that he was facing, which resulted into him getting just completely stopped.
I think the biggest losers of that stage 4 and partly the result of maybe the bot 4s in this lobby came down to Volta and Lakoko got so strong with their CG lines, having, you know, hits and having the emblems for it, with 7 CG in particular being a huge stabilization point. So the comps that were meant to be winning in stage 4, the Soul Fighters, the Jinx, Poppy for Coined, all of a sudden could not find any wins and started bleeding out earlier than they would have expected. Usually it's stage 5, maybe stage 6, where these comps start being beaten out by the CG, by the Fast 9.
Yeah, while we're on the topic of the Soul Fighters, we've seen from the Kubik Zone picked up Sniper Focus early, and then seeing the Spat slamming the Soul Fighter emblem, pretty much I would say baited himself into the Soul Fighters, given how strong those loot sub lobbies get. I think angling towards the vertical Soul Fighters usually just don't work out. Star Guardian outcap you, Crystal Gambit outcap you, even reroll comps outcap you. Hence, going towards that direction as Kubikson and Tartemen did is just not very optimal, unless they were aiming because their spot was so grim otherwise, going for like 5th, 6th, as sometimes you have to do, and the results satisfying them might have been the initial plan.
Not the case for Kubi, who was on 40 points, was at three-way tie on 40. That meant you had to have a pretty big result in this game to stay alive in the tournament. Revan, a player that was also on 40, I talked about him enjoying playing from a position where he has clear direction and executing well off that direction. Not the case in this game, given GP off of the Caretaker's ally. GP reroll is not really a comp you want to be angling patch unless you have very specific conditions. So for Revan, I think just a disaster of a game from the very beginning. Not much he could have done at the start, and then wasn't quite able to execute the APM check on stage 4 in the transition, lost some lives there, and ended up in 8th place.
I think in the type of the Revan type of players, because that's not only him, has strong basics. After analyzing like the meta, the comps, he knows what's good. But when it comes down to playing flex, if the game throws at you at a curveball, they will struggle. So whenever these situations occur, you need to find yourself in limiting how often you get a curveball.
Yeah, and of course it's hard with loot sub and with Caretaker's ally in particular. There is always going to be some RNG element, but we do have standings ready to go, cutting off the bottom 4 players in the standings from playing any more games and from having a chance to make it to that final lobby. So unfortunately, 07's in the chat for some huge names in the scene like Volta, like Zyko, and like Kubikson, and still a strong top 16 finish in EMEA Regionals for Revan in his first real set competing at the tier 1 level. I think it's still something he can definitely be proud of. On the flip side, Alan, Tomino, Lekoko, Travis, and Wed Jungler, star players in EMEA, already locking in their spot in for tomorrow's final lobby.
Not only final lobby, but also Jungler, Tomino are confirmed for the T Crown. So big W for them, joining the other TPC winners. And I'm hyped. This is gonna be quite a representation going towards the Alicante this season.
We also have a guarantee of checkmate. I talked about it a little bit earlier before. The format only would be this way if 2 of the TPC winners who already have a TAC round spot qualify to tomorrow, meaning all 8 players that qualify are immediately qualified to TAC round as well. And in that case, the placements don't matter as much, so you can play just for that first place, which is what checkmate introduces. So really exciting final lobby coming in store for us tomorrow. And for Wed Jungler, what a revenge set to say, oh, I'm in tier 2? Okay, we'll see about that. Comes in, makes it to week 2, makes it to final lobby, makes it back to TAC crown. I wonder if the revenge is so powerful that he's just gonna, match his way into final lobby at TAC crown as well. Maybe do better than runner-up that he had in Set 9 room Terra Forge, which means he would be winning TAC crown and EMEA. So much longer, so many years have passed, we'd finally be a TAC crown winner again. That's, of course, my dream for tonight, but we still have 2 more games left. We still have some slots available, Alan, for the final lobby. Any predictions?
I think, I wish, first of all, for Triple Prismatic Lobby.
No, never mind. Okay, cut this guy off.
No, hold. Hold.
Let's see.
I want to see more jungler. Honestly, whenever it's this meta where fast 8 is so widely viable, there is lower cases of the rerolls unless like a specific spot presented. He is shining. It's such a pleasure to watch him and Coco of the line selection. Because like if you want to get better at TFT, if you want like this is your goal, those are the players you want to watch. And what they are doing when they are put in the certain situations, either going for temp or going for low streak. It's just such a joy to learn from them and to just analyze those.
Yeah, and you can tell how much prep Jungler has put into coming back strong in this set, and just his level of play is back to, I think, maybe not peak Jungler, because that was a whole nother level back in set 9, set 10, but definitely he's getting closer and closer to that level. Had a bit of a dip, I would say, the last few sets, but it's always a good time for EMEA and to be a fan of our region when you get to see players like Jungler playing at their maximum capacity, because I think at his peak, he definitely has proven to be one of the best players we have ever had. We've ever had the pleasure of seeing play for himself, obviously, as individual pride, but also for our region, for EMEA.
I think we have like different pools, buckets of players, where some of them get limited based on the meta, based on the set. Some of them thrive of the reroll comps. Some of them thrive of the fast 9, fast 8, or like just straight up cooking. So like if you look at the metas where it was like determined that like there is one certain comp and this comp was
mech.
like, yeah, exactly. Then in those type of lobbies, players that are very good at playing flags are struggling. But then you have also the players like such as like the Coco is the best example that comes to my mind, that no matter what meta, he will adapt. He will find sometimes like a niche comp that he can opt more often than he should, but it will give him like a solid top 4 sometimes result. And the other players will often default into the strongest line. They don't hit, and then they go bottom. They are not consistent.
4 players cut from the top, 4 players cut from the bottom. So only 8 players now remain. This is going to be our final lobby for day 2. 2 more games left, 4 more spots open up for grabs in the final lobby for this week 2. Coming up tomorrow with those 8 players. And one small thing, if Bensack also makes it to final lobby, the 9th player in the standings would earn that last hack round position. So interesting dynamic where someone who doesn't make final lobby, doesn't make day 3, could still be going to tack round this set.
Yeah, but that's being on the back of getting so many already locked in from the TPCs and also going to the final lobby if they manage.
So even if you lose a tiebreaker, there could still be hope for the first time in TFT history that you will not be crying yourself to sleep tonight.
I mean, there's always the tiebreaker, but the person that went 10th would be like, oh, I got bubbled. God damn.
That's true. Or the person that went out in Cup 2 and didn't make regionals would think, oh, if only something changed.
Yeah, I mean, it's always like that. Like, nothing you can do. Like, the only thing is just you need experience, and like you have to work on the mental shield yourself from those type of results and just move on. Like, use this as a motivation for the future.
Yep. And out of our players left alive in the tournament, Double, Go, and White Jungler still have a chance to become 2-time regional champions. Of course, they wouldn't be back-to-back champions with Volta being eliminated. That's, I think, only something that Ironblock has been able to do all together. But it would be the first time in EMEA that we have a 2-time regional champion. A huge, I think, point of pride for any player, considering how competitive I think our region is as a whole, coming into the end of set, especially.
Absolutely. And we are jumping into the game 5. So, casters, take it away.
I am Caster, and Alan will be yeeted off after asking for 3 prismatic augments in the start of this game. But I'm joined by Counterfeit and by Sasa for the final 2 games. So much at stake, Counterfeit.
Oh, for sure. And I just want to follow what you're saying there. It's a real heartbreaker to see that Volta will not get the chance to defend his regional crown. But hey, I mean, you mentioned the chance for the double champs. We've got the chance for a first-time champ as well. I think we're really set up for a very exciting day 3, Sasa.
Dude, this lobby is so exciting for me because Dasik and Coin are like probably the 2 closest players I am to, and like in my study group and stuff. So I'm gonna be cheering for those in this lobby. Rage.
Also, we have to hide our biases. You know, you have to just mention them just a little bit. You can't start the game by saying that, oh, these are my favorite players. I'm rooting for them. Let's go. Because you might curse them. You know, you have to be careful.
I mean, I'm not here often, so I can just do whatever I want.
Oh, I see how it is. Rules don't apply to the almighty Slasa. We'll see about that.
I mean, to be fair, he does do magic using candles, so there's nothing off the table. But it's worth mentioning, you know, kind of in general shape here. You can see our players have got very similar points to each other. Right now, the cutoff, you know, coming into this game for a top 4 is 50 points overall, to give you an idea of how volatile these next 2 games could be.
We are going to see upgraded champion as our encounter. Someone who is maybe playing into this is going to be Dasik with a potential for a crew game. Has also a duplicator, so a chance to accelerate that early Malphite 3, and maybe even a Sivir 3 if he finds the right setup. But he really needs to have the right augment for the crew line. I think you can't just hard force it, even from a few extra copies of Malphite.
Ooh, worth to wait.
Ooh, treasure hunts.
Oh
my god!
Yeah.
That is definitely the right augment. What the heck?
There is trouble at times like this. I mean, you couldn't ask for better. Dasik on 47 points. He's on the lowest, tied with Coined and with Decal in the lobby. He needed the big lucky times to arrive, but they have arrived in spades.
What a setup. Bensak potentially looking at some little Kaisai. I guess he didn't catch Vomendef's 8th place earlier today.
No.
I would be very... I mean, Clemu did play Kaisai reroll last week. I mean, there are some top players that are open to the line.
Yeah, but Clemu also got eliminated. And I think Bensak is just playing some heavyweights here.
See if that'll be the answer or not. No item slam just yet, counterfeit.
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly got a decent enough start so far, but I don't think anyone's going to have as decent a start as we've got from Daisy. If we take a look on our left or on our right-hand side, of course, we can see our pal pick up the hard bargain as well. So we have got some interesting bits and pieces developing here. Quite a big disparity. Some of our players going for Econ, some of them are going for more immediate power.
And of course, the game plans will be quite different depending on where you are and your point totals for some of these players. Some players need to play for more of a first place, more of a Crystal Gambit, Ash Force. If they feel they're quite far behind in points, they need to catch up in these next 2 games. Other players maybe going to play for more of a consistent top 4 play style, playing into fast 8 and stabilizing roll down on 4-2.
There's your Kaiser, Panda.
Oh.
I don't want to curse Coined, so I will say nothing else. I'll say it's a temporary item holder.
So I actually didn't get a chance to ask you this one of the previous tests. Talk us through, theoretically, Coined goes for the Kaiser reroll here. What needs to happen for this to be a successful attempt?
What needs to happen? I mean, first of all, we need to streak. And then we probably need like a Radiant Reflector, maybe. I think those are like usually like very strong for the 3-star units. And then it might work.
That's the big thing that was missing for Vomendef as well. The game that we saw him playing it earlier, he just lost his tempo in stage 3. You really have to win streak from 3-2 onwards, ideally earlier to get a lot of the Kaisa stacks. The moment Kaisa falls behind on lobby tempo, she doesn't kill more units, and then it just becomes this cycle of loss, really, when it comes to Kaisa reroll. And also, you have to have a lot of econ, right, to hit the Kaisa in the first place, but also to hit the Rammus and the Darius 3, and not be contested on heavyweights in particular, with Malzahar being a big part of the meta.
Well, speaking of Econ, we did get a glimpse there of Double 61 taking a different tack through this game. That's been very aggressive early on, picking up Raining Gold instead. As Rutro, Bensak on the other side is also in the Supreme Cell line. So, I mean, I wonder if this by itself was enough to put pay to any idea that Coined will stick around with Kaiser, knowing that at least some of them will be out of the pool.
Oh, I know Coined. He will just play Star Guardians from this spot. It's his comfort line. It has been the entire set, and I think he's really good on that line.
It didn't go well last game, I think, for reasons that were a little bit different to execution of the line from Coined. It was mostly just Lekoko and Volta taking over that lobby in stage 4. Ended up being a 7 for Coined, so we'll see if he can bounce back from that mentally and still commit to the same line. For Double, you mentioned it, the Raining Gold pickup is quite different to what Double has been doing most of today. We've seen him very often on 5-6 win streaks coming into stage 3, playing from very high tempo, not usually playing what we used to see more often, which was the lose streak, even the 10 loss into a huge turn transition on 4-1 to stabilize for Double 61. So we'll see how this game differs, if you can find success still from this loss streak start.
I wonder, given that we've had quite dramatic turn of circumstances, with the top 4 players being promoted, Double 61 actually comes into this lobby as the favored player. He's got the most points. Bear in mind, over these next 2 lobbies, these are the only players left in the wild right now. 4 of these players will be going through to day 3. 4 of these players will be leaving the tournament once 2 games are done.
Oh, we might be seeing some Akali. Probably Kog'Maw or Akali here from Decop. With the Sterak Slam, I think it's Akali, because you just put that on the Bastions.
He's keeping the door open for Katarina as well, with a Katarina on the bench, and the Garen being held as well. I think, like you said, probably the 3rd strongest option with Donkor, but depending on his 3-2 augment, depending on the natural shops, maybe I think it's smart to keep that option open. I really love the Heart of Gold here on the Syndra. Syndra's also a very good Donkor holder, although probably not what you want to end up on at the end of the game, but really utilizing the initial strength that you get from Syndra paired with Donkor and the extra econ from this power-up, where you don't need more power onto the board to win streak.
I mean, it's just to have this set up with such a strong start. I mean, we've already seen players take advantage of having the golden edge where you're really farming multiple rounds for 2 gold. Heart of Gold instead conceivably getting it every single round as Coinid continues to march forwards. It does look like, at least for right now, he's keeping the door open to his Kaiser. Is on a 4-round win streak. What are the conditions you were putting forward, Sasa, to keep this line live?
5 Kaisers. Oh no. He's falling for it.
He's getting baited here, but what's more important here, he's up against Decop, who is also streaking. So whoever wins this round will secure the 5 streak.
We normally have pings only be a negative thing usually in TFT. You know, pinging, trying to alert others to hold units. Maybe we need some positive ping. Someone should ping the Kaisers on Coinid's board and tell him, don't do it, man. It's not worth it.
Well, it's worth it this time. Coinid takes the streak away and also breaks the Heart of Gold there by doing so, cutting a little bit of economy out. So Coinid, the road less traveled, he's on 47 points. This decision is the making or breaking of his tournament life.
I think he's getting tricked. Say that, Kaiser. I'm getting nervous.
I love your immediate response. It's like, no, get out of this line.
And
You know
it
what
has
you
been
should do in
Coinid.
Coinid's spot?
Go ahead, Sasa.
He has a lot of crystal gamuts already. I think he should hold these for 3-6 and just go fast 9 here. I think that's like the... He also needs a good finish, and that supports good finish.
Oh my god, Mortalk, don't do him dirty like this.
No.
It's the trail of breadcrumbs that Coinid is continuing to follow.
I mean, he seems to know what he's doing. He gets the upgrades. We can see across the rest of the lobby that the players are pushing forward. Daisy, we haven't checked in with a little while. Remember, of course, the worth the wait means that he's got Malphite 3 immediately. And the way the crew works means that he can push up levels. And he'll continue to see crew from this point to the end of the game. It does seem like, though, he's potentially pushing towards Malphite 4 as he's kept 3 on the bench.
And that's the big thing that you're mentioning, Counterfeit, because he was so ahead in terms of the natural copies of Malphite the moment he picked up Worth the Wait with the upgraded champion and counter start. It means that Malphite 4 is going to come much earlier than it would otherwise, and that's a big deal that you have to keep in mind. Dasik knows he's going to have that next spike come earlier than, I think it's like 6-1 usually, correct me if I'm wrong, Sasa. So it's pretty important in staying relevant to fight for a top 4, maybe even for that win condition.
Yeah, I think Dasik's spot is looking so good. Oh, Radiant item as well.
Ooh.
I think Dasik needs a great finish here, and he has the game to support that.
Rabble Vest, gonna be pretty tempting.
Bramble, yeah.
This is also Singularity on this Malphite as well, so taking advantage of his early strength to turn him into another damage source for the board, while also stacking up HP. Very nice stuff. As we look across the rest of the board, of course, we've got plenty more coming our way. Decop, who's been with the Heart of Gold, decides to double down and get himself onto the tiniest Titan to make sure that he's got gold flowing in from multiple sources.
Yeah, Tiniest Titan very good in these 3-cost lines because you are usually weak in stage 4. So it usually gets you over the finish line into the 3-star 3 costs. And yeah, it's a good game plan from him.
Radiant Blue Buff going to be a really, really strong option for a Bensack as well with this Radiant Refractor onto, it looks like the Janna reroll here with just a Janna on Noxious Trap right now.
Oh, we've got the heavy rolls for good long-term potential. On the other side from Double 61, though, we noted he'd gone economic before. Hard bargain straight into the Bastion emblem and very good itemization for the Xayah. Means he's going to be able to keep the pressure on Bensack.
Yeah, we see these French players really valuing the prismatic Bastion circlet. And I mean, it makes sense. It usually gives you Leona, right, and the Spet. So you just spawn in with 6 Bastions, which is like an insane spike, and you streak off that.
I think a lot of the crowns, people just think about the value you're getting from the +1, but a lot of, I think, the most takeable crowns at 3-2 are the ones that give you the tempo spike as well, right? With in some patches, Duelist Ash, for example, with the Ash coming in on 3-2 was really big. Same case now as you're mentioning with the Leona. The trade spike, but also the unit spike you're getting from the Leona on 3-2.
Oh boy, speaking of spikes, Tartman has got the 2 Krakens in place already and he's been building up. In fact, no, sorry, let me regret that. He's got 2 Krakens and a Radiant Krakens, and he's been building up a Crystal Gambit loss streak this whole time. Tarman is ready to pounce on this lobby.
His numbers go up the movie, basically, for Tartman here.
I wonder if we see some Fury Break Kale here, where you stack your Kale for the attack speed. That's some tech I've seen in APAC a lot, and in NA, not a lot in EMEA.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit about that, because I know that it had fallen out of favor, but in this case, having the Fury Break allows you to really just, completely explode the window of time when normally these Krakens would take to get going.
Yeah, they are basically instantly fully stacked, and you just run over the enemy board. It's like in the stats, the Krakens, the triple Kraken build seems to be the best in combination with the KR. And having a Radiant Kraken is probably even better.
Not really the most interesting 4-cost options here on the carousel. Samira and Yumi left open up until the very end. Koinid going for a glove here, trying to finish off an IE, I assume, after picking up the Sword Overflow. I'm just curious to see if Koinid is able to maintain this win streak. If it's a 10 win streak, I think it puts him in a pretty good position to do well, even with Kaisa reroll, if he is fully committing to the line. This is exactly what we needed, right? Vomandeth was missing this part of the equation. He fell flat. It was in 8th place, but from this position, I think Koinid can make it work.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like everything is coming together very well. You can see he's, from up at the top right, he's spending aggressively to keep the win streak in place, hoping to ride it all the way out through stage 3. We'll see who he ends up facing up against. Bensack on the other side from Double, as we do see what the Janna board's been capable of. But before they entered the Radiant blue buff in place, so this Janna board a little stronger than it might be otherwise. Good damage itemization, and the heavy rolls, of course, will allow this board to continue to scale its front line pretty much forever.
Yeah, Double here with the early Ash, wants to farm some cash outs, but Bensack says no, doesn't kill a single unit.
This is what we were talking about a bit with where comps are expected to spike, right? You have Daysik, who spiked very early in stage 3 due to the just pretty high roll option of having the worth the wait Malphite already committed to crew to some extent. Similar case for the 2-cost reelers like Koinid, who now has just lost his win streak, but he is still very, very strong in this lobby, and Bensack as well with a Janna reroll. And then 4-1, that story will be different. There probably will be at least one Crystal Gambit player who will hit the Ash 2, and they might start taking over. They will have a chance then to farm cash outs and maybe take over the entire lobby, as we saw last game with Lucoco and Volta.
You see, get a chance to glance in with Opal there, who is building his way up again very long term, but in with Daysik, the Singularity again has been ticking the whole way through. We'll see we're accumulating slowly our crew units, but also we've seen a lot of disappointment from crew games. This start in this game for Opal at such an important moment couldn't have been too much better. How far do you see this one going?
Yeah, that's Daysik, the overlay is just wrong. But
whoops, yes.
I think, like, for me, usually I want like a Sivir or a Malphite from Worth to Wait to play this line. I think otherwise it can be very risky, especially in this meta. Like, you cannot compete with these Ash boards, Fast 9 boards. Yeah.
I think that's not very good reasons to commit to crew. I think it can be a little bit too coin flippy for, in some cases, very little reward, where the upside is not that big, especially if you don't high roll a TF or something in stage 4. You can fall behind very easily. Even just falling behind on Ziggs 3, for example, can be a pretty big deal. But Worth the Wait Malphite into Radiant Bramble from Radiant Relics is exactly what you want to see if you're Daysik playing into crew reroll.
Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. But Koinid, he's taken the road left travel. Only on his second competitive year overall, but it's such a bold choice to take this through. I love seeing the Darius being brought in as a secondary carry here, and thank you very much, Observer, for showing us we're stacking up a good amount of the passive already. Getting 1% more for each kill through means that every round won, or even partially won, is a push forward for Koinid.
Yeah, those were a lot of Kaiser stacks already, and he has the Sword Overflow, which is very good for that line. We're looking at Opala right now, playing the Bastion Volibear. We have seen this one today from another French player, so I wonder if they maybe figured out something about this.
He's playing Bastion Volibear, but more importantly, he's playing defense. 3 Ashes being held right now by Opal. making sure that our Crystal Gaming players are not going to have an easy time at all hitting their spikes. He is facing Coined here, and this is what we were talking about, right? The 2-cost rerollers, yes, you were strong in stage 3, but now it's when the fast 8 players have rolled down. You will start losing until you hit your 3 stars. And Coined might have to see this as a signal to roll down. He has 30 gold to work with now. He pushed 7 instead of staying on 6 to find Kaisa because he was so ahead of Kaisa copies and wants to roll on 7 for the Ramai and the Darius as well.
We've got our last pieces coming in, goal across the board, so no more prismatic upgrades, but the Tartman down on just 23 HP and 51 points. Again, ahead of the middle right now. Double 61 finds his own Ash too. These Ash balls are coming online in force. This lobby is going to change its nature very quickly.
Wonder what he's rolling for here. He probably wants to finish off the 3-cost. They're usually quite easy to hit. But I do feel like he's stable already.
I think he sees the value of guaranteeing the cash out from getting these upgrades more than just trying to play for Econ at this position, where he knows, yes, he'll make it to 9 eventually off of the Econ if he stays alive for this stage and the next, but he really just wants to win every single fight in stage 4 ideally.
Oh, hello. We've got something different. David, you pointed out before, of course, Dawncore does have the option to be taken, but when you go up against the Ash, you are not going to survive long face to face. And I have to wonder if she's even a viable assassination target, given how ridiculous that bullet hell enhanced triple Kraken it's just being able to pour out DPS-wise.
Yeah, I think the reason Tataman is actually rolling here is because his frontline is kind of lacking. Swapping to Bensek here on the veteran Janna. With Atomic, we've seen that a lot, and with great success.
Still pretty far away, though.
Rolling. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised considering that I think he wants to defend this win streak. He's going to get the gold from the win streak value regardless, and it's a huge spike, right? He's able to hit the Kabuko 3 here, or the Janna, despite being a little bit far away, but maybe he was too far because he has not progressed too much further. He's down to 10 gold now.
That's just unlucky.
And Zach, as you mentioned before, the chance to really upset the apple cart and give us a very unusual result, but I have to wonder in this lobby. I mean, I suppose the only good news for everybody else up against the crew is someone is taking Zig out of the pool.
Interesting pickup from Dasik as well with the Evil Beyond measure, which fits pretty well into the crew in terms of trying to play for all these different 3 stars, and maybe will help him stay relevant and stay on the top of the leaderboard when it comes to HP in this stage 4. Looking at the carousel here, no ashes. There is a Jinx that Tarman has picked up. No other really big hits, I would say. There's no Bastion fast-line players looking for a Seraphine as far as I can see.
Okay. No, nothing too crazy happening as far. So let's take stock of where we are. We've got a whole bunch of players down in 30 and below. Gomister and Tarman in particular, the ones in maximum peril. 51 and 53 points. If they lose out here early on, this really flips the lobby around and opens up a lot more room for other people to get promoted.
Whoa, what do I see here? I mean, it's not that much of a cook, but a heavyweight Wooly you don't see every day.
Yeah, it's a very interesting setup here, opting to not fit in the Kabuko and having Volibear act as both the tank and the in this case primary carry, it looks like, was still the Jinx 1 and full items on volley. Resets are going to be so important here. We talked about this entire week in terms of the volley getting resets and the Jinx also getting the takedown reset or the extra stats from Star Guardian. So unfortunately, the volley, no Edge of Nights, gets targeted by the Ash here, and that's probably going to be a fight loss because of it.
Oh boy, yeah. I mean, the Kraken unleashed on Gomister. He's down to 1 life. Tartman did manage to win out the round. Of course, because of that, he will stay ahead of the curve. Gobo in major trouble.
Yeah, I don't think this is salvageable here. With the boards we currently see from like Tartman, Dasik and stuff.
It's, I think, the same thing we saw last game, right? With Coiner going 7th with the Jinx board and the Soul Fighter players going bot 4 as well. You miss your window where you're supposed to be strong, and then you can't really catch it again, right? I think you'll be a little bit too far behind from the 2-cost rerollers hitting their 3 stars, the Fast 9 players or the Crystal Gamma players continue to get stronger and stronger as the game moves on. Double anti-Kali positioning, putting Ashen in a bit more of a vulnerable position, but still very far away from the Samira on the other side of the board here. So I think Double's looking good to maintain the win. Isn't quite able to one-shot the Ashe. Ashe moves in there. And I think the cleanup crew is good to go with the Ashe continuing to scale. Unless Samira can do some really clutch things, but no, goes to the wrong side and gets taken down.
I don't hate her having the Bastion emblem just because of how volatile she is, otherwise getting picked off when she dives in, but yeah, not quite enough damage. There's such good quality frontline here from Double 61 and from players like Opal that I think you just need, from Opal's opponents, that I think maybe you just need to have everything focused towards punching through.
Yeah, okay, we are back to Tartaman. We already found a bit of cash shots here, right? We already saw 3 items on the front line. Now he has 5. So he has a very good spot to win the game here and qualify for the finals.
Yeah, very similar to the Coco spot last game. A player we have to talk about is Coined because he's on a 5-loss streak. He's free-falling from the high HP that he came into stage 4 with. He has hit the Kai'Sa 3, but we had to start thinking, was it a bait? He's one off of the Darius, has just hit the Rammus 3. Maybe that's what he was missing to stabilize. But this is the moment where we start deciding, if this comp is going to be good enough to hang in stage 5 after seeing most of these key upgrades.
I wonder if, in a different world, because I think we've got Decop who has gone for or at least there was one player Decop who's gone for the Akali already. I mean, at this point, Kai'Sa very much moving more into a supportive role of weakening targets, but would have loved to have seen the Akali dancing through to finish those targets off. Instead, it's relying entirely on the Darius. He's almost 3 strikes, not quite there. This time it's going to be actually pretty close down to the wire, as Samira with just 2.5 items, not good enough.
Oh, Tartaman actually lost a round.
Darius was found there would be huge for Coined. One thing with the matchup there with Samira, there could be fights where it just off a fight RNG Coined can scam wins when Samira ults in if the timing is perfect for Kai'Sa to cast, and he can just easily blow her up, even especially with the non-Bastion emblem Samira. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that because there are a few Samiras in this lobby.
I do want to take a second just to recognize that Go-Star, Magic and Mayhem's regional champion for EMEA, has been knocked out, one of the highest points players in the lobby. So not knocked out of the competition entirely, there's still one more game to go after this, but he acquires the minimum amount of points he could have gotten from this lobby overall.
Yeah, Tartaman up against Opale here. This Ashe is just going crazy, no chance for Opale. What I want to mention here, Bensek is sitting on 8 Jannas. He cannot hit because all of the... first of all, Daisy-Gon crew, right? And then we have 2 Crystal Gamut player buying Janna. So, yeah, it's a bit of a rough spot here.
Yeah, just another
really
reason to be disappointed. I mean, Bensek makes another round. He's going to spend the last of his money, but it's just not happening, is it, David?
And we saw that roll down where he would one off Kabuko and he said, okay, I'll roll until I hit Kabuko. And then he rolled down to 10 gold. Maybe not jumping the gun there would have been a little bit more econ generated to maybe hit the Janna in the end in the first place. But it's too hard to say, right? Obviously, it's a bit in hindsight. And it is tragic to not have hit your main carry 3-star at this point, playing a 2-cost reroll like this. Bensek, you have to assume he has definitely low rolled this game. And it's not the greatest ending that you want to this game 5. With your mental, especially going to game 6.
Curious how the matchup goes here against Decop on the left-hand side for Tartaman. We see the Ashe in the corner has kept himself safe for a little while, but now the Akali gets to go off, and maybe one of the very few solutions to an Ashe that strong is getting in and assassinating her early on. The damage is good, and that will be enough.
That must feel so bad, getting knocked out by Akali. Pretty much the only matchup you can lose to on this Tartaman board.
Cutscene galore, a lot of eliminations coming in this last round. Very, very bloody round of TFT. Tartaman going down, Bensek going down, and Coined, unfortunately, our brave Kai'Sa reroller has fallen. It's going to be a bot 4 in the end. 5th is better than 8th, but it's still, I would say, not good enough for a player like Coined who is trying to fight his way into the final lobby.
No, I was really hoping beyond hope that the cynicism wouldn't pay off here, but yeah, we live in a very harsh environment for some of these alternate lines. I mean, Day6, as we see here, has been one of those players who's found that way through. So 4-star Malphite has officially arrived. We're seeing the Ziggs, we're seeing the TF as well. Day6 is lining everything up.
Yeah,
Just trying to
Day6
optimize. Go ahead, Sasa.
Day6 tailoring here to not get any of the crew power-ups. Like, this is just such a crazy Malphite for, like, so early in the game. And I don't think Opal has any chance against that.
Maybe Double will. I mean, Double is going to be on a 7-win streak. We'll see once these two players face each other who is truly the strongest player in the lobby right now as we move almost into stage 6.
I think it's worth reiterating again at this point, since we got to our top 4, that again, these 8 players are all that remains. 4 of them go forward to day 3, 4 of them eliminated, and we've had most of our top scoring players in Bensack Tartman, Gobitster, getting all knocked out early on. Double 61, our main beneficiary this game. He came in strong, he's going to leave strong. But for Day6, Decop, and for Opal, this has been a fantastic lobby for them, which will hopefully flip things around and make the last game of the day very competitive.
Opal is the only player in his last life, so we'll see if he can stay alive, move into stage 6. He is facing the Akali. There is going to be some RNG. I think Samira overall, a pretty bad matchup into Akali. She is quite squishy when Akali does latch onto her, but she is doing a good job. AI challenger level here from the Samira in terms of dodging the Akali ults. Can the Akali 1v3 is a big question with the Dawncore in particular. Oh my goodness. Opal yawns and he's like, yeah, I'm out. Load me into game 6, please.
Still though, of all the players who could have got knocked out there, Opal did come into this one looking relatively healthy taunt-wise. Again, Decomp and Day6, they're the big winners, came on 47 points respectively. Double is really the final boss in the lobby though. He's got the ultimate form of the Crystal Gambit. It's no triple Kraken, but apparently that's not needed.
I'm not surprised he still has Kaisanta 1-star here, this late into the game, with infinite cash outs.
It isn't too contested either, so it is a bit surprising. It was Tarman that had a Cassante too, and pretty much all the players that went bot 4 had a couple Cassantes, but there it is.
There we go.
Sasa has blessed him by speaking this Cassante into existence. As if Double needed any more help in this game, as we're seeing him here with a TF2 on the bench.
I do want to point out as well, as we come to the tail end into stage 6, Day6, 60 gold in the bank still. Of course, it's still at level 8, but this isn't a kind of end game scenario situation I was expecting.
Yeah, I wonder what can stop Double here. Maybe it's the Akali already stopped Tartman on the Crystal Gambit, right? But Double is positioned quite well for it. Never mind. Lee Sin just one-shots the Ashe.
You were worried about the Akali, but it was really the Lee Sin that was knocking the door. And as you mentioned, I think maybe just fight RNG and kind of cheesy wins is what Double has to worry about. The only really other concern that Double had was Day6 and how strong he would be coming into stage 6. So it's why we're seeing the TF2 being held on the bench, because Day6 has yet to hit the TF upgrade for his crew reroll board.
Bear in mind as well, that is a Supreme Cell Lee Sin. With Know Your Enemy in, so he is hitting like an absolute truck. We were talking a little bit about the positioning here for Double, making sure that his Ashe stays safe. If he gets hit by the AoE from that Lee Sin, and even before the Akali comes in, it's already over.
Yeah, I must say it was a bit of a lazy Akali positioning. Like, you can do a better one. It's kind of hard to explain unless they do it. But I think Double will do that for the next fight.
There are counters to all the known anti-Akali positioning, so if Decop's aware of these counters, nothing is 100% guaranteed. It's kind of a game of rock, paper, scissors, really, when it comes to the last second positionings.
We go. We've got. Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. We had Akali go to the wrong target a couple of times. The rest of the board, though, evaporates, and while Akali got our assassination mission done, the rest of the board died too quickly, and it might be the end of the line for Decop. They're on to 11 HP and Akali ejected. We're down to our final 2.
Braum is the hero in this matchup. Akali's like a mosquito, and Braum just grabs onto her and says, "Get out of here," and throws her directly off of the map. I think that's one way to win the matchup.
If there's someone that can stop double, it's probably the Malphite 4. The Radiant Bramble is really good against the full 80 board from double here. Or almost full 80 if you like minus the Zyra.
And Deratora, our observer, just made a really good observation there that the double chose a very rare tech to pick up the power up to get an additional fruit for the Zyra, additional plant for the Zyra rather, to make sure that Akali stayed off of the targets as long as is possible. It's a very smart play. Dasic, though, will go face to face. Crew versus Crystal Gambit. Let's see who's better.
This is the first real test for Dasic. He has 60 HP to buffer with, so he can continue trying to look for TF2 if it's just not going to be enough just yet. But the Malphite is holding on for a very long time. The Cassante now into the back line. Can the Ziggs clean up? Can the cruise ship damage clean up? It looks like it can. Dasic looks so strong, and I'm going to be honest, it was predictable. The spot that we saw him in with the 2-1 worth the way into Malphite, the 3-2 Radiant Bramble, I think the prognosis was that he would be the most likely victor of this game number 5.
Yeah, Dasic looking for Twisted Fate items here, I believe. Doesn't find any though. Doesn't move the Deathblade. What I want to mention, the production just showed us there's 2k HP on this Malphite from Singularity.
Yes, it makes some major damage source.
It makes so much sense, right? You want to have all this extra HP because you have all the armor already, especially with the Radiant Bramble in this case, not just Malphite's own kit as a tank in this set. So really, really smart setup from Dasic here. Clearly shows that he understands a lot of what makes this crew comp tick when we've seen other players fail to pilot it to this high.
Well, let's go one round more time. We're expecting the crew to get the victory here. For Dasic, this is a huge win if he can just put the final pieces in place. Double 61, pretty much the best version he could have hoped for. Keep our eyes on the Malphite right in the center because a lot of the units are getting cut down very quickly. That Braum, the Radiant items, is pretty scary, but he can't stay up in the face of all that damage. And Dasic has done it from 47 points to first place. He may well have just secured his spot in day 3 off of this game.
We saw Sasa's caster cursing powers. He had to sacrifice Coinid and lead him down the Kaisa reroll line to elevate Dasic into a top 1, which he really needed at 47 points. He now is in a pretty good position to actually fight for a place in that final lobby. Would be a huge comeback for someone like Dasic, who had, I would say, a pretty poor set in the TPC, but has completely turned things around in regionals, both in week 1 and now in week 2.
No, absolutely astonishing stuff. Love to see it, honestly, especially when our players see, these areas which would otherwise be, put aside by a lot of other players, but Dasic stuck to the landing here. As I said, David, I'm absolutely agreeing. I think it's a real big redemption for him, particularly, up against Double 61, an OG of the scene. Dasic, very much the same. Not necessarily have been said in the same breath more than a few times, but it's wonderful to see him actually show what he's fully capable of. We have got word. Our analyst desk is ready. We've only got one more game to go before this day is done, and our final 8 is ready. So we'll put you in the hands of Alan CQ and Makes.
Thank you guys so much for this chaotic game. I just feel like today is the day that keeps on giving, Alan, with all of the crazy comps that we see. Yes, Ashe is still part of the plan, but let's focus on the other stories there, namely, of course, Dasic taking fate into his own hand by clicking on Worth the Wait with a Malphite 2 already on the board and gets served just that.
I think just by looking at Dasic, he, out of anyone we've seen so far, made one cost, either rerolls or off of the Worth the Wait comps make work the best. Day 1 started off the Kale reroll, finishing first. Ending day 2 on the Malphite 4, winning out with the crew in the double Crystal Gambit cash out lobby, with the double having Giga capped with the Brown TG, on the die cop with the Giga Akali, and touching on the dive-up, this was a very impressive showcase how to make Akali work, making that down core, which usually goes towards the cog, you can utilize it on other champions. And that Akali being just annoying fly finally got caught, as Panda mentioned, by the Braum with the blue buff.
Honestly, there's something on the screen that breaks my heart a little bit because Gobuster, with that 8th place there, we were watching this game and we kind of felt like it was a little bit of a cook with that heavyweight Woolly Bear, but in the end, unfortunately, it wasn't able to get that Jinx upgraded. It was lacking the resources to make this dream come alive, but I love the idea that we were served there, and I'm hoping to maybe see it again, although by this, probably players are going to be scared off of it now that Gobo has taken an 8th place with it, unfortunately. But there's another player I want to talk to you about in this game, and that is Coinit, Alan. Picking up that Kai'Sa, going for the Kai'Sa reroll, and literally as soon as it happened, I wrote into my notes saying Kai'Sa 3 bait. But
I mean,
he put it onto a 5th place. Is it really bait? How do you feel about it?
Coinit followed the crumbles, like nicely was said during the game, of bread put by Mort directly to the bottom. It wasn't too bad of the bottom because it was still 5th, but in this kind of lobby, going for Kai'Sa, I'd rather see Tempo Kai'Sa into just Jinx instead, with maybe a bit different slams. Because Coinit's point situation is not where he just wants to go 5th or 4th in this kind of game. He needs to be aiming for the top placements to make it to the final lobby.
Yeah, absolutely right. Of course, all of our players still fighting to make it there. Some of them have already been advanced to day 3. So the lines you can see there for Game 11, Tomino, Lakoko, Travis, and Wet Jungler already qualified to tomorrow, securing us a checkmate. In case you didn't see it yet, the players we're looking at are double down to Coinit, and Coinit at the lower end. There definitely needs a little bit of a miracle to make this happen, but with the lobby as close as it is, it's still possible. Double looking like he is in a great spot already. I'm not even sure mathematically if he can get out of the top 4 there. I'll leave it to the mathematicians, but looking really, really promising there for sure. And we're really excited to see what these players have to give in their very last game of the day. 4 are going to be moved on to tomorrow. 4 are going to be eliminated, and depending how it all shakes out, the 9th player in the tournament might even get a ticket to the Tactician's crown. It's going to stay incredibly intense and interesting. Alan, any last words for this last game?
I'm hyped. It's time. I'm hoping for Coinit. I hate watched him for so many sides. It's time. I saw we can hate watch you even more. Go Coinit.
No hate watching. That's forbidden. Come on. I've been telling you, Alan. We do not hate watch over here. Okay, let's ask chat, you know? Chat, is there any comps you want to see? Is there anything we haven't seen yet? And don't you dare say Golemic, I swear to God, we're not gonna make this happen.
Golemic it is. You already know it.
No.
Brought by mates.
Don't you dare say Golemic. I don't know why this always happens with chat. I just cannot. But what do I want? I want Crab Wraith. I said this yesterday. We did not get a Crab Wraith game. I will be pretty hyped to get. No, I'm kidding.
Crab Wraith is chaos.
If it's Crab Wraith now.
Crab Wraith is more RNG than Golemic. Golemic just takes the wheel out of your hands, and yeah, you can just buy the units from the shop based on the emblems you get. No worries. Like then you can just complain, oh, I got screwed by RNG. Oh, I thought I didn't make it. Yeah, perfect way to go.
I don't think many people would agree with you on this one, Alan. Just once. Usually I'm on your team, you know, but this time around, I don't think I can put a signature on that one. I'll disagree on this.
On my team, right.
Well, usually, of course, yes. Not the hate-watching team, just the analytical team.
You don't want to curse people. You don't want to join me on the hate-watching. You don't want Golemic. I think we're on the completely different sides of the story.
Well, we are in, and it's going to be a full prismatic round. Casters, take us through this last game.
We have been good this year. Here with Impetuous Panda and Sasa again. We could not ask for a better lobby to close out day 2 with 4 places in day 3 at stake. Double 61, of course, already has that one locked down, so I suppose 3 overall. But the points between our players, there's almost no difference at all. Nearly everyone is on 55, 54, 53. Every point can make the difference between going to day 3 and going home.
One extra storyline to add on to that is the fact that if Bensak is the one to make it into final lobby, that means that 9th place in the standings, the person that would be closest but not actually make it to final lobby, does still qualify to attack round. So it's a unique situation here with 3 potential, well, we would have in that case 3 of our TPC winners all playing in final lobby. So 9 spots up for grab as a whole for EMEA.
Yeah, and we have triple prismatics. Triple prismatics really enabled the Ash comp because the ecom prismatics make it so you can all in 3-5 already and just farm some free cash outs on the players that are still pushing sacking for level 8.
And we're keeping our eyes out for our players who can take advantage of that most firmly. Again, Double, we're paying a little less attention to this game. We have received confirmation that he is 100% through to tomorrow, no matter how this game goes. But for everybody else, even Coinade on 51 points, he's still got the potential to get through, particularly if Coinade takes a first place overall. But he couldn't be more volatile with all these prismatics flying around. We will see who gets the economic ones to start off.
It's a big deal that Double is 100% through. I think it would be tragic if he ended up not making the final lobby and not making it to attack round, considering he's made it to 3 final lobbies already in the pro circuit, and there isn't a slot to guarantee you going to attack round just off of being the highest pro point earner in a set, at least not for this debut set of the tier 1 circuit. So really happy for Double. I think he absolutely deserves it. 4 final lobbies in 4 major tournaments with this caliber of competition is an astonishing feat, even for someone as consistent as Double. I think by far and away they go to EMEA.
He is the goat of EMEA. Picked the interesting augment there. You don't see that every game. Looking at Tataman, the prismatic destiny into caretakers, I don't think you are mad at that.
No.
Yeah.
I do want to point out that we've got a couple of interesting choices as well. Opal and Bensak both going for Shimmer Scale Essence, so we know we're going to be, we're talking about economics. We have to get online, and Gobister gets the Tectonic Titan. We've not been seeing protagonists being played a huge amount, but it will be in this incredibly important lobby.
Gobo definitely learning from Dazik. He said, all right, this Malphite looks kind of broken. Let me play it from this spot with protagonist, but this Malphite, very different to the one that we saw last game. The last one was a rock that did not move, and in this case, Gobo probably will hope his Malphite moves quite a bit. He'll try and fish for Mage. Maybe Keep's not done yet, but I think Mage has been the way to play it, especially when you're fishing for it on 3-1. You have a 50% chance of hitting with some of the scaling power-ups being removed. Do you agree with that, Sasa? Do you think he'll go to Mage on 3-1?
I don't know. Like with these melee power-ups, the meta right now, I think, is to go for finalist in late in stage 4. But you need a good game for that. He could go Mage in the early game, right, to get him there. So I think that's is what he should do. What I find interesting here, by the way, is he's not making BT on the Malphite.
No. And also, as part of that equation, thank you very much, Saba, for showing us that Opal has actually got into Malphite early on as well. So, David, you were pointing out before, at least with the worth of weight kind of variation of this idea, that picking up early copies can make a huge difference. If Opal's sitting on Malphite 2, maybe even an additional one in the shop, that's going to be a lot slower of a process.
Yeah, you obviously cannot really play for crew if someone already has the Malphite hero protagonist. It would be a very bad EV game plan from Opal. So just playing it for what it is, a very strong tank in stage 2, a very good holder for Mogul's Mill in particular, off of the extra armor that Malphite is getting by having the item online, and also just his tankiness as a 2-star. But we'll eventually pivot into an entirely different game plan in stage 3.
Yeah, I wonder what he's playing though with the Protector's opener. I feel like there's not a lot of comps that like you can naturally play. You have to pivot into like a completely different direction from your board. So I'm curious what he will end up playing here.
Yeah, well, we've still got the. I mean, right now we've got the Mogul's Mail. We'll have the Gambler's Blade coming in later on. But D-Cup on the other side, something which we haven't seen a huge amount of in the early game. Well, we saw some of our players going for Neferi, fully 3-item Neferi. You can see that she can do a lot of work early on.
And full slams for D-Cup as well. I think with Buried Treasures, it's a really interesting augment because until you get all your item components, you're obviously down in value. But if you're able to win those fights where you're missing items and then you slam everything, when you have all your items, you have a very good chance of continuing the win streak. So a really good position for D-Cup in my opinion, especially if you 5 win streaks in this stage 2.
There is a spatula on his way in. Could enable the Crystal Gambit. Yeah, Bensek takes it here.
Very nice. I mean, certainly if we got to... I kind of feel like anytime we ask any kind of question of where someone's going, 90% of the time it's going to be Ashe in some capacity. So it certainly makes sense. You know, with the Gambler's Blade, it's not exactly a Kraken Slayer, but at least it's going to get you to those Ashes a little bit faster.
And he has a Kraken already onto the Smolder, so just a really, really strong setup here for Bensek. Has to hope at the very least to get one belt in the PvE round, either this one or at the end of stage 3, which is, I think, is hopefully doable for the French player.
Yeah, vertical camera here from Bensek might go into some vertical Crystal Gambit.
The tech.
I like it. I like you reading the tea leaves there. Oh, interesting. Dasik, though, bringing us out something which we haven't seen for quite some time. Going to be going for quality over quantity. Just raw power onto the board. Radiant items out the wazoo. And that means Dasik is in a position, even against strong balls like T-Cubs, with these buried treasures, he might be able to break through and maintain his own streak at T-Cubs' expense.
And I wonder what Dasik commits to off of this pickup. Start of the sets, it was really just Star Guardians as the only feasible way to play quality over quantity, get a lot of value from really all of your team putting in some amount of impact from your board in stage 4 and 5. Are there any other lines that are open now with quality over quantity in the current meta, Sasa? Do you know?
I think in the last patch it was Meg, as the best comp.
Yep.
But I think the second best comp is actually 6 heavyweight right now, and he has a Malsa and he's holding some heavyweights on the bench. So I think he's angling for that.
I see.
Okay. I mean, I'm into it. It would certainly make sense that you've got a lot of units that would otherwise not be getting a lot of use out of the board overall, but D-Cub maintains control after winning against that quality over quantity board. So we'll see how far this Neferi can go as we have double with the same idea, but a level ahead thanks to going long.
And Neferi 2 just one of the strongest units to itemize in stage 2. It functions as a tank, functions as a DPS, functions as really does everything for your board. And especially with Soul Fighter online, it is really, really good at fighting for a 5 win streak that we've seen very often. I think probably Double's favorite unit to play around for, I've seen from him throughout the last 2 weeks.
Oh, another one.
Interesting.
So is it now quantity over quality, considering there's 2 coming?
I'm actually very curious why this is such high prior for these players, because you can actually accurately check the stats on this augment in the Explorer, and it's not that high. It's usually like a 4-6.
Yeah, I figured that we were maybe seeing a situation where players on higher points totals would be all willing to say, you know what, this isn't maybe amazing, but all I need to do is maintain position. Coordinated is the only player where that's definitively not true. He's on 51 points, the lowest of our remaining 8 players. He needs really a first place.
I wonder if it's picked up because maybe they're considering the fact that there's going to be 3 prismatics this game. So you have a chance to get something like Buried Treasures, get a lot of items online to have a really big spike with a ton of Radiant items on 3-2. Because we don't have a high item start as well, right? For the players who picked up quality over quantity.
It was component open, I think. We saw all of the, most of the guys have 3 items. So it was 5 component opener. Maybe that was the reason why the players ended up picking it.
All right, we'll see what Opal's got for us here up against Bensek, who has managed to find very early through there to our friends, of course, from the Crystal Gambit. And we've, of course, as well, for the Shimmer Scale players, we've got the Gambler's Blade kicking as well as the Muggles. So we're getting a couple of gold, maybe even more than that per round coming in across them. And that's going to be from Apal and from Bensak.
And for those two players, also going to be really important for them to find Reforgers, because most of the time you want to Reforge these gold generating artifacts later in the game, especially if you're in a position where you think you can benefit from a high roll or you have to take these bigger risks. So at some point, they'll hopefully have to chance their way into a Reforger to try and get some extra value from these artifacts in stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, in the prismatic lobbies, there's some crazy stuff that can happen here. Like, for example, level up, which we don't see here, into what's it called? Where you get a bunch of gold and the rerolls. Help me out.
Invested,
exactly.
Yes, I was going to say the other one, which would be we've seen people using upper mobility together, but it looks like actually for a good amount of our players, I mean, we've got a couple of the tiniest Titans from Coinid and from Tottenham, but across the rest of the field, it's looking more on the side of picking up immediate power.
For this small fight, it isn't a switch to mage, keeping the nuts on yet for now. Pretty much a semi-scaling power-up for the Malphite. Edge of Night has been now slammed alongside the key item, which is the Nashers for the mana region that players discovered after the changes with the Rage Blade on most of these hero augments. You needed to build either into Shojin or Nashers to find a lot of success, but not quite strong enough for now here for Gobo. And he's on a 4-loss streak. Not good news for a 1-cost reroll.
Yeah, Gobo has no healing slammed yet. He has to wait for the not done yet proc to get some Omnivamp going. But I really like the pickup here for a prismatic ticket, because the weak point of Crew is usually that you have to get there, and like it's very hard to get there. And ticket kind of skips that. It's now easy to get there. Should be a good game coming from Gobo.
And we've got to remember again that we did see a little bit of contesting going on to Malphite, possibly on purpose to try and make this whole line a little bit more weaker. So Prismatic, absolutely a great response to that happening. Teacup, though, up at the top of the table as we come to the midpoint of stage 3. Teacup, of course, our buried treasures players from before, but we'll see how Tartman, currently down on 58, does with his board. The tiniest Titan, of course, quietly ticking away for that extra gold.
And Tartman probably wants to lose this fight. I think he values first pick prio on this carousel quite a bit. Gobo, of course, playing his own game, not going to be really too interested in things like Ashe or Jinx, but for most of our AD players who have slammed things like IE and Rageblade and Kraken, this could be a game warping carousel coming up.
Will we see Ashe on a carousel? That's always a big question in this meta. We will not see an Ashe, but we see a Jinx for Tartman, maybe, who already has a lot of the Star Guardians.
Yeah, goes right for it immediately. And if Jinx can do a good enough job of stabilizing, that tiniest Titan's going to do a lot of work to bring that HP back up and extend the lifespan.
I'd like to take a look when we head out of this carousel onto Decup's board. Still 100 HP with that tiny terror. We talked about the power of buried treasures once you skip that weak phase that you have for 2 or 3 rounds, and he did exactly that and now has a huge tempo lead on the rest of this lobby. Picks up Giant and Mighty as well, so it's a really good combat power option to continue the tempo lead he has. And if he gets a 10 win streak, he's going to sit in a very comfortable position going into stage 4.
I'm actually curious, what's the plan here? I don't think he has the money for Fast 9 because his board is like very expensive. So he's probably gonna end up playing some Soul Fighters.
Yeah, I have to imagine with the Gwen items already built pretty much. Maybe Mentor Mech is the only other option I could potentially see, but from the board he has right now, it just makes it much easier to play Soul Fighter.
Yeah, just hit Gwen. Easy.
I mean, it seems easy enough when you manage it, but I don't take a second to recognize what Double 61 is up to here. Again, we're not super worried about what he's doing in the lobby, apart from what he's going to be taking points away, because he's already qualified through to day 3, but it looks like he is bringing out a tribute act from the previous game, the Kaiser early on. Going along, going to bring out the Tacticians as well. Right, for the moment, Double quietly keeping himself towards the middle of the table, causing as much trouble as he can.
Day 6 seems to be playing into the Swark line. with quality over quantity, at least on his current board with the Force Orc, which was recently buffed 2 patches ago. Be a bit better of a trait spike to stay at instead of going to 6 immediately. So a bit stronger, at least for this stage 3.
Yeah, that is a cook. I've never seen that before. But basic, usually the player to know some tech. Yeah.
Could just be
Very
temporary.
much a
We'll
player.
have to see in stage 4.
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly with the quality of quantity as well, there's a lot of potential to switch things around. But for D-Cup, one more round, and this will be 2 full stages he's gone through with a full win streak. A French player, the buried treasures from early on, the Giant and Mighty, bringing raw power onto the board. We'll see if it's good enough to take down the quality board. It's looking like the Fury just about good enough.
Really smart min-max from D-Cub, waiting to pick his power up until he sees who he's fighting. Obviously, caring so much about preserving the 10 win streak here. So impactful for his econ gain coming to stage 4. So you love to see it. Players are absolutely locked in. They're doing every small thing they can do to try and find success in this final game.
Yeah, the next 2 rounds very important for D-Cop, if he will go fast 9 or not. I think there's some prismatic augments that allow him to go fast 9, and I think it's a way better line selection than like playing Soul Rider.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you. And given where D-Cup's position is, 53 points, he's on, he's firmly in the middle of the pack at the moment. So if he can finish in the top 4, he's got a very, very good chance of getting into day 3. Of course, if he can finish in, say, the top 2, then he's pretty much guaranteed across the line. Tartman, though, no such guarantees for him. He's been trying to turn things around with a Jinx pickup from the carousel, but he has found an early Yone, but that's about it so far.
And if Tarman can hit a stable board here without rolling too much, it could be so big, especially the Jinx upgrade, what he really wants. He's on Braum pair as well. He is very close to a big spike. With Tiniest Titan, he can buy himself a lot of time to make it to 9 as well, once he finds these upgrades.
I want to mention Double hit the early Yone and went in for the 6 edge lords game plan. I probably think if he didn't hit that Yone, he would go for the fast 9. But hitting the Yone and adapting there is really smart, I think.
Oh, I definitely like it as well. He's going to be able to still make his presence felt. As we do see Gerbister back here with a protagonist. He has switched to Mage, so he's scooting around the place. Bear in mind, each time he casts, he's extending his range. And while he'll fall down there, the damage has been done. Gerbister strikes back and takes another life off of Tartman.
Call to chaos for Tarvin. Triple
More
lucky
items.
item
Woo!
chest. He already has full itemization on the Jinx, on the Braum, and on his main tank right now, which is the Shen. So not sure how good that's going to be for Tarman's spot. Maybe he was hoping for gold, right? To hit all these upgrades and eventually make it to 9.
Oh, look at Cornet here. He's going for the Chris. He doesn't have any money to use his 40 rerolls from the Call to Chaos.
Uh-oh. I do not like this spot.
Yeah, I don't either.
I guess
Well,
if
we've
the
got-
CG cash outs scale him, that's going to be enough, maybe.
But yeah, it's tricky. This is something we haven't really seen before. The quality of a quantity. Going to rely on the rest of the Crystal Gambit board to pull its weight. But remember, David, you were talking about before, this composition really is relying very heavily on Ash to do most of the work. And I wonder if the rest of the board can really make too much use of these radiant items and actually do the damage that's missing.
Small little oopsie with the double item on the Cassante here. I think bit of a brain fart. Forgot he has quality over quantity for a second there after the big roll down turn here from Coined. We'll have to use another remover there to take it off.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a decision though, because he removed the 2 put on Clisante.
I presume we are in a world where maybe we're going to be seeing 1 or 2 units getting the 3 items just so that they can function as regular. I mean, Bensak is showing the other side of that, of course. The Ash 2 already in place. He's got a radiant item plus 2 more. A much healthier looking board overall.
Going up against
Armin did win.
Decop here.
Yeah,
on
the go ahead, Sasa.
Who's playing the mighty the mech Rise, the Mentor Rise. We thought he's going to play Soulfighter, but that's not the case.
Yeah, I mentioned it from the items that I saw. I think that was the only other solution, and Decob trying to make me look good. Thank you, Decob. Handshakes in the back room, but we'll see how it works out, because I think we haven't seen much of it. The one time I remember seeing it was yesterday with the Volley 1 that just didn't quite work out for Raiko in one of the games that he played. I think it's much better in this meta without Mighty Mech being a thing, obviously, for just the matchup reasons and the fact you can hit your units a little bit better. But you have to play from this spot. A lot of items, a good tempo position, and a lot of position decisions that have to go your way as well, because Volibear has to break through one of the weak side with Rise to really make this comp work.
Yes, I wanted to bring up that conversation before, which didn't quite get fully done. Can you guys talk to me a little bit about the concerns with trying to get Volibear through? Because as we've discussed before, he's not like an Akali who's got a skill that moves around the battlefield. He has to punch through units to be able to do damage and get assassinating, the more honest way, I suppose.
Yeah, with Wooly, it's really important to be on the weak side of the enemy's boards, like not where the tank is, basically, to get those resets on the spell.
It also helps him get into backline as well, because the moment the weak side crumbles, the most of the time the strong side and the main tank is on the complete opposite side of the board. So it allows Volley to, in some cases, wrap to backline and then jump from side of the backline to the other side as well. And that can win you a fight, even in a fight where on a DPS check, front to back, you're weaker in theory. Just as a positioning, you can kind of scam fights. We're seeing it here with the Kasante aggro draw. That's another way to scam a fight with Volibear. Huge outcome there that favors Decob. So really, really smart. I'm not sure if it's a smart decision or a lucky decision, but a decision that favors Decob.
It feels like only that particular set of circumstances where Kasante dropping aggro as he resurrects himself opens the door. But I mean, we're seeing, Sasa, in this lobby, more Volibears coming through. So taking account of what Volibear will do seems to be becoming more and more important as our players come online, maximally closing it in on the end of stage 4.
Yeah, I think both Double and Opale hit the Yone on 8 and decided to play this comp. I think they had kind of flex spots, and I think that was the deciding factor.
I think Double is probably just limit testing, considering he's through already. He's testing if he's going to play this tomorrow, and Opal is just copying Double's homework. He's like, yeah, okay, I'll play it as well. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the chance. Double's earned himself the way through. We'll see how well Opal does. Again, Opal, one of those players who is on the upper bounds of points right now, so if he can get a good finish, he's feeling very good. Remember, this is the last game of the entire day. 4 of these players play tomorrow. 4 of them, but this is their final game of the competition.
Yeah, and anyone can make it here. Maybe Double just wants to take out the Wooly players, like he's already through. Maybe grief him a little bit.
Making it very personal in this final game. He could fear these players. That's also the case.
I mean, it's not personal. Maybe he thinks they are good.
Well, it is personal, but in a positive light.
Yeah. Okay.
Looking at the setup here for Tartman, it has finally worked out. He came into stage 4 with an 11 loss streak. He was forced to turn things around if he wanted to stay alive coming into stage 5, and he absolutely has. A 4 win streak now, has hit the Jinx 2, is on his way to go 9 next round, I have to imagine. If he hits the Braum 2, we have seen this Star Guardian board with the Legendary's 2-star definitely be a menace in terms of winning the game outright.
Okay, in we go with who is low on HP. He's got the upgraded Nashers to make sure this Malphite hits even faster. We've got the Shadow Clone on the Ziggs as well, just to get a little bit more supportive damage out behind him. The Gobster has been taking some L's off the previous round, so it might well be that the rest of the lobby is starting to catch up with what he's been doing. We'll see how he does against Coinhead, the other player, or one of the other players on low HP. There's quite a few of them right now.
Yeah, Coinhead has a bit of a rough game here. I don't think he can recover from this. And I said all you need to do is get to the 6 3-star on the screw board, and the Ghost one did that. He's online. And one thing I want to mention here, he sold all of the extra Malphite copies, not going for the Malphite 4-star here as a win condition. And he's not looking that high in points right now, so yeah, I feel like you should go for that if you need a high finish here.
I think he just was very far behind, right, in terms of hitting the Malphite 3 compared to what we saw in the past with Dasik, for example, in the last game where he was so far ahead in tempo, he knew he was going to hit a lot earlier. Gobo still needs to find a TF, for example, as well, right? That's the big thing. Make it to 8. Couldn't high roll one in the stage 4 carousel. Maybe in the stage 5 carousel, he can if he's second pick, for example. Or if 2 players go down, he could be first pick even.
We're not that far away from potentially players going down. Coined down on 15 HP. Opal on 18. We're seeing the edgelord board on the other side coming in to show us exactly what we're capable of. I mean, the Ashe in this quality of a quantity board has decided to go for the triple itemization. 2 Krakens means that she is pumping out DPS, but the rest of the board is being torn asunder. Coney, he needed a big win in this lobby to get out into day 3, but instead, he's out in 8th place. His journey ends here.
Went for the high cap comp, couldn't get it online. That's always the risk if you play this Ashe comp without a huge cash out or like a econ prismatic. It's a bit risky, and the risk didn't pay off this time.
Yeah, a tragic ending for Konya, but still a set for him to be proud of, considering his run so far. He had a great showing in the pro circuit, especially, I think, mastering the Star Guardian line much earlier than other players did at the very start of this set. And definitely an improvement over his performance in last set's regionals. Definitely an improvement overall when he was, missing making it to regionals in the first place by 1 qualifier point. So big props to Konya on his showing in set 15.
Absolutely, it's not just about the regional champion, it's about the players' journeys on that road towards bettering themselves. Topman with the Jinx board, the Hextech upgraded, and it's actually got, I think, just enough damage to punch through. Decup is got enough HP to be able to shrug off this loss, but for Topman, that's huge. As Opal takes the L, Topman no longer in last surviving place.
Uh-oh, TF on carousel, but Gobo is not going to be first and not going to be second pick. I'm not sure if it's going to get to him in time. He already has a TF as well, so a TF pair could be big if he can spike a TF. 2, that could be what actually gives him the win condition, but Bensak takes it.
Yeah, Tata gets Star Guardian here for a Star Guardian board. I mean,
that's huge.
That is extremely good.
He also had Brom 2 waiting to shop, so Tarman's about to become maybe the strongest player in this lobby on 1 life, so it is scary, because Fight RNG can sometimes knock you out even if you are the strongest counterfeit, but we'll see how it fares here for Tarman.
Yeah, just an extra dose of power in when you need it the most. Opal on the other side as well. A huge amount. In fact, every player but 1 left in this lobby from France, including Double 61, who was already qualified. Dasik, the only Russian player still left in the mix. A testament to how dominant French TFT has been this season and so many seasons in the past. Opal will go up against Crystal Gambit board, the Ghost version on one side. So we'll keep our eye on Opal and on Topman on the left.
I would say good positioning for Opal, breaking through the side there. Look at the Volibear has immediately entered the backline, taking down one of the main carries, but Ashe is on the opposite side, still very healthy. The Udyr is not going to tank for too long. I think that might be a good enough fight for Opal here if Samira can clutch up. And she can, just barely, but positioning favors Opal and Tartman as well with the trait spike from the Star Guardian +1 and with the Brom 2, an easy win.
Ooh, look at this Dasik board. Socks. Quality over quantity. That's a cook. Ooh, we haven't seen this board like in a long time, I feel like.
I bet Bensak's been flying under the radar for a little while. But, I mean, this board is absolutely enormous. The Zyra 2 coming in. There's an Ashe online, Twisted Fate online. I mean, Bensak couldn't ask for too much more. And David, as you said before, Bensak is our extra element that could conceivably throw an extra position across to our players in the whole tournament to get to the crown if, and only if, he can make it through to day 3.
The same thing just happened to Bensak. Volibear broke through the weak side with Rise helping him. The TF has gone down early. Does the outcome change though? Can the Ashe clutch up here? It looks like the board is just a little bit stronger from Bensak and Decup is not quite able to match here.
Yeah, I think Decop actually wins that. If he just has a Wooly too, that's like a very unfortunate lobby for him. I feel like you could not have read that they all gonna play Wooly. So that must be kind of bad if you're Decop.
I suppose the only good news for Bensak is there's 3 different, arguably, I guess you could make the vague argument, perhaps 4 different backline carries. So, I mean, Volibear does punch through and delete one of them. At least there still is DPS left in the lineup.
It's really tragic for Decop, considering the tempo position he was loading into stage 4 with the amount of HP he had off of like, what, 11, 12 win streak. He committed to Might to mentor Mech, saying, I just need to play for top 4. I pick up invested. He rolled so much gold on 8 and was still not able to find the Volibear 2. And from that lead that he had, it's basically all now gone. He needs to do much better than a 7th, obviously, to try and make final lobby.
Give this poor man a Wooly too, please.
We need to do a Volibear fun drive. But I think Decub is out of gas here. Again, Decub, Bensak, Tartman, Gobitster, they're all on 53 points. So you can line up these guys against each other. Now Connie's been eliminated. One of those 4 is going it through to day 3, and that will be dependent on how they finish against each other. The bear does wrap again, gets onto the backline very quickly, but the twisted bait in the corner for Gobitster stays safe for a long time, and that Malphite is going nowhere.
And the Malphite intercepts the aggro from Volibear, makes sure that the Volibear cannot sneak onto the TF. And unfortunately, Decub is taken down. Gobo, a big win. On the flip side, Opal seems to also be going down here. Both of the players using Volibear as their main carry. Taken down. Opal not happy, of course, with this result. I think it won't be enough to get him into the final lobby.
All of the players who make top 4, you have very good odds of making it with how close the points are. Well, production just said that Dasik is out. Very unfortunate. I was cheering for Dasik. He had not the best set, but he already announced on Twitter that he has to work on like doing well when like the game is like not that fun for him. And yeah, he will come back stronger.
I think that Dasik meant just out this game, like he's eliminated in this game. I don't think he's out of contention for making final lobby. He had a big point lead, right? He was on
59. Yes.
He was on 50. I think he might be okay actually, especially with the fact that if Bensak makes it, there's gonna be 9 spots available, right? And 9th place could qualify as well. So
yeah, we're getting confirmations that Opal and Decub are out, which means as we get more eliminations coming in, I think we might have actually locked down our representation for day number 3. We're working for final confirmation on all that being the case. But we're down to double, who we know is already through. Tartman on 53, Gobitster on 53. If my maths worked out from before, I believe at least those 3 will be through. We'll wait for confirmation on Bensak as well.
And that's huge news for the competitors who have made it all the way here, especially for someone like Gobo, who I thought was in a dire position from the line he committed to, but we found the Radiant Refractor onto this Nashers, the Not Done Yet putting in a lot of work for this Malphite. The TF definitely has helped as well, now being upgraded and helping him have another scaling element to this comp where it might start falling off now in stage 6.
We're getting confirmation with Bensak actually dropping out. That means that Dasik will be making it through to day 3. So Dasik fans, you can breathe a sigh of relief as we will be brawling the final parts of this equation. Gobitster's been looking real good. Again, the guided missile of this Malphite, just an absolute menace, will eventually find enough DPS to put him down.
And Tartman as well, really clutch performance with this line. The fact that he was down to, it was an 11 loss streak. He needed to hit a lot of upgrades still when we entered stage 4, and he really turned this game around, playing the traditional Tankzilla Poppy, Gather Force Jinx, and I guess got a little bit lucky, Sasa, I would say, with the Star Guardian +1, but still did a lot of heavy lifting in stage 5 to make it this far.
Yeah, I'm really surprised at our top 2 here. I wouldn't have expected the those boards to come out on top. But this lorry kept kind of low, I feel like. We saw like 3 Wii players, which is not a high the comp that caps high. And Tatman also got like 3 items when he already had like 15 items. So I'm actually surprised he did so well, but Stargates can use all those items very well.
All right, so we have got confirmations from Josh, our admin, that Dasic, Double, Totman, and Gobo have already secured their positions in day 3. So this becomes a victory lap to end out the second day of our second week. Gentlemen, of course, we'll confirm all of the participants in day 3 with our desk a little way to come, but we've had a fantastic run through so far. This game in particular, the last one, has absolutely delivered as we see world-shattering mountains dropping on everybody. I think we're going to see one more rock dropped on that Jinx's head to put her down.
And all I can say that this mall fight is not done yet, apparently, but a good run at least for the mall fight. And Tartman, a commanding win. What a roster of players we are sending to attack round. I think we're incredibly happy as bias casters for our region, because it is a stacked lineup of veterans, most of them making a return to attack round, not making their debut. They're gonna know how to handle pressure as well. So I'm extremely excited for this lineup. But our analyst desk will break down this final game, and we'll see the definitive list of players we're sending to final lobby tomorrow.
All right, guys. So we'll put you in the hands of Alan and Mix.
That's right. We're already here. And you know, Ellen, who else is here? I've been looking at chat, and a lot of our NA pros are currently taking notes of who has made it to the Tactician's crown as everything has unfolded. And I promise we'll get there with final and definite confirmation in just a few minutes. But first, let's talk about this game, Alan. Triple prismatics and a lot of Mordog take the wheel, right?
Absolutely. We've seen both of our players being on 53 points, Gobo and Tarte, and they are not afraid. They know they should be playing a good TFT. So what do? Let the Mord take the wheel, as you mentioned. One of them clicking protagonist, complete RNG could be screwed. Second one, Golden Destiny. The same case. Both of them got rewarded.
Absolutely, they did. Unfortunately, some of the players also got punished, and we'll need to talk about it. Coined, having found so much success on the back of the Crystal Gambit earlier on, this time around it wasn't working out for him. Just too little, too late, getting a little bit dizzy with the augment choices. They're missing out on some of that radiant value, and then in the end, unfortunately, taking an 8th place. We were also kind of discussing how it will work out with Bensek if he would make it to day 3. 9 players, or top 9, would have qualified to the attack round, but in the end gets eliminated here and moves Dasic in, despite both of these 2 players finishing next to each other in this last game.
Yeah, absolutely heartbreaking for the Bensak, finishing up on the 9th, bubbling out pretty much on the board that looked one of the most capped ones, but those Volibears were just a menace, going as a train, taking out in the first place Coinit, who was a bit shaky in terms of, like, as you mentioned, execution in the mid game, like losing out on the value. But at the end, I don't think it mattered. The lobby was too strong. Triple prismatic pretty much delivered. I was actually surprised how well Volibear worked. I was non-believer. I'm getting there. Maybe tomorrow I'll get convinced.
Well, I love to see it as long as we find those upgrades for sure. But you know what else I love to see? It our standings. So let's take a look together at our final standings. Here are the players that are going to be playing in day 3. Tomino, Lakoko, Travis, Wed Jungler, Double 61, Dasic, and Goobuster, as well as Tartman. And to the attack crown, we add Bensek as well. Alan, is this the most stacked we have ever sent our EMEA players to the attack crown? Be honest.
Listen, if they are not gonna win this time, I think I'm just giving up. I'm moving to NA. There is no point. Like, if this lineup does not win, like, no one can.
That is an absolute stacked roster of players. Many of these multi-attack crown competitors in the past. What an absolute array of sheer power. And I just hope that our friends from the Americas are shaking in their boots right now, knowing that EMEA is coming for them. The Paris Open is right around the corner. What would be a better introduction to that than having the tech crown back in its rightful home country or home region. But we do have one of our amazing players here with us right now. Please join me in welcoming Wet Jungler to our broadcast. Hi, and first of all, congratulations to making it to the Tactician's crown. It's so good to see you.
Hello, and thanks for having me here.
Yeah, of course. Of course, we do have to talk a little bit about the elephant in the room. With Jungler, you had a little bit of a weaker set, 14, leading to you, unfortunately, not making the cutoff for the pro circuit this set, but you fought your way here and proved that excellent players will break into the highest level of play anyhow. Are you looking forward to playing in the pro circuit next set?
Yeah, I'm very excited. It was very fun to watch the games. Like, the cups were very fun, excited to watch, and I was very excited to play there. Yeah, no.
Awesome.
You are such a beast of a player, proving that like it doesn't matter, like that you are not in. Like we are 1 week set, who cares? Like it's Set's fault, not mine. And when you can just make a run back in such a dominant performance, I was so happy to watch and cheer for you. But tell me, how did the B patch affect you? Was it a positive change, negative? Or were you more comfortable on the last patch?
I think it was more positive for me because I wasn't very I didn't want to play like mech at the first week, and I was very happy when they announced that they're gonna B-patch it, so I don't have to train like forcing mech. So it was very positive for me. Like I was trying to already find a way like how can I get through week 1 without playing like mech every single time. So it was very good for me.
You made it work last patch, you made it work this patch, but like a quick follow-up on that, on tomorrow, who do you think is like the strongest player? You can point yourself as well.
I don't have like, I'm not the best winner player, so playing for checkmate is not my best strategy, so I don't want to point myself, but I think some of the French are very good players at that, because I think a lot of them already played the checkmate format, like in this set already with the TPC, and like they were already in the Worlds finals. So if I had to guess one, I would say Double, because he played so many finals already, and he's very he knows how it is to play checkmate.
Very humble of you. I bet they are shaking by looking that you are going tomorrow as well.
For sure. Double is definitely a win-out player, but don't put yourself down. We all know well what you're capable of, Wet Jungler. One last question for you, and I just need to let you know NA is listening. I see them in chat. The plan for the Tactician's crown, you made it nearly all the way one time before the last Tactician's crown's performance is a little bit on the lower end. What is going to be your mindset going into the global competition?
For sure, winning. Like my last 2 Tactician's crowns appearances were not that good, so I'm just here to win it all.
That's a good plan. We're looking forward to see you there, but of course, first comes tomorrow. Anybody you want to shout out before we let you go for the day and focus on tomorrow?
I want to shout out my study group. It's gonna be many persons, but they know who I mean. So. I'm happy that Dasik made it as well to the top 8, and I'm looking forward to play tomorrow.
We're looking forward to watching you there, Wet Jungler, once again. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and we'll be seeing you out there on the Convergence. It's been a pleasure to talk to you today.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. I love hearing from our players. Honestly, it's just always so good. And they're always so humble. Well, most of them are so humble. And I think he's definitely a force to be reckoned with tomorrow. Don't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. Brings always smile to my face, and like to the point where cheeks are hurting me. So like, so cool.
Well, let's sum it all up one more time. We had a stacked field coming into this second weekend of our EMEA regional finals, and in the end, 8 get to move on to tomorrow. 4 were immediately pushed on over. Alan, what's your conclusion from watching these 2 days thus far?
Slam AD items, click artifacts, click Ash, click Jinx, pray.
All right, that's going to be the game plan. You heard it here first, and we're going to be seeing you once again tomorrow. We're starting at 3 p.m. CET, and we want you to stay updated with all things TFT. Check us out over on Twitter. It's going to be at CompeteTFT. Instagram, it's Teamfight Tactics, and over on Facebook and YouTube, you can find us under Play TFT. If you want to check out all of our amazing casters here on the broadcast, I'm sure we'd all love it. Next to me is Alan ZQ TFT. One of our casters from the previous games is Impetuous Panda. We have Makes_, which is me, as well as Counterfeit Cast and Zaza TFT, spelled 5454. It's been amazing to have him here today as well. He did a great job, and we're all looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it, and we'll see you there.